This supremely handsome young man is our protagonist, Woo Hyun. Just by following a friend's invitation, he got trapped in a damned game and suffered all kinds of torment inside it for 10 years. It all began with a game called Reverse Planet, the virtual reality title sweeping the globe and topping the world charts. Players received endless praise for themes like space gates, supernatural powers, and invasion wars. And then I logged into the game at my friend's invitation and became completely imprisoned in that world, the world that Reverse Planet had projected into reality. In the Transcendent Project, aiming to create a unique transcendent being, thousands of people were shoved into this mad experiment. For those captured and brought here, they conducted biological experiments to remodel their bodies. After many experiments, only subject number 62, Woo Hyun, survived. Watching those around him gradually slip away, Woo Hyun vowed he would never forgive those who made him like this. If this is reality, he would live to take revenge. And the plan began as warning alarms blared nonstop. All the innocent prisoners carried a determination to flee this hell. You thought the same? As long as you ran, light would greet you. But reality is always brutal when everyone was stopped in their tracks. The villain blocking their new door was the lab's chief of security. He was the lab's chief of security. With insane words and a devilish face, he spoke the death of their hopes. He radiated an oppressive aura that put everyone on guard. At that moment, strong wills, the desire to live, and the people's unity rose up. But instead, that security chief kept taunting them with contemptuous words. All foolishness must pay, and his end was a body laced with wounds. He paid with his life and the echoes of pain. But in exchange, in that battle, many innocents fell, leaving only Woo Hyun. The one left behind was the one who suffered most. In just a few days, he endured countless partings. Now emptiness remained in Woo Hyun's eyes after those tragedies. The echoes of his friends' souls became obsessions in his mind. The urge for revenge deepened in Woo Hyun's heart. After escaping the lab 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, time passed as he sought vengeance for those he loved. His hurried steps carried a great determination. Woo Hyun killed and killed again, growing far colder. Powerful, decisive techniques were honed by him. Now Woo Hyun was no longer the weak one who needed protecting. But things continued without end, the endless cycle of revenge wore on his body, and turned his life into emptiness. Just when it seemed everything would end there, suddenly the system panel appeared. It was perhaps his only surprise in many years. It offered a special mission: eliminate the Transcendent Project with the reward of a chance to return to the old world. After the brutal battle on the floor amid a heap of wreckage, a man collapsed, trembling as he questioned, "After everything, why did it end up like this? I should be basking in glory right now." The Transcendent Project director, face wounded, screamed, "Why?" Specimen 81, Kim Young-jun, bent forward and smirked as he asked, "Don't tell me you really didn't know." The director shrugged his hand off him and yelled, "Shut up, you Specimen 81. I won't waste words on scum like you." He looked at the young, burly man before him, his face darkening as he rasped, "Beak Woo Hyun. You with the long scar on your cheek and the weary face are Specimen 62 of the Transcendent Project. The Transcendent Beak Woo Hyun." Not much better off himself, he felt that other hand clamp his throat and went pale, yet he kept babbling. "You are the one who broke every limit of the flesh, touched the extraordinary realm, a true transcendent. You are the masterpiece the Transcendent Project created. Anything, whatever you desire, I will offer to you. You are completely different from those idiots." Woo Hyun coldly raised his arm to refuse. "I don't need it." The director still wouldn't relent. "Wait. Aside from that, you idiot, you think killing me ends everything. The corporate alliance will never forgive anyone who bears claws at them. Not just you, your family, relatives, colleagues will be treated the same way." No sooner had he finished than a blinding beam of light appeared, slicing everything in two. The Transcendent Project director then. Everything remained. Young-jun hurriedly raised his knife to block the filthy slime spraying toward him, and couldn't help exclaiming, "Well, blood splattered all over me. I had something to ask, but you finished him off already. Where are you looking?" An instant status panel displayed. Special glitch fix mission complete. All special missions finished. Promised rewards will be granted. Do you wish to return to the original world? Woo Hyun looked at the light and thought, "Finally, I can get out of it. Just press this, and at last." At that moment, a black aura rose from beneath his feet. A voice whispered in his ear, "Woo Hyun, where are you going? Have you forgotten us? What about the others? Please kill them, avenge us, settle the blood debt, the most brutal vengeance." His hands were stained with blood. "No, I'm so tired. This is enough, isn't it? My absence now probably won't change anything. Besides, this is perhaps the first and only chance." Suddenly, Young-jun patted Beak Woo Hyun on the shoulder. He turned to him and said, "Now I'll return to the old world." Young-jun asked in confusion, "The old world? What are you babbling about? You've been here from the start." Woo Hyun pressed the button. A blue light flashed while he messaged, "Please tell the others for me. I'm sorry." Cut to the modern world. Wu Haiyan jerked awake on a bed. He sat up panting, asking, "Is this my room? Have I really returned? How much time has passed?" Wu Haiyan anxiously opened his phone and muttered, "The day I was sucked into the game. So time there didn't pass at all." The scars and bulging muscles had disappeared, as if it had all been a dream. The long hair and jet black eyes Wu Haiyan had while in the game resurfaced again. Not only that, he was fighting a group of big men all by himself. Wu Haiyan showed no fear as he swung his axe blade, fighting fiercely. He remembered Su Ah, nearly collapsed yet still pleading, "Save me, I don't want to die," and the project director's curse. "Not only you, but your family, relatives, and colleagues will suffer the same fate." Wu Haiyan clutched his head and returned to his bedroom, whispering, "This can't be a dream. The sensations and memories are too real to call it a dream. 10 years in that other world was clearly real." Suddenly his phone buzzed with a call from Jung Naeyan. He picked up, puzzled. Jung Naeyan? That name sounds familiar. As soon as Wu Haiyan answered, the other end shouted so loud it nearly deafened him. "Beak Wu Haiyan, why haven't you contacted anyone? Don't tell me you forgot our plan." Wu Haiyan blankly asked, "What plan?" She quickly reminded him. "Right, we're meeting tonight. I'll send the location, get there now." The Naeyan hung up and he still didn't understand. Wait. Wu Haiyan stared at the screen, telling himself, "I remember this voice. It was the closest friend from our old school days, and the very one who had urged me to play Reverse Planet. Don't tell me she knows what happened or has some scheme. From my memory, it's unlikely, but I'll meet her first and figure it out later." Cut to a small eatery tucked at the end of a side street. A tired Wu Haiyan pushed the door open. Suddenly someone called out, "Here, over here." Naeyan, wearing a pink hat, waved her hand and called loudly, "Beak Wu Haiyan, long time no see. This is our first get-together since term ended, right? Want some drinks?" He walked over slowly and sat down, declining. "No, I'll pass today." Worried inside, Wu Haiyan thought, "If I get drunk now, I don't know what I might do." She asked curiously, "That's odd, so we're only ordering food." Soon after, fragrant pieces of meat were grilling on the grate. Naeyan sighed, sounding bored. "Honestly, have you tried the game? You said you'd only reached the tutorial." Wu Haiyan looked up and replied, "I just created my character and saw the opening," thinking to himself, "After that I got sucked in." She gaped in surprise and asked, "What, the opening? What, Beak Wu Haiyan? Then that's basically like you haven't played at all." Her words unsettled him. "Haven't played?" Wu Haiyan clenched his fists, quietly blamming, "Who dragged me through hell for 10 years if not you?" Naeyan lightly shook the glass in her hand, pouting, "I've been looking forward to this, you know. You said you'd be a regular on my channel. You used to be an arena master. If you show even half your skills, my channel will blow up instantly." Watching her complain, Wu Haiyan felt confused. Streamer? Oh right, she had mentioned she was a game streamer. No wonder she kept begging me to join. Wu Haiyan murmured, "I didn't promise that." Naeyan fired back, "You said you'd stream once, didn't you?" He sighed, thinking, "Even so, at least this gives me some sense that I've returned to reality." Before long, his veiny hand moved the computer mouse with practiced ease. Wu Haiyan typed expertly to search for information. Planet Earth is the developer of Reverse Planet, headquartered in Silicon Valley, San Francisco, USA. After a while, he leaned back and exhaled. "Enough. Even going to their headquarters won't solve anything. If I say your game sent me to another world, they'll think I'm crazy. If there really is involvement, it's even more dangerous. What if I poke around and get silence to cover it up? What the hell am I doing? Getting out of that hell was enough. Why dig into this? That's it, forget everything over there. This is the real world." Cut to a few days later. Someone had an arm slung over Wu Haiyan's shoulder. The person beside him jabbered nonstop. "Look, this guy, haven't seen him in ages." As hoped, Wu Haiyan tried to live a normal life by returning to school. He focused on writing notes, mumbling, "Oh, this is exactly my major." Suddenly, a skeleton-like figure wrapped around Wu Haiyan from behind, whispering, "But have I really returned? Is this your reality?" Wu Haiyan's face went pale. He immediately turned around to look, only to find behind him a room full of students silently studying their books. Something started to go wrong when the whole room sank into a red hue, and that seductive voice kept echoing incessantly. "Take revenge on them, settle the score, a miserable revenge. This isn't where you belong." Wu Haiyan couldn't take it and screamed, then ran straight outside. The people around him felt extremely confused. What's wrong with him? While Wu Haiyan was out in the hallway, one hand against the wall, the other clutching his wildly beating chest. A blood-red hand touched his shoulder again. "Beak Wu Haiyan, are you okay?" Wu Haiyan hurriedly grabbed that arm and pulled his friend forward, leaving him shocked and wide-eyed. Following his momentum, Wu Haiyan grabbed the hilt of a pitch-black dagger. He launched a sharp slash right in front of his friend, but his friend's voice brought Wu Haiyan back to reality with his fist suspended in midair. "What are you doing?" He was startled, pulled his arm back, and hurried to say, I'm sorry. The other person looked at Wu Haiyan's trembling hands and said quietly, the others are also saying you've been acting a bit weird lately. The scene shifted to the park outside, where Wu Haiyan slowly opened his soda can. He bowed his head down, then he saw a strange object calling his name, Wu Haiyan. He seemed to be surrounded by countless invisible people. Come back, Wu Haiyan, have you forgotten us? Come back. While Wu Haiyan kept pleading, stop it, please leave me alone. Just at this moment, Neiyin called out to Wu Haiyan with a smile. She saw his vacant expression and asked anxiously, you look a bit tired. Are you all right? Wu Haiyan, drenched in sweat, denied it. No, there's nothing wrong. Neiyin hesitated and continued. Well, if you say so, but if anything happens, just talk to your big sister here. I'll help you. Wu Haiyan immediately raised his head and frowned. Who's your big sister, huh? After saying that, Neiyin turned to leave. I'll go first then. He nodded. Yeah. It was only then that Wu Haiyan realized that he was the one carrying those lingering spirits with him. Before long, Wu Haiyan arrived at a simulator, muttering, assuming all of this is a calling. He slowly took one step at a time. All right, at this rate, living in this world is no different from the other one. Wu Haiyan lay inside, telling himself, I have to go back. This time, I will put an end to everything once and for all. Welcome to Reverse Planet. Wu Haiyan looked around, curious. This place is the lab waiting room. Did I just enter the game world? I wasn't going back to that lab from the other world anyway. But why can't I return to that world immediately, even after I've finally made up my mind to return to that hell? Are there other conditions I need to meet? Confirm character appearance. Thinking no more, Wu Haiyan decided, for now I'll continue with the tutorial. I can return to that world once it ends. While he was hesitant, the system appeared again. Confirm character appearance. Thinking no more, Wu Haiyan decided, for now I'll continue with the tutorial. I can return to that world once it ends. First, I need to check the settings. In the other world, I fought well enough without combat assistance. The system notified, combat statistics and assistance settings have been set to 0%. Continue with initial ability settings. Choose your core elemental ability. Abilities can be reset at any time. The ability map appeared to explain. The Reverse Planet ability system is designed to strengthen a character by choosing one core element and then enhancing it with various secondary elements. This entire structure, from the core to the secondary elements, is called a build. The number of elements is so vast that in professional tournaments, there are those who build professional builds, dedicating their entire lives to researching them. Among them, the thing that helped Wu Haiyan achieve the title of Transcendent was him choosing some item from the system screen. Immediately after, a speaker announcement rang out. Experimental Specimen 48. You have awakened since the last experiment, so it's been a week. Hearing this, Wu Haiyan thought of the pain that players have to endure. So the game doesn't show the process before awakening, huh? But I suspect whether anyone would actually want to experience that in a game. Enough rambling, the speaker announcement demanded. Then start the next experiment immediately. Step inside. What was waiting inside left Wu Haiyan shocked. It was an ethanol. It was a killing machine created to prevent the destruction caused by false awakenings from the Transcendent Project, which was the reason countless test subjects lost their lives. The system started dividing the tasks. Tutorial Mission 1, defeat the ethanol. Fight the ethanol with your awakened abilities. Wu Haiyan showed some contempt for it. An old model, huh? Even though he said that, unpleasant memories suddenly surfaced. Brother Wu Haiyan, save me. They were all annihilated by the hands of the massive machine. After seeing him off, he turned his teary red eyes toward Wu Haiyan. And right now, it was lunging at him again, aimlessly. He cracked his knuckles and muttered, it's still here just like back then. These researchers are always up to the most disgusting things. The ethanol threw a pitiful punch, which Wu Haiyan dodged with ease. It didn't stop, instead fixing its cold, sharp gaze on him to attack again. Its arms moved in a rhythmic blur, launching a flurry of consecutive punches. Wu Haiyan was far too used to this, closing the distance effortlessly without taking a single hit. Wu Haiyan touched it lightly, silently judging. The final model is tough because it can still use its abilities. But he smashed it to pieces, shouting sarcastically, and that was just the first model. Shards of metal scattered across the floor, its body left nearly destroyed. After the battle ended, the speakers announced, experiment complete. Specimen 48, you are truly extraordinary. At this level, your abilities are incomparable to standard test subjects. The main system chimed in at the same time. Tutorial Mission 1, defeat the ethanol mission complete. Just as he prepared to move on, an alarm sounded. Good, now let's begin the next experiment. What is that? What's going on? The intruders are those government bastards you trash. How the hell did you get in here? This is a message to all the victims unjustly imprisoned in this laboratory. Please use all your strength and get out of here immediately. Wu Haiyan realized something was familiar about that voice. The system seized the moment to assign the next task. Tutorial Mission 2, escape the laboratory, escape the facility, and break out. Explosions rippled through the air and the ceiling began to cave in. First things first, I have to get out of here. Cracks were spreading, and the signs of collapse were clear. Wu Haiyan kept running, but there was no way out. He wondered to himself, how many explosions has that been now? While he was confused, a nearby sound caught Wu Haiyan's attention. The hallway is completely trashed. Even though he was done for, the man forced himself to ask, "You're a victim, right? Getting this far means you're planning to escape, isn't it? It just so happens that I can help you with that. Feel free to take whatever you want. And this too, once you're outside, send a signal with this, and they'll come to pick you up." As he finished speaking, his life force faded away. Is he dead? Wu Haiyan looked around, trying to make sense of what was happening. While Wu Haiyan was lost in thought, the monster suddenly appeared. Right, this is a game. It must just be a cutscene necessary for the progression. After a moment, he chose an iron axe, but the moment he grabbed it, a demonic hand latched onto Wu Haiyan, making him uncomfortable. What is this filthy feeling? A few minutes ago, the transition flow had started elsewhere. I can't believe I'm playing Reverse Planet, the most popular game in the country. What is this filthy feeling? A few minutes ago, the transition flow had started elsewhere. I can't believe I'm playing Reverse Planet, the most popular game in the country. My hipster pride is shedding tears. This girl was Kang Soil, a professional gaming streamer. The comments exploded. At least she knew she was a hipster. She chose this popular game herself. Why was she reacting like that while playing the best game in the nation? It was honestly baffling. Did someone force her to play Reverse Planet as a punishment? Soil yelled in frustration. That wasn't the punishment I chose. You guys picked it, but a promise is a promise. And I Kang Soil, a woman who has never broken a promise to her viewers. The comments were filled with mixed, disappointed opinions. You've lied so many times about the next game being a popular one. Last time you said it was a hit, and then you brought out a hipster game. Don't be so harsh. If it wasn't her, who else would play these hipster games? Soil eagerly carried out the game suggested by her fans. So now I'll start the penalty for failing the challenge. Beat the Reverse Planet tutorial in one go. The comments started to shift toward anticipation. Look at her changing the subject. This is going to be controversial. The vermin in Reverse Planet can finally rest in peace. Let's play. Before entering the game, she quickly selected a few main settings. No need to change the character's appearance. Right. For my ability, I'll pick something cool like fire. And finally, the combat support percentage. The system immediately displayed. Character appearance saved, ability settings saved, combat support ratio 50%. Combat support is a system that aids the entire combat process, including posture adjustment, movement support, and skill usage tuning. The higher the percentage, the more support you receive. Confirm these settings. The comments gave mixed reactions. It should be 0%. Finish the tutorial without any support. Are you scared? Mom, when I grow up, I don't need support. Seeing comments like that, Soil was a bit doubtful. Finish the tutorial without support. Is that even possible? Based on my research, the percentage of players worldwide who don't use support is almost 0%. My skills were honed on hipster games, so I'm pretty confident in my mechanics. But they say playing without support is like trying to control a third arm that just sprouted. Right? Exactly. This is probably a bad idea. Thinking that, Soil switched to a sweet, pleading tone. Everyone, although I really want to, not using support is just... A loyal fan gave her some motivation. Mission: complete the tutorial without using support. Reward 500,000 W. As soon as she saw the money, her eyes lit up, and she agreed immediately. Something that a streamer should try at least once. The viewers were left helpless. How can you refuse that much money? She changed her mind the second the mission appeared, flipping her stance like a pancake. The ghost of capitalism. Soil was so happy she couldn't contain herself and jumped up. I'll play without using support until I clear the tutorial. Just a few minutes later, her mood plummeted. Are you guys sure about this? Right from the start, she was crushed by the ethanol in 2 minutes, Soil clenching her fists in anger. I mean, they just throw you into a battle without any explanation, and then they ambush you too. The comments laughed, thinking of her getting wrecked earlier. Have to admit, that part is unfair. Fighting the ethanol without support and using only core elements is really hard. Anyway, that mission was designed for you to lose. Very quickly, Soil regained her composure to continue. Suddenly, something popped up. Anyway, I've farmed a radio and a weapon, so now I just need to escape, right? A system board was right in front of her eyes. Tutorial Mission 2, escape the laboratory, starting automatic matchmaking, suggesting a 4-person team. Soil was so surprised she blurted out, "A team?" Soil quickly regained her composure and asked her fans, "If I finish this stage with team members, it still counts, right?" The commenters mocked her as if she didn't know how to play. "That's a free carry right there. A ride on the bus is always welcome. You wouldn't say that if you knew how tutorial matchmaking worked. You can't always get matched." Soil started to realize the strange problem. "What do you mean you can't get matched? Reverse Planet is a popular game, so there must be plenty of players." The system quickly slapped her in the face. Matchmaking failed, starting cross-team, expanding scope. Search expanded to include groups already in the process of matchmaking. The commenters took the opportunity to make it clear, "See, I told you. But why is it actually not working? Matchmaking only works with people who have the same combat support ratio. What kind of maniac would finish the tutorial without using support?" Reading that, Soil was shocked. "Wait a minute, so does that mean any member I get matched with also doesn't use support?" Everyone piled on, laughing out loud. "Exactly, a no-support team, so you won't get carried. You have to be the one carrying. I'll donate if you finish it with a no-support team." The feeling of helplessness rose in Soil. Maybe I should just cancel this mission. Just as she was about to give up, the system chimed in, matchmaking successful. She quickly tried to press cancel, but it was too late. Not participating in the available tutorial mission, escape the laboratory. She helplessly accepted her fate. This is really over. And so, Soil was dragged into the mission with tears in her eyes. But the scene before her left her jaw dropped. Soil looked around, struggling to speak. "Everyone, this is no joke." The comments practically exploded. "What is this? Wait. Is this for real? Is this really a no-support team? This is insane. Is this a professional player using a sub-account? No professional player could do this in the tutorial without support." The crushed ethanals turned into heaps of scrap metal. And above all, he took down so many ethanals without support or guns. A perfect team carrier. All right, I'm going to go find that person. In another corner, drops of machine oil from the ethanals dripped along the blade. Wu Haiyan was the one who had destroyed most of the giant robots. As if sensing something, he glanced back vigilantly. Soil stepped out and poked her head, calling softly, "Excuse me." Before she could say anything, the blade was right in front of her face. The person who was just here, lightning fast. Wu Haiyan had realized in time that Soil wasn't an enemy. She was terrified by this, her mouth stuttering, unable to say a word. After realizing, she quickly ran behind the wall, screaming, "Save me!" Wu Haiyan sheathed his knife. "Not an enemy, sorry, I made a mistake." Based on the situation, Soil quickly figured it out. "Wait, the blood-stained lab suit, it's him." Wu Haiyan didn't say another word and walked away. "I'm going." She pulled him back. "Huh, hey, I think we were matched on the same team, so if I go with you, would it be okay? My name is Kang Soil. I'm a streamer and I'm currently broadcasting. If you appear on stream, would that be a problem? Privacy mode is already on, so your face will be hidden." Why did he suddenly stop? Was he angry? From afar, a group of people rushed in. They were escaped specimens. "Kill him, no need to take him alive." Before he knew it, a rain of silver bullets erupted. Soil sat in a corner, clutching her head and complaining. "Why is the difficulty of this tutorial so high?" She glanced back at Wu Haiyan. "Are you okay driving this bus?" The bullets flew past, but not a single one touched him. Wu Haiyan waited for an opening, then threw his axe, which flew with a hiss. The guards hit by the blow couldn't get back up. Seeing that, Soil grew even more worried. The viewers also had to drop their jaws. "What the hell is that?" Jenny using a chain sickle. Soil hid behind a pile of scrap metal and asked the fans. "I don't know much about Reverse Planet, so this is top tier, right?" The comments were also at a loss. "How can he use a weapon like that without support?" "Yeah, right. It's actually insane. What the hell am I watching right now?" Soil asked the fans with game experience. "Does anyone know what kind of ability he's using?" His eyes suddenly turned white. The fans were also stumped and kept admiring Wu Haiyan. "Based on the way he uses the chain sickle, is it wind? If it were wind, it would be clearer. Telekinesis is also the same. I don't know what it is, but I'd get wrecked if I met someone like that in PvP." Among them, one fan realized the only core element that could increase physical stats while changing eye color. "Ah, absolute entity," she nervously whispered, repeating it. "Absolute entity." She was very curious. "Isn't that the trashy ability that prevents you from using other abilities? I thought everyone said not to choose it." The comments were helpless. "That's why we don't understand it either." Absolute entity. It's one of the key pillars of countless features in Reverse Planet. It powerfully enhances physical stats and skill resistance, but it prevents you from using skills yourself. Because of these penalties, players consider it a completely useless skill. The reverse planet community recommends things to avoid from 1 to 25. Absolute entity. Honestly, I don't even know why this garbage exists. The description says it all. It stops you from using skills. Leave the team if someone owns this skill. Soil blankly looked at the scene before her. Strange, you can't use abilities in a game where abilities are a key factor. The comments were buzzing. Sounds like nonsense. Is it possible to fight without skills? I haven't seen anyone choose absolute entity on their second playthrough. I chose it out of curiosity and immediately deleted my character. Your eyes will turn completely white if you use it. It really turns you into an absolute entity. Can physical stats be useful in a battle without stat adjustments? In theory, she silently answered in her heart. Using skills is definitely difficult in a battle without adjustments. So perhaps it's worth abandoning everything and putting all points into physical stats. But he's probably still at level 1. How can he move like that? On the battlefield, Wu Haiyan coiled the chain around them, making her even more curious. Who is this guy? When the chain was yanked hard, blood plasma splattered from their bodies in the blink of an eye. Wu Haiyan had cleaned them up cleanly. His dark eyes reflected through the red scythe. The dark entities that clung to him still weren't enough. Wu Haiyan, be more violent on your path of revenge. I'm still not satisfied. At the same time, behind the wall, someone was already hiding. His gun barrel was aimed almost directly at Wu Haiyan. Seeing that, Soil quickly jumped out, screaming, "Watch out." She glided forward, firing continuously to distract and protect him. He was terrified by the shots, flailing his arms. Right after that, Soil slid down and fired from below, surprising him. Damn it. With just one shot, she successfully touched his brain. After the job was done, Soil showed off, causing the comments to go wild. Pretty cool. At least she's pretty good at shooting. You need to be good at shooting to play like her. You guys act like she did everything. She just finished it off, kills stealing. But she temporarily didn't care about them, looking at Wu Haiyan. Soil raised her gun and flashed a bright smile. I'm useful, right? Suddenly, a small joy crept into his mind. Wu Haiyan found the peaceful scene before the funeral made him feel warm. Seeing him so silent, Soil tried calling out. Hey, team carrier, you're not angry, right? Of course, I know it's all thanks to you. I just wanted to help a little bit. Wu Haiyan replied gently, no. His eyes softened. You help. The comments exploded again. He's even kind. He's protecting a kill stealer. Truly amazing. We can't see his face because of the privacy settings. But I bet he's also handsome. His voice is also pleasant, right? I know it's been modulated, but still. Soil jumped with joy. Really? So I can continue to go with you in this tutorial? I'll help as much as I can. Wu Haiyan didn't want to refuse, sure. After walking for a while, Soil spoke up. Hey, team carrier. He introduced himself. Call me Beak Wu Haiyan. She stammered a bit. Yes, Wu Haiyan, is that your real name? That probably won't get censored. Knowing his name, Soil got to the main point. If this isn't too annoying to ask, did you choose absolute entity as your first core ability? He affirmed without hesitation. That's right. The comments started buzzing again. He actually did that. We need to reevaluate the ability of absolute entity. Reevaluate what the hell, it's still useless. He's right. Do you think normal people could do what he did? She wanted to know more about it. How can you dodge bullets without using skills? Do you play any other games? Wu Haiyan shook his head. Don't play anything else. Suddenly he stopped abruptly, making Soil panic. What is it? Based on his senses, Wu Haiyan warned, there are 2 etnals about 20 meters in front. She didn't understand, repeating, 20 meters. Soil silently admired him. He doesn't even have a scouting skill but can still determine the distance and number of enemies. Yeah. Wu Haiyan walked away indifferently without hesitation. But it's no big deal. Let's keep going. After another 20 meters, they really encountered them. No way, but he was actually right. Wu Haiyan calmly told a story while the 2 etnals lunged at them. Back in the day, I must have really liked playing Colosseum, huh? She turned pale, worried, and used him. Wait, watch out. Wu Haiyan quickly dodged their first attack. He struck with a straight kick to its face. After cleaning up the first one, he continued. Back when I was actually addicted to games. He recoiled, threw a punch, and introduced. Back there, I was a battler. Not a single etnal could withstand Wu Haiyan's steel fist. The viewers were interested. Insane. Is one etnal just like that? Remember everyone, there are no adjustments here either. Turns out a battler in Colosseum looks like this. A battler in Colosseum makes sense. Only Soil still didn't understand anything. Is being a ranker in Colosseum that important? The comments started to explain objectively. She doesn't even know what that means. Damn hipsters, honestly, I don't know either. Is it that important? I don't know what people think these days. But before, battlers in the Colosseum used to get professional invitations. Yes, Battler, a professional gamer, was also once a battler. She quickly recognized the famous Battler. Yeah, isn't Battler the best player in the Reverse Planet Professional League? In the comments, two fans were curious. Do you think he went head-to-head with Battler when he was a battler? I wonder what would happen if our team carrier and battler fought. While Soil was digging, Wu Haiyan finished cleaning up. Let's go. She was so helpless she stuttered. Yes, before I knew it, we're at the final tutorial mission. There, the security chief was waiting for them. You managed to make it all the way here. I bet you don't know that this place will become your grave. He was the laboratory's security chief, the tutorial boss. The security chief thought he was strong, so he muttered mockingly, "Don't worry, you'll be reunited with your teammates soon." At this moment, Wu Haiyan realized, "Security chief, turns out everything so far was just a tutorial." Suddenly, in the depths of his eyes, he saw something terrible. It was the vengeful ghosts that always clung to Wu Haiyan. They called out to him in creepy voices. "Found you, hurry up and kill him without wasting time." The security chief lunged. "Don't expect to leave this place alive." Seeing that, Soil quickly crouched down to aim and shoot. Unfortunately for her, the bullets had no effect against the shield. "I thought particle barriers were only for awakened ones." The comments were bursting with laughter. The security chief is clearly an awakened one. He's still a boss. He's gotta have something like this. It's so frustrating watching her try to solve everything by shooting a gun. A bewitching sound clung to him. Seeing the disadvantage, Soil immediately dodged away. "I'll provide covering fire from here." The fans were helpless with her. Look at her calling for a carry immediately. Her reaction time is fast, isn't it? She's ready to be carried. He dodged the attack lightly. "That's right, this is just a game." But if this could satisfy everyone even just a little bit. With just one dismissive kick, Wu Haiyan shattered the shield. The security chief was also sent flying 800 miles away by the impact, creating a massive explosion. Soil stared at this scene, completely frozen in shock. Only the fans were thrilled. He didn't even shoot anything. How is the particle barrier already shattered? Is this a bug? The security chief stepped out from the rubble with an iron body. The fans went wild. "The Iron Man is here. What kind of skill is that? Is that his ability?" "That's right, Iron Man is his skill." The security chief braced himself aggressively. "I'll tear you apart." The fans were stunned by the situation. The ground even sunk in. I bet he weighs at least a ton with that skill. You'd die if you got hit by that, right?" His first punch caused the ground to sink deep, but it didn't hit him. Not stopping there, the security chief continued to lunge. "How long do you think you can keep dodging?" His hands were replaced by sharp drills. He unleashed a barrage of punches, destroying everything in his path. Wu Haiyan dodged everything. Wu Haiyan clenched his fists, preparing to counterattack. The fans were in an uproar. Just one hit and it's game over, but he's dodging everything. Even with adjustments, I couldn't dodge his attacks. Give him some cover fire. He just threw his first punch, and the security chief couldn't handle it. He was pushed back, collapsing to the ground, clutching his face in pain. The bewitching hands reached out again. "Don't deactivate your Iron Man skill," Wu Haiyan declared coldly. "You can't die that easily." The others whispered into his mind. "Kill him, tear him apart like what happened to us, maybe even more brutally." The security chief was terrified, unable to understand what had happened. How can a test subject be this strong? He cracked his knuckles and looked at him with the eyes of a beast. "Thanks to you." Soil stood outside, witnessing the whole thing, completely speechless. Immediately after, the system appeared. "You have defeated the laboratory's security chief." She couldn't believe her eyes, perplexed. "What are we even watching right now?" The comments followed suit, helpless. "This is crazy. That's our carry. You guys have to remember he's not using any adjustments. Seems like he's actually fought people before. Let's not overthink it." She licked her lips playfully. "Anyway, we defeated the tutorial boss. Now we just need to get out of here, right?" The comments were helpless. "Probably. You just got carried. How is someone this strong here?" Soil called to him to stop this. "Let's go, Wu Haiyan." He walked away calmly, leaving the security chief's body to be possessed. "Yeah, let's go." After getting out, Soil stretched happily. Finally escaped. The system constantly announced, "Tutorial stage, escape the lab completed. Level up, you have received 1 skill point." Soil turned to him, curiously asking about the next goal. "Wu Haiyan, do you plan to continue with the main mission today?" He shook his head, wanting to rest. "No, I think that's enough for today." Incidentally, she asked him one thing. "Can you wait a moment? I have something for you." Wu Haiyan agreed. "Sure." Soil was delighted, admiring him. "Thanks to you, the unadjusted tutorial stage was completed." The fans went wild again. "How shameless. She must be in the top 100 on Fox for the most heavily carried streamers. But it's fun to watch regardless." "I just joined the stream. Is it over?" Finally, she said goodbye to them. Today's stream was so fun, see you all tomorrow. After turning off the screen, Soil thanked him for waiting. Wu Haiyan wanted to get to the point. It's fine, what do you want? Soil was shy, stuttering slightly as she invited him. Can you participate in my stream often? Wu Haiyan was a bit surprised and asked back. Your stream? Soil quickly offered more things to persuade him. I mainly play the main quests of Reverse Planet and occasionally play PvP. Sensing it was going south, she tried a beauty charm. I'll make sure the stream fits your schedule, and I'll pay a generous appearance fee. Wu Haiyan bowed his head in refusal. I'm sorry. Soil gave up. All right, his expression says it all. Seeing she couldn't convince him, Soil changed tactics. Can I add you as a friend? To this, he agreed. Sure. Once done, she bowed to him before leaving. It was fun playing games with you. I hope you enjoy this game. The system appeared as usual. Kang Soil has logged out. Wu Haiyan stood blankly. The tutorial is over. But why didn't I return to the other world? On this side, an internet troll was working diligently. Beak Wu Haiyan still didn't know that the Reverse Planet community agreed on why the unadjusted run without using guns was a hacker. Beak Wu Haiyan. I'll let you know why he's a future hacker destined by today's gameplay. An anonymous viewer 62 donated $3,000. What does it feel like to return to the real world? It was morning at the Korean branch of the company producing the VR game Reverse Planet, and they were facing an unprecedented event in their history. Just because of an individual's gameplay, the fight scene appeared on the screen. Oh my God, even watching it back, it's hard to believe. Not using any assists, not equipping weapons, yet able to take down the guard captain so easily. Jun Hyun said, the online community has unanimously asserted that this is cheating. Players are constantly sending internal messages, putting pressure, and demanding that the company provide an official explanation. Are you absolutely sure this isn't a hack? Jin Ho nodded. Absolutely certain. I have conducted a check of all data from the moment this character was created, and found absolutely no traces of interference or modification from external programs. Moreover, we have dealt with countless types of hackers before, like hackers who can walk through walls or turn invisible. But this is the first time I've witnessed this kind of movement. This is a character control style that even the most sophisticated hacks cannot simulate. Dai Hyun shook his head. If it's not cheating, then this player is absolutely insane. Park Ji-am spoke up. However, there is still an extremely small probability that this is a completely new type of hacker that we haven't discovered yet. Ji-am nodded. That's right. Regardless, we must conduct a thorough investigation. Wu Haiyan sat opposite Nayin and said, so because of me, the online community is buzzing and in total chaos. Nayin was excited. That's right, everything is extremely chaotic right now. This incident has even created a no-assist challenge trend in the female gamer community. The Reverse Planet community featured article. The no assist and no gun challenge is insanely difficult. If there's no assist, does that mean supernatural abilities aren't triggered at all? Because everyone failed, they completely blame it on cheating. Do you know how surprised I was when I first watched that video? Wu Haiyan continued. But how could you recognize me? I was wearing a mask during the live stream, and there was also a personal information protection mechanism. Nayin continued. You revealed your own name, didn't you? Besides, I've observed you fighting before. Even though I know you're very good, reaching this level makes outsiders think you're using hacks. He pondered. So this is why I was contacted. She was surprised. Contacted? What do you mean contacted about what? He hesitated. Ah, that is. Nayin was shocked. Planet Earth Korea proactively contacted you, and they even want to verify if you use hacking software. Soil messaged Wu Haiyan. Hello, Wu Haiyan, about what you said. I received the notification via that open stream. Nayin was excited. For a game company to directly intervene to check if you hack or not, you've definitely attracted huge attention. So what are you going to do next? Wu Haiyan replied slowly. Well, although it's only the Korean branch, this is a rare opportunity to get in touch with the game manufacturer. If a higher-level management person appears, I might find clues about the other world I'm looking for. I said I would think about it, but maybe I'll try accepting this offer. Nayin was excited. Really? That's a very sound decision. If you still want to continue playing Reverse Planet, you should clear things up. Meeting people and being called a hacker all the time is annoying. He replied, I don't really care about that. Besides, no one recognizes me. I didn't even show my face on the stream. Nayin objected. No, even if you change your name, your fighting style is too unique. It's impossible not to recognize it. Even in the professional scene, no one fights with empty hands like you. Even recently, even pro gamers who wanted to hide their identities were discovered just because of their characteristic fighting habits. A video was posted, general channel. I found this newbie's secondary account. He taps his feet twice on the floor before using his movement ability, so it's definitely him. Wu Haiyan replied calmly, "Oh, observant." Neiyin continued, "Good thing you agreed, otherwise that streamer would have been heavily criticized by the community." He wondered, What does that person have to do with me? That doesn't matter to the people who are arguing intensely about the hacking issue. She replied, "At first they only targeted you, but very quickly they will shift the criticism to the person who invited you to the stream anyway." He nodded. "Is that so?" Suddenly, Soil's image appeared on Wu Haiyan's water glass. Then a reply message appeared. Message from Beak Wu Haiyan, "I will participate." Soil was flustered. Her face was full of excitement. Great. On the screen, Soil brightened up at the number of viewers on the channel. She focused on the heat of the moment, knowing the number of viewers would definitely skyrocket. He. Everyone, get ready for a big surprise because this is the first time in the history of Reverse Planet. The screen lit up, announcing a live broadcast to explain the hacking allegations. Hello, everyone. Regarding the person drawing the most attention recently about Beak Wu Haiyan's hacking allegations. The explanation session will officially take place. 4 days later, Wu Haiyan was in a pristine white outfit when there was a call. Soil ran over. "You must have endured a lot of pressure lately. Stressful, isn't it? I'm sorry for making things turn out this way." He shook his head. "It's fine, I don't really mind." "And Miss Soil, you didn't doubt me at all," she replied, flustered. "Ah yes, that day I witnessed it with my own eyes, so the evidence everyone brought up was groundless. Moreover, your gaze at that time looked like a crazy serial killer, so I didn't dare think about that." She laughed awkwardly. "Just an intuition." Wu Haiyan was confused. "Intuition? Is that so?" Soil's palm opened. "If you're ready, let's start." Wu Haiyan replied, "Yes." Soil smiled radiantly. "Hello, everyone. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you?" Comments appeared constantly. "It's finally starting. Explain. I've been waiting forever. Is this a channel selling hacking software? Hack it out. Hack it out, I have to order fried chicken to watch this. If it's a real hack, why bother explaining? I'm staying neutral and will wait for the final results." Soil was excited. "We just started and there are already 10,000 viewers. It's extremely hot. Indeed, many people are interested in this debate. That's why I personally invited Mr. Wu Haiyan back here." He said in a low voice, "Hello, I am Beak Wu Haiyan." Comments appeared. "Look at this crazy hacker, look how thick his face is, hacking to play games and gain fame. What's fun about that?" What's the reaction in the chat room? What if it's not a hack? You guys who still believe he hacks need to be careful not to get brainwashed. Must maintain a neutral attitude before the official results. Ah, so is it a hack or not a hack? Soil was angry. "Everyone, please be polite when commenting. If it's excessive, I will lock the chat feature." Before conducting the verification, Mr. Wu Haiyan, what do you think about this controversy? He hesitated. "Well, I just feel it's meaningless for such a small thing to become such a big topic of debate." Comments appeared. "A small thing that shocked the entire Reverse Planet community, yet he dares to say it's a small thing. Truly a top arena player, hacks and still talks big." Soil looked at the screen. Admittedly, calling it a small thing is a bit of an understatement. A comment wondered. "Ah, so how will we explain it in the end?" She replied. "That's a good question. Today we have invited a special guest to conduct the verification directly." A person suddenly appeared before their eyes. "Ah, he's here." GM spoke up. "Hello, I am Park GM, leader of the #1 operations team at Planet Earth, Korea." Comments appeared. "Who is that? Wow, they even invited the operator. Maybe it's not a hack. What is that? Is it a real person, not an impersonator? There's a GM title displayed on his head. Only operators permitted at the headquarters have that. Crazy, so it's probably not a hack. What will the people who said it was a hack do now?" Wu Haiyan thought to himself. The operations team leader surely knows everything. After verifying, I must ask for a clear explanation. Soil bowed. "Thank you for coming. I am streamer Kang Soil." He also bowed and said, "I am Beak Wu Haiyan." GM politely said, "Very pleased to meet you. Is this person really Beak Wu Haiyan? Looking from the outside, there's nothing special about him. Then I will guide the two of you to the location to conduct the verification." Suddenly, the three of them moved to another location. Soil wondered. "This is," GM explained. "This is a private training room where you can practice using supernatural abilities or hone combat skills. As previously announced, we will track various combat rounds, then conduct a confirmation to see if there is any interference from external programs." Wu Haiyan thought, "This space has never appeared in the other world I know." GM asked back, "Do you agree with this procedure?" Wu Haiyan nodded. "Yes, I completely agree." Finishing the sentence, GM looked to the side. If so, then, a foot in pristine white armor slowly stepped out. It was the Eternal stepping out in an extremely terrifying form. Comments appeared, "Is this the intermediate version of the Eternal robot? No assist, and he only chose the first core element. Will he be able to defeat the intermediate training robot? I don't know much about Reverse Planet. Is that robot that strong? It's much stronger than the first version that appeared in the tutorial." Wu Haiyan's pupils turned pitch black. "We will start with the intermediate training robot." Suddenly, an ominous aura appeared around his body. "Wu Haiyan, I'm starting to get scared. Please avenge us." "Wu Haiyan," GM continued. "In short, it's like this. From now on, destroy." The ground seemed to shake suddenly. Wu Haiyan, who was standing next to him, had now vanished quickly. GM winced, using his hand to dodge the killing blow. Debris flew everywhere around GM, destroying everything. He was trying to use his tablet to block the impact. Comments appeared. Is he now using his bare hands to smash that intermediate Eternal? That robot was hit by a hammer and didn't even flinch. Am I the only one who feels scared? Wu Haiyan was now pulling the wires inside the Eternal's head. Crazy. On the screen appeared. No interference from external programs detected. This absolutely cannot be a hacking cheat. Wu Haiyan stepped down slowly from the Eternal's back. He said casually to GM, "It's done." He was flustered. "Ah, yeah. We didn't detect any hacking programs in this battle, but the actual window was a bit too short. Can you fight in a method that we specify?" Wu Haiyan nodded. "Okay. This must be to verify if I'm using hacking software. Hacking software controls the character through programs, so they can't fight in the exact way the player wants by predetermining how to win and then fighting in the exact same way. Can you prove it's not a hack?" GM continued. "Thank you. Then this time please behead 3 intermediate training robots with the scythe chain." He nodded. "Understood." GM's expression was unsightly. What the hell? This must be extremely inconvenient. 3 Eternals appeared at the same time in front of him. They were lunging at Wu Haiyan, and I don't think I'll lose. In the blink of an eye, the battle happened extremely quickly. Wu Haiyan was in a landing stance with the chain in his hand. He began to leap, leaving his current position, surging upward. The long chain, controlled masterfully by Wu Haiyan, slashed at the Eternals. His pupils suddenly turned pitch black, exuding a terrifying coldness. Just in the moment, Wu Haiyan easily took down all 3 Eternals. Soil was excited. "Knew it. I've never seen anything like that before. Look, the scythe chain moves as if it's a living creature." Comments appeared. "What did I just watch? The chain is completely ruined. Maybe it's not the weapon that's ruined, it's the human." Exactly. The scythe chain is usually used to attack nearby opponents. GM's expression was a bit flustered. "We have collected enough data to verify, but as an administrator of this game, a pure curiosity is rising. Can he defeat an advanced training robot with only 1 core element? Maybe it's because I'm mean, but the final test." The door suddenly opened, and the advanced Eternal stepped out. Its eyes turned glowing red, looking a bit terrifying. In front of them, the Eternal was leisurely stepping out with a majestic presence. Comments appeared. "Huh, is he really bringing that thing out? That's too much. The admin is cold-blooded. If he wins, he might be known as a superhuman verified by the National Council." The Eternal stared. "We will conduct verification with the advanced training robot." The latest version of the advanced training robot. The Eternal froze for a moment, its obsidian pupils locking onto Wu Haiyan. He could clearly see how many lives the Eternal, standing before him, had once claimed. Suddenly, its face darkened as it broke into a sinister grin. Wu Haiyan gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes sharp and intense. The Eternal suddenly lunged forward, attacking with blinding speed. Its arm slashed through the air, causing Wu Haiyan's cheek to bleed. The Eternal clenched its fist, preparing to strike again. It rushed in, unleashing a barrage of punches at Wu Haiyan's body. Every single one of its blows was hitting nothing but air. As expected, this thing is on a completely different level than those mid-tier robots. I only need to get hit once and it's game over. Furthermore, as the thought crossed his mind, Wu Haiyan countered with a heavy punch to the Eternal's gut. His hand trembled. Its armored plating really is on another level. My attacks are basically just tickling it. The Eternal remained virtually unfazed, coldly delivering a retaliatory blow. Wu Haiyan ducked low. "If that's how it is, I'll just keep attacking until its parts start to break." GM and Soil stood to the side, staring in disbelief. A comment popped up. "I have to say this is insane. How is this even possible?" Now I'm the one getting scared watching this. A single hit would be enough to put him in the grave, yet he hasn't been touched once. GM thought to himself, I didn't expect him to actually attack an advanced robot head-on using only 1 core element, even if he seemed to be on the back foot at first. But after a while, he started to gain the upper hand. GM's fingers moved across his screen. There's no point in watching any further. Suddenly, the Eternal standing in front of Wu Haiyun vanished into thin air. He announced loudly, "We have collected enough data for this verification, so I have removed the training robot." Wu Haiyun nodded. "Understood." Naturally, Soil asked with a grin, "So, what are the verification results?" GM explained. "We have confirmed that there was no external intervention program involved. In other words, he wasn't using hacks." Comments flooded the screen, and yet people said it wasn't a hack. Why? Even the admins have confirmed it now. All you guys who accused him from the start, check this out. The thread accusing him of hacking has been deleted. Soil was ecstatic. "See, I told you he wasn't hacking, and you guys were still doubting him." Comments appeared, "Nobody's doubting it anymore." How are you going to refute the admin's statement with your own delusional theories now? Even the trolls are backing off, but why does he look even more pumped than before? I've seen people called hack-tier physicals before, but he really is a literal monster with hack-tier physicals. Soil giggled. Hack-tier physicals, I like that term. Everyone make sure to remember this. Wu Haiyun wasn't using hacks, he's just so talented that he made everyone think he was. Since the verification is done, could you two share some thoughts? Wu Haiyun felt awkward. Thank you, you worked hard. GM laughed sheepishly. My pleasure. The view count was off the charts. That's it for today's stream. See you all next time. Comments appeared. He's already thinking about milking content from this. For real, I just got here. I thought this stream was just to clear his name. But today's stream was legendary, wasn't it? Bye. Soil spoke up. Thank you for agreeing to appear on today's broadcast. GM bowed. No, I should be thanking you both for accepting my verification request, especially you, Wu Haiyun. He shook his head. It was nothing. GM's expression turned sour. He said it was nothing. How strange. Well, I'm off. Suddenly, Wu Haiyun interrupted. Wait. He looked him straight in the eye. There is something I want to ask. GM was surprised. What do you want to ask? He still couldn't hide his curiosity. Are there any bugs in the game? For example, are there situations where players can't escape because of a bug? GM explained. I've never heard of anything like that. If a bug like that appeared, Reverse Planet wouldn't be a global game anymore. Wu Haiyun mused. I suppose so, I see. GM vanished quickly. Well, I'm really going now. Silence returned to their surroundings. Finally done. Wu Haiyun, you did a great job today. Oh, right, I'll calculate the streaming revenue later. I'll contact you again next time. He replied. I don't need the appearance fee, but sure, let me know when you need me. Soil looked blank. It's such a waste to just let him go like that. A walking, talking, content-generating machine is right in front of my eyes. Wu Haiyun asked softly, Do you have something to say? Soil thought to herself. No, I can't be the one to ask him to stream again on my own. I only got him to appear today to clear his name. I guess I have to give up. Well, I'll contact you next time then. I got less out of this than I thought. How disappointing. A message popped up from Nayan. The stream is over, right? Get to the combat preparation room right away. Nayan was excited. The broadcast was awesome, right? The community's reaction is blowing up. It's explosive. Wu Haiyun replied. I don't think I'm cut out for that. Watching the chat feed, playing a game while talking isn't my style. She hesitated. Is that so? Oh, well, try to imagine it. If you didn't have to pay attention to the chat and just played the game, that would be fine, right? I'll prepare everything for you. Just try it once and then decide. He thought to himself, no, it's just that I don't want to be on camera. Nayan pressed a button, and a PvP sphere suddenly appeared above his head. Let's go play some PvP. PvP, player versus player. Battles between players are one of the two main pillars of Reverse Planet's content, right alongside PvE. PvE, player versus environment. Wu Haiyun wondered, PvP. Is that why you called me to the prep room? Soil nodded. Of course you weren't planning on leaving without trying Reverse Planet's PvP, were you? You'd hurt my feelings. He hesitated. No, I didn't think it was for me, so I didn't intend to. Returning to the other world didn't seem very appropriate. She stared at him. PvP is the heart of Reverse Planet. Don't judge the whole thing just based on the tutorial. Wu Haiyun thought to himself. Right, the PvP story mode is almost identical to the other world. I've never tried PvP before. I bet there's something different about it. He said calmly. All right, I'll give it a try. Soil smiled. Great, let me explain. The first PvP game mode is a duel. Basically, it's one person against another with two formats, 1v1 solo and 2v2 doubles, where winning 2 out of 3 rounds secures the victory. Next is the objective mode, which has 4 variations: domination, escort, capture the flag, and annihilation. You choose one of those 4 modes and battle 5v5 in a fixed squad formation. And what we're doing today is survival. 100 players are scattered across the map, collecting gear by farming monsters and preparing for battle. The last person or team standing wins the deathmatch. Since it's your first time, just play the team mode and stick to PvP. You need an optimal gear setup. I'll recommend one. Wu Haiyan shook his head. No need. I already know what gear is good. The setup that made me a superhero in the other world. I'll start recording while you get ready to log in. Neiyin was focused. Good, I'm getting ready now. The starting point has to be the military base. That's the rule. The military base, one of the battlefields in the PvP survival mode, is a place filled with high-tier gear, usually occupied by hordes of high-level players, making it unsuitable for beginners. Oh, do you mind if I record this PvP session of yours? I want to edit it for YouTube, please agree. Wu Haiyan looked confused. Get away. All right, calm down. Why is she so excited? Neiyin's finger pressed the start button. All right, logging in now. The system announced the selection of a starting point. Zone 1, military base, 60 seconds until the match begins. Neiyin put her hand to her forehead. Let's meet again alive, partner. Wu Haiyan was standing behind a man. He gritted his teeth. There's someone on the 3rd floor, there's nothing here. His arm reached out silently behind him. I need to move somewhere else. Neiyin's phone started ringing. A message popped up. Beak Wu Haiyan wiped out Luckaday. She was surprised. Already? A kill so soon? The hack tier physicals really are on another level. Messages kept popping up. Beak Wu Haiyan wiped out Hai Rice Bo, wiped out Lee Seo Jun, wiped out Chicken Love, wiped out Kim Ho-un, wiped out Whitey, wiped out Best Jeonju. Soil was stunned. Huh, she was terrified. What the hell is Wu Haiyan doing? The man was being sliced by a lightning current in extreme pain. He thought to himself, it seems I can't sense any other players for now. Is this guy the only survivor around here? I didn't think I'd run into 4 people at once like that. Since I'm done farming, I suppose I should head out. A voice message from Neiyin appeared. Beak Wu Haiyan, help me, it's crowded here, I'm surrounded. He was surprised. Young Neiyin. Wu Haiyan's finger moved across the screen. The opposite area was quite far. His location appeared. I'm on my way. Where in the building are you? Neiyin replied. The 3rd floor roof, but there's a hell of a fight going on downstairs. Seems like there's someone fighting every week. Be careful. Wu Haiyan started running. Okay. He was already rushing toward the 2 men standing in his path. Wait, what? The guy in glasses panicked. What was that notification? How is he so fast? The guy next to him was terrified. Hey, get ready, let me hold him off. Wu Haiyan's hand agilely drew a knife from his side. He lunged and easily took one of them down with incredible speed. The guy in glasses was panicked after seeing his teammate wiped out. Wait, what the system announced? Beak Wu Haiyan wiped out Year of the Tiger. The man in glasses was furious. Physical combat build with attack speed equipment. He summoned power from the ground and shouted, Die! Wu Haiyan quickly leaped into the air with his obsidian eyes. The man looked up in shock. You idiot. Wu Haiyan didn't hesitate to land with a bloodied blade. The system announced, Beak Wu Haiyan wiped out Baby T-Rex. A blue light appeared on the back of the man lying on the ground. The system announced, Beak Wu Haiyan wiped out Chesa. Beak Wu Haiyan wiped out Buy Me Chicken. Wu Haiyan stood in front of the door. I'm at the building now. Neiyin replied, Really? Let me come and help out. His palm gripped the doorknob. No need, just wait there. Wu Haiyan froze for a moment, staring at the doorknob. An ominous aura surrounded it. No, wait, there are 5 of them. Wu Haiyan opened the door, along with the man hiding behind it. He smiled sinisterly, secretly holding a knife behind his back. Die! Wu Haiyan's hand quickly clamped onto his wrist. His eyes widened as he stared at his own wrist. Wu Haiyan used his fist to punch him in the stomach. A notification appeared. Beak Wu Haiyan wiped out Slime Monster. He thought to himself, That's fine, but I should probably be a bit faster. In the blink of an eye, Wu Haiyan moved swiftly up the stairs, notifications flashing. Beak Wu Haiyan wiped out Haza. Beak Wu Haiyan wiped out Be Good to Parents, wiped out Shrimp Snacks, wiped out Dental Care. Neiyin looked at the system board. What, again? Beak Wu Haiyan was completely dominating the others. Suddenly, her sharp gaze froze as she looked behind her. Neiyin swung her sword with all her might, but Wu Haiyan dodged it in shock. Oh my god, you scared me. I had no idea you were standing right next to me. At this rate, you'll definitely kill 14 people on your own. Wu Haiyan winced. Did I need to come here? Neiyin giggled. Did you clear all the enemies in this building already? He wondered. What is that weapon? Neiyin awkwardly waved it around. All right, I'm not losing this time. Let me handle the rest of the game. Wu Haiyan sighed. Yeah, all right. The system reported the game was over. Survival duos mode. Rank 150. Beak Wu Haiyan 25K 7A. Young Neiyin 7K 15A. Notifications kept popping up. Neiyin was stunned. Unbelievable, we won 10 matches in 1 round. That's enough for today. I can't play anymore. Wu Haiyan nodded. Yeah. Neiyin was determined. He's obviously just a normal university student, but my friend really is a living weapon. I have to force him to be on camera no matter what. Can you wait 2 days before starting your main mission? I'll bring a concrete broadcast plan. Woo Hyun replied. I told you I wasn't interested, and it's not like I'm planning to do that main mission or anything. She continued, just listen to me, I'll prepare everything meticulously, see you later. After Naeun left, Woo Hyun lowered his head in thought. He thought, so even PvP didn't give me the proof I needed. At this moment, in a large apartment amidst a quiet night sky, Soyeol was lying on her bed, happily tapping away on her phone. Reverse Planet Community, General Chat, Reasons Why Hacker Lord Must Go Pro 27. General Chat, Things I realized seriously when watching the verification stream today 5. Anyone complaining about high-level combat robots, get in here 42. General Chat, Try breaking that defense line 245 lol. General Chat, But Kang Soyeol is quite cute, isn't she? Soyeol rolled back and forth in excitement. Amazing, just amazing. 100,000 viewers. Will I ever see that number again in my streaming career? If only I could continue streaming with Woo Hyun. I should have pushed a little harder. Woo Hyun had politely refused. Sorry, but I'm not interested in being on camera, Soyeol thought. I didn't say it firmly enough. No, it's because he was too rigid from the start. At least let me handle your appearance fee. Wonder how much it'll be. Her eyes widened in shock. Huh, what is this? The next day at a cafe, Woo Hyun spoke up. Why did you call me out all of a sudden? He looked at the screen in surprise. What is this? Naeun laughed out loud. What do you think? I stayed up all night making this presentation to persuade you today. Woo Hyun looked blank. This is the quality of the thing you lost sleep over. Naeun continued. You said as long as you weren't affected by the chat while playing, it would be fine, right? If you didn't have to pay attention to the chat and just played, would that be okay? Woo Hyun replied. I didn't say it was fine. She continued. By the way, what do you think of a reality observation show? He wondered. A reality observation show. Reality observation show. A reality program where various guests in a studio observe recordings of others. You play the game, and I'll be the one reacting to it. If the two of us aren't enough, we can invite a professional commentator. How about a 60-40 revenue split? Sounds like a good deal, right? Woo Hyun looked blank. I already told you I wasn't interested. Naeun continued. Wait, I guess you don't know how much revenue streams generate. Oh, wait, didn't you go settle things with Soyeol today? Woo Hyun checked his phone. Oh, that's right, I just got an email this morning. I was in such a hurry to meet you that I didn't check. His finger tapped on the screen. Woo Hyun Payment Agreement. Greetings, Woo Hyun. He hesitated, but the screen displayed the sender, Kang Soyeol. Hello, Woo Hyun. This is streamer Kang Soyeol as promised. I'll send you the commission from the other day, 6 million won. Please reply with your bank account information. P.S. There's a rather funny donate message. I'll send that to you too. Naeun was stunned. That's 6 million won and you still don't want to be on camera. Woo Hyun pondered the message. Suddenly his eyes froze. This was the message that appeared. Anonymous Viewer 62. Hello, Woo Hyun, it's nice to see you again. How does it feel to be back? Actually, there's a special mission prepared just for you. I'll be following your streams from now on. Woo Hyun thought. They know I came from the other world and that username is clearly targeting me. Specimen number 62. He slammed the table and stood up. Who are you? You know I've returned. Can you find out the information of the person who donated? Naeun was confused. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? It's impossible, the terms and conditions don't allow it. You can't message them directly either, you can only interact with them through the live stream. Woo Hyun was focused. I'll do it. She was surprised. Huh, Woo Hyun said coldly. I'll live stream. Naeun laughed out loud. Really? Don't go back on your word now. Everything in the cafe became quiet, but a notification board appeared. Notice 204,120 breaking news. Hacker Lord to appear on an exclusive broadcast. On August 2, 2041 at 7:00 p.m., the game hacking secret tutorial livestream will premiere. Guests: Hacker Lord, Cha Seong-cheol, Young Naeun. A golden Friday evening. A time to enjoy relaxation. Everyone with their own expectations. People who pride themselves on being self-proclaimed gamers. All gathered in front of their computers with one heart and one mind, waiting for Hacker Lord's broadcast. 5 minutes before the game started at the broadcasting studio in Reverse Planet. Naeun started to get scared. It's about to start, I'm so nervous. Cha Seong-cheol was excited. Don't worry too much, we've prepared thoroughly so there won't be any issues. Cha Seong, a professional commentator for Reverse Planet. Although I was extremely nervous when I received my first commentary invitation, I never thought anyone other than Soyeol could invite Hacker Lord. Naeun giggled. As soon as I said I was Woo Hyun's friend, He agreed to appear immediately. Suddenly, the live stream screen lit up. "It's time to go live," Cha Xiang said in a gravelly voice. "Understood." Neiyin started speaking. "Hello everyone, I'm Young Neiyin." Cha Xiang also sat up straight. "It's a pleasure to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Cha Xiang Chiao." Comments appeared. "It's live finally, but what is this? Where's the hacker lord? Bring him out, bring him out, bring him out." Neiyin was excited. "It seems many of you are confused because the hacker lord isn't here from the start. But let me tell you, it's way too early to be disappointed." Wu Haiyan appeared on the screen. "The hacker lord is already inside the game." Comments appeared. "It's the hacker lord. Whoever said it was a scam, get out now. Look at his appearance, how he spins the knife, so cool. I'm currently very worried." Privacy protection mode enabled. As you can see, the Hacker Lord tour will be conducted in the format of an observational reality show. We will share our thoughts and commentary as we watch the Hacker Lord play the game. You must be very curious about how the Hacker Lord plays RePL. Neiyin smiled and said, "So let's get started." A message screen appeared. Message from Neiyin, "Go for it." Wu Haiyan's finger decisively pressed the comms button. "It's starting." The voice on the other end said, "A message from the Otherworld Management Bureau. Rescue the survivors so they can safely escape the forest and join us." The system announced the main quest. Join the Otherworld Management Bureau. Overcome the guards who are hunting for the escaped experimental subjects and join the Otherworld Management Bureau located outside the forest. Wu Haiyan thought, "Just like last time in that world, I've been busy running away." He suddenly paused his train of thought. This time, Wu Haiyan braced himself, took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Two players in the distance were drawn by that shout. They turned around, getting into a ready-to-fight stance. Both of them rushed forward. "There he is. Surround him from three sides." Wu Haiyan quickly reached his hand behind his back, grabbing his chain. His pupils turned pitch black and fierce. "All of you will die." The others kept firing their guns at him. The chain was controlled with expert mastery. Finally, the chain managed to get close to the gun. A scream rang out along with a loud explosion in the forest. They rushed forward with swords. "Charge at him. Die." The chain started whipping around behind him. The chain links connected together extremely tightly. Both of them were being bound together. The speed of the chain swinging had tremendous force. Wu Haiyan's hand flat out threw both of them to the ground, along with blood gushing from their mouths. He didn't hesitate for long, jumping down onto them. Wu Haiyan's pupils were pitch black. "There he is, you pests, don't let him escape." Wu Haiyan closed his eyes behind the mask, but was still a bit winded. Neiyin's jaw dropped. "This isn't the game I know." Cha Xiang Chial continued, "This is the first time I've seen a playstyle like this in all my time commentating, gathering enemies without considering any strategy at all." Comments appeared. "The existence of a hack is a strategy. When you're too lazy to search, make the enemies come to you. That's common sense, right? I'm reconsidering my assumption that he only took down enemies he bumped into. I thought he was crazy when he started yelling. I was doing something else and had to switch over to watch after getting startled. LOL. The system appeared. My Lovka donated 50,000 won. Isn't Absolute Entity too overpowered? What kind of skill has no cooldown? Neiyin said, "What do you think about the opinion that Absolute Entity is too broken?" Cha Xiang replied, "I can confirm that it's not that strong. Most skills have their own cooldowns, which is why the Hacker Lord's build, which uses core elements without cooldowns, might look like a cheat. But when Absolute Entity only amplifies physical abilities, it doesn't improve combat intelligence or weapon proficiency. And the Hacker Lord is playing without any adjustments. Right. To speak somewhat extremely, that means if the Hacker Lord had enough physical stats, he could fight like that in real life. Absolute Entity works like that because the Hacker Lord is the one using it." Wu Haiyan's pitch-black pupils were still focused. Suddenly more people appeared, shouting loudly, "Surround him." He stood among those who had been defeated. Kim Chial, the captain from the Otherworld Management Bureau. "We are from the Otherworld Management Bureau. Drop your weapons and surrender obediently." The Otherworld Management Bureau, a government agency specializing in conquering invasive entities that pass through space portals. They mainly trap and conquer dangerous invasive entities inside the reverse world where dimensions were mixed. Wu Haiyan raised his arms. "Captain Kim Chial, no, I guess he's a captain now, didn't expect to see him here." Kim Chial was a bit startled. "That uniform. You are the victim who escaped from the lab. I apologize for this rudeness. Everyone stand back." Wu Haiyan replied, "It's all right." Kim Chial continued, "But that radio, an agent inside the lab gave it to me." He sighed. "He must have died." Wu Haiyan thought to himself, "Captain Kim Chial is still as kind-hearted as he was in the other world." Kim Chial continued, "Then please stay at the Otherworld Management Bureau until your identity is verified." Wu Haiyan nodded. Sure, he replied. Thank you for your cooperation. Let me lead the way. System notification, main quest, join the Otherworld Management Bureau completed. You leveled up, you have received 1 strength point. At this moment, the sunset hit the headquarters of the Otherworld Management Bureau. Wu Haiyan sat in the room. Is this the Bureau's counseling room? Didn't expect I'd finally end up here. After escaping the lab in that other world, I took requests from the company to save money for revenge. The requests included assassinations and kidnappings, but the biggest part was the image of Wu Haiyan fighting monsters with all his might, conquering the reverse world. The corporations would recklessly clear out reverse worlds for loot, and when they deemed the loot worthless, they would dump the cleanup job on me. Getting involved with the Otherworld Management Bureau was inevitable. Sometimes we cooperated in conquests, but there were also many times we had conflicts and pointed our blades at each other. Suddenly a voice cut in. Hello, Mr. Beak Wu Haiyan. I am Li Yujin, an agent from the first team of the Otherworld Management Bureau. Comments appeared. Ms. Yujin, her beauty must be in the top 3 in RPL. Wu Haiyan was a bit reserved. Li Yujin was pleased and she started pulling up a chair. You've been through many hardships to get here. Li Yujin spoke up. Now you have 2 choices. Mr. Wu Haiyan, the first is to live as a commoner under the protection of the Otherworld Management Bureau. In this case, the use of power is strictly prohibited. And the second is to become an agent of the Otherworld Management Bureau. Of course, in the second case, you won't be able to act as an official agent immediately. You will receive proper training and will be deployed when we deem you ready. Suddenly, Wu Haiyan's expression darkened. In the other world, I even took down bureau agents, and now I'm becoming a colleague. Li Yujin's cheeks flushed red. So, will you choose to be a commoner or an agent? He clasped his hands together. I will. The viewers were quite angry. Don't stop the stream here. If I choose to be a commoner, I'll be back to receiving tasks from the corporation like on the other side. I'm not going down that path again now that I'm here. I will become an agent of the Otherworld Management Bureau. Li Yujin was excited. You made the right choice. If Mr. Wu Haiyan joins, it will be a huge help. Recently, corporations have been constantly recruiting awakened ones, so we are short on manpower. I'm not saying this just because I'm a bureau agent. Many people regret signing contracts with those corporations. Those companies are still in the early stages of training, so their experience and skills in nurturing awakened ones are almost zero. Conversely, the Otherworld Management Bureau is an organization with a long history and rich experience in nurturing awakened ones and destroying reverse worlds. Of course, the pay from the corporations is better, but it comes with many dangers. Wu Haiyan thought to himself. On the other side, many awakened ones also lost their lives while carrying out the company's missions. Some places were so indifferent they wouldn't pay, so I finally had to gut them to get my money. Because of that, I was exposed as an unregistered awakened one, so I was followed by the Otherworld Management Bureau for a while. Now that I think about it, I had met Bureau Chief Kim Chial then. Li Yujin continued. Then I will request the technical team to register Beak Wu Haiyan as an awakened one, and here is your official phone. He held the phone in his hand and asked. So what do I do now? She explained. As I said, first you will be trained as a trainee. Once your skills are verified, you will be promoted, and that's when your team will be decided. Li Yujin emphasized, it's so good that we'll be on the same team. Wu Haiyan stood up and replied, honestly, I hope so too. On the other side, I still owe Yujin a debt of gratitude, even though we clashed quite a few times later on. Li Yujin said she would send it to the innocent victims imprisoned in the research facility. He thought, thanks to Li Yujin leading the attack on the research institute, me and my colleagues were able to survive. She shook his hand and said, looking forward to working with you? Junior, Wu Haiyan replied, looking forward to your guidance, Senior. Neiyin was surprised. Wait a second, you guys, isn't there something weird about this? NPCs don't usually talk like this, right? Neiyin had asked midway. Can we change the route? Li Yujin replied. Commoner or agent, which side do you choose? Neiyin was angry. The Li Yujin I met wasn't like this at all. Cha Xiang Chial was trembling. No way could this be artificial intelligence. Full reaction. Comments appeared. Is RPL that good? Can it even do this? What is a full reaction? Cha Xiang Chial explained. A full reaction AI is a type of NPC AI that can fully respond to every situation and request. Unlike regular NPCs, it can communicate freely like a real person. That's a technology that consumes a lot of resources. Experts think it's impossible to integrate it into online games. Neiyin continued. Maybe they've solved the resource problem completely. He replied, I don't think so. If that were the case, they would have advertised it everywhere. Perhaps this technology is only activated when special conditions are met. And perhaps the minimum condition is no assists from the start, the only difference between the hacker lord and other users. System notified. Combat assist stats at 0%. Neiyin smiled awkwardly. Wu Haiyun, you really. The notice board is going to explode no matter what, right? Cha Xiangqiao nodded. Yes, I probably won't be able to sleep waiting to see how planet Earth will announce this. Those interested in his storyline will surely be extremely excited. Maybe he could even invite some big names as guests. The storyline promised to end today, right? Neiyin replied. Yes, I hope you all look forward to the next episode. Now we will move on to the PvP content. Comments appeared. Don't stop here. How can I endure waiting for the next episode? At this moment, Wu Haiyun was in the combat preparation room. Has anonymous viewer 62 still not appeared? He remembered the computer screen at the coffee shop instead. If there's a donation or comment from ID anonymous viewer 62, report it to me immediately. Report it regardless of the situation. Neiyin nodded. Ah, yeah, got it, he thought to himself. I don't see Neiyin in contact. I guess I have to keep streaming. Message appeared from Beak Wu Haiyun. Ready, Neiyin smiled. So next we will proceed with PvP. Today's content is right in front of us. Wu Haiyun is a large sphere competing. This is the Hacker Lord's first time playing the duel mode. Cha Xiang continued. If so, we'll start with a normal duel. Let me explain to those who don't know. There are a total of 8 ranks in Reverse Planet, and to enter the bronze rank, you have to win 10 normal duels. According to statistics, players usually take about 2 hours, while professional players take about 30 minutes. Comments appeared, so I'm below average. This game has so many pests that luck when matchmaking is also very important. Notification appeared. Quest promote to bronze within 30 minutes completed. Reward 500,000 won. Neiyin was excited. Oh, message from Neiyin. Hey, what a great quest. The first quest is here. Can you win 10 matches in a row in 30 minutes? Comments appeared. Ooh, so confident. You think being a pro is easy. If it's not arrogance, what is it? Battle log. Neiyin continued. This is really exciting, huh? Cha Xiangqiao nodded. Yes, will the Hacker Lord succeed? Everyone, please stay tuned until the end. Notification appeared. PvP matchmaking for dual mode, normal single-player match successful, residential area, District 6. 10 seconds before round 1 begins. Cha Xiang suddenly leaned forward in surprise. He's carrying a weapon I've never. Wu Haiyun was in a ready stance. They didn't know that the man in black stepped back to think. It's a melee skill, just closing the distance means winning. How much did he underestimate the Hacker Lord? The numbers started counting down. Round 1 begins. The man started summoning power, shouting loudly. Ice burst. A long scratch appeared in the middle of his face. Wu Haiyun's body moved nimbly behind the man in black. In just a short moment, his body shattered. System announced. Round 1 ends. Winner Beak Wu Haiyun. Loser hidden current record. Beak Wu Haiyun won. System notification. Next match, the man shouted loudly. Oh, met the pest again. Surrender, surrender. System announced. Anonymous surrender. Duel ended. Winner Beak Wu Haiyun. Loser anonymous. System announced first match. Wu Haiyun was continuously using his sword to parry. The man's face was terrified as he shouted, My darkness. Just as he finished his sentence, he was easily taken down. System announced. Current record. Beak Wu Haiyun 20. Melon. Winner Wu Haiyun. Loser Melon. System announced. Wu Haiyun entered the third match. The large man also appeared with a long scratch on his face. Die. System announced. Current record. Beak Wu Haiyun 20, Pig Eating Straw. Winner Wu Haiyun, loser Pig Eating Straw. The man in the fourth match wasn't easy either. The system constantly appeared. 11 minutes until victory, PvP normal duel 2-0, 8 minutes until victory, PvP normal duel 1-0, 6 minutes until duel 2-0, 63 minutes until duel 2-0. Neiyin and Cha Xiangqiao were very surprised. The time it took Beak Wu Haiyun to win 10 matches in a row was only 20 minutes. On this side, his body was still intact without a single scratch. System announced, Beak Wu Haiyun promoted to bronze. Neiyin was confused. Oh my God, how should I put it? I feel left behind. Cha Xiang smiled awkwardly, winning 10 matches in a row in 20 minutes. Comments appeared, what the hell? Is this crazy? It feels like breaking the records of experts, summarizing in one word, good. The time is absurd. But what's more surprising is the match record. Usually when encountering conflicting skills or great risks, the performance will fluctuate. The interviewee wiped his hands. I have a hard time dealing with flame, he continued. But with the Hacker Lord, no matter what skill the opponent has, he maintains perfect performance. Completely unshaken throughout the match, truly, The more he fights, the fiercer he gets. Notification appeared, Pine Fruit donated 500,000 won. How is that possible? Neiyin was excited. Thanks Pine Fruit, this is really worth looking forward to. Don't know how he will perform in the next ranked game. Cha Xiang-chial smiled. Me too, but I'm a bit worried. She wondered and asked. Why? He continued. Anyway, streaming like this makes it easy to be targeted, right? Oh well. Regardless, the success rate isn't high. Hope it's just unnecessary worry. Comments appeared. If I bet. System announced PvP matchmaking for dual mode. Normal single-player match successful. Area 11, Cemetery, the man appeared. Oh, all right, finally met this shameless ex-guys. Watch carefully. Watch me teach this hacker a lesson. Comments appeared. Did he just get targeted right after ranking up? What should I do? This super expert hacker X. Haha, did you guys see that? This is the average skill level of those dung beetles. The publisher said it wasn't them. They're so annoying. Wu Haiyan's face darkened, preparing to draw his sword. Cha Xiang said, the hacker lord didn't react at all to the provocation. Neiyin replied, I told him if he meets this type of person, just ignore them. Her cheeks flushed red, and also, Cha Xiang cut her off, it's starting. System announced. Round 1 begins. Leo's body was in extreme pain as he screamed. He suddenly flew into the air with a brilliant flow of light. Leo's expression was excited as he shouted, Die! Comments appeared. Didn't land a single hit, said he'd teach him a lesson but got taught instead. Only big talk. Wu Haiyan tilted his body. He seems confident, so I had to be cautious. His arm quickly swung the sword through Leo's body. Just a waste of time. System announced round 1 ends. Winner Wu Haiyan, loser nameless. Current record Wu Haiyan 1 nameless. Leo's face was in pain as he quietly whispered, Monster. The system announced, the next round will begin immediately. The second round will start in 10 seconds. Leo gritted his teeth. If this keeps up, I'm going to lose again. I need to use it. The system announced that the second round had begun. Electrical currents surged across his entire body once more. Before Wu Haiyan, a powerful surge of electricity crackled. Something's off. The electricity surging through his body suddenly struck the rock. Wu Haiyan thought to himself, sharper and stronger than before. He's moving more efficiently, like a completely different person. Leo excitedly shouted, See, the hacker. He continuously attacked Wu Haiyan. I was just letting you win in the first round. Wu Haiyan crossed his arms to protect his face. Hacker, so that's what this is. Neiyin spoke up. I remember now, but if you encounter a provocateur, a hacker. She chuckled. Crush him, that's what I said. That's what I said. Wu Haiyan's pupils suddenly turned pitch black. Suddenly power radiated from Wu Haiyan's entire body. What is this? Suddenly the air grew heavy. No, there's nothing to be afraid of. Anyone can see that I have the overwhelming advantage. Leo started to lunge forward. Stop acting so cool. His feet nimbly leaped away from his position. Wu Haiyan glided lightly, his blade passing through him. Leo's eyes widened, frozen in place, unable to fight back. He turned around in a rage. Once again, the blade grazed Leo's arm. He swung his fist with all the power in his palm. Wu Haiyan didn't hesitate to swing his sword back upward. Leo could only look down, gritting his teeth as tears streamed from his eyes. The screen continued to glow as the match played out. Neiyin smiled awkwardly. I'm sure everyone is thinking the same thing. Cha Xiang-chial was also incredibly surprised, stammering. Yes, Neiyin said. It seems like he's intentionally avoiding the finishing blow, right? Cha Xiang continued. I think you're right. The god of mechanics is really following your advice thoroughly, Neiyin. She chuckled awkwardly. Well, of course, I told him to crush him completely, but comments appeared. A monster created by young Neiyin. What a scary woman. In any case, it's all because Neiyin gave him that advice. I'm terrified of what advice she's going to give next. Leo collapsed to his knees. What are you? Wu Haiyan said coldly. I'll give those words right back to you. As he finished the sentence, his blade finally swung down. The second round ended. System announcement. Final score, Beak Wu Haiyan 2-0, unknown. Winner, Beak Wu Haiyan, loser, unknown. After that, Beak Wu Haiyan continued his winning streak with unstoppable momentum, immediately surpassing 30 consecutive wins. Neiyin spoke up. He's already reached the gold rank. Cha Xiang continued. I never thought he'd set a record of 30 consecutive wins during his very first broadcast. Comments appeared. I was literally holding my breath watching that. This is what you call a smurf. What did you eat to get this strong? Can you show us your build, please? Neiyin thought to herself. Most people hesitate to reveal their build, but should I ask him? A message popped up. Wu Haiyan, by the way, can you reveal your build? If you don't want to, you can refuse. He replied, sure. Why not? Neiyin continued. Everyone, the god of mechanics, says he will reveal his build. I'll compile it and post it on the community board after the broadcast. Cha Xiang-chial was surprised. Really? Comments appeared. Huh, he's actually revealing his build. I only asked Hopping for a miracle and he actually did it. Isn't revealing your build a sensitive issue? That means he's that confident. Nayin bowed. We'll see you all in the next broadcast. Cha Xiang Chial also bowed. Thank you for watching for so long. He was excited, but seriously, it's truly insane. Nayin laughed. Right, someone who completely adapted to 30 consecutive wins and even revealed his build. Community boards are going to explode. At this rate, won't he set a new record? What is the current record for the longest consecutive winning streak? Cha Xiang Chial replied. Currently, the record for the most consecutive wins in dual mode is held by the player Battler with 76 wins. That was a record set when he was grinding his sub-account. Nayin was excited. In any case, it would be great if Wu Haiyan sets a new record. No, if it's Wu Haiyan, he definitely will. Additionally, Cha Xiang continued. If it's Battler, who is famous for his competitiveness, he probably has his eyes on the god of mechanics right now. His finger slowly moved the mouse across the screen. On the screen was the Reverse Planet community board, the scroll bar constantly sliding upward. His finger still moved the mouse very slowly across the screen. Report result. The reported player has been penalized. Illegal third-party program usage detected. A permanent ban has been issued in accordance with the terms of service. Battler rested his chin on his hand, suddenly sighing with a bit of weariness. On the screen was the text. Honestly, even Battler can't break this record. He read the text. Even Battler can't break it. He gave an amused smile. A few mornings later, the second broadcast. Wu Haiyan mused. Anonymous viewer 62. He didn't appear in the previous broadcast. Does that mean I'm still missing something? Suddenly, a pleasant voice cut through the air. Junior. Li Yujin waved at him happily, beside her. She still looked as beautiful as ever, wearing a radiant smile. Comments appeared. Sister Yujin, a fully adapted AI so realistic. And RePL is a failure. Her appearance deserves to be in the top 3 most popular NPCs in RePL. She is truly too beautiful. She said, "This is your first field mission, aren't you worried?" He replied. "The field mission is a bit faster than I expected, but I'm fine." The system announced, "Your first field mission has been assigned. Switch to combat gear and report to the designated location." Li Yujin, you'd think a trainee agent already receiving a field mission. It's a good thing we can skip the training part since this is a game. So, what is this field mission? Li Yujin explained. We need to completely exterminate the invading entities inside the reversed world and seal the space. We've received reports that they might become aggressive. It's another location abandoned by the corporations. We abandoned them because they were sometimes useful for extermination. But it was unexpected that they would stir everything up and then just discard them once they couldn't make a profit anymore. Wu Haiyan thought to himself. Sure enough, what the corporations do here and there is all the same. Why are the invading entities small insects? Invading insects. Estimated threat level FE low, he pondered. They're weak, but there are so many of them, making them very annoying to deal with. A soldier covered his face and put a hand to his forehead. Lieutenant Park Jae-hyun, are you awakened from the Bureau of Dimensional Management? Li Yujin held up her ID. Yes, thank you for your hard work, he replied. Confirmed, you may enter. The sub-gate cracked open from within. This is terrifying. I've never seen a gate appear in an abandoned factory. Wu Haiyan looked up. No wonder it looks so familiar. I've seen this before in the Hell Realm, but back then I was sure it was medium-sized, not small. He hesitated. Is there something wrong? Li Yujin spoke up. Shall we go in? Suddenly a loud voice cut in. Well, look who it is. Choi Hyung Chial, an awakened linked to Jumson Electronics Corporation. What brings our senior Li Yujin to a small-scale gate? Li Yujin asked curiously. Choi Hyung Chial, why are you? He walked over and replied. I'm surprised, too. You know, I didn't expect my mission location to overlap with yours, senior. She continued, you quit and abandoned it, and now you say it's a mission? Yeah, don't tell me you're plotting something. Choi Hyung Chial replied, plotting? That hurts my feelings. By the way, who is this? A new junior who just joined. Instead of suffering for nothing at the Bureau, why don't you try joining a corporation? Li Yujin interrupted, Choi Hyung Chial. Her gaze was sharp. Stop crossing the line. He smiled and stepped back. All right, I get it. I'll leave this reversed world to you. Take care of it, senior. Choi Hyung Chial laughed as he left. Good luck. Wu Haiyan asked curiously, who was that? Li Yujin clutched her face. He was the first trainee agent I was in charge of. My blood sugar is dropping. After he was recruited by a corporation and left, he started spreading toxic rumors about the Bureau. Cha Xiang spoke up. Isn't this the first time the relationship between Li Yujin and Choi Hyung Chial has been revealed in such detail? Nayin continued. This is my first time seeing it too. Usually they just vaguely say something terrible happened between them. He said, it seems like a broader story is being provided, thanks to the influence of the fully adapted AI. Comments appeared, it would be a huge hidden story if it were revealed. Maybe planet Earth has been hiding something. Lee Yujin stepped forward. We should take these sad conversations and go inside now, right? Wu Haiyan replied, sure. Outside the gate it began to glow. It seems they have entered. Shall we start the plan? 20 minutes later, inside the reversed world at this moment, Wu Haiyan's obsidian pupils stared coldly as he wiped the blood from his face. Before him lay Lee Yujin, who had been defeated and was leaning against a tree. A candy with a red wrapper lay on the ground, alongside a pool of blood. Just a few minutes ago, Wu Haiyan and Lee Yujin had just stepped through the gate. She stepped forward, warning about the gate. This is a passage to the reversed world. Once you step through the teleportation gate on the other side, you'll enter the reversed world. Wu Haiyan nodded and walked in without hesitation. Understood, it's similar to the other world. Suddenly, a violent tremor prevented them from stepping through the gate. Drawing on his experience, Wu Haiyan quickly realized an anomaly. Lee Yujin was sucked into the gate, only managing to leave behind Junior. The light from it gradually enveloped her body. Watch out. After passing through the gate, it was a dense, bone-filled forest. Wu Haiyan looked around, probing the situation. Is this a forest? Have I just been separated from Lee Yujin? It is common for paths to collapse due to external tremors. First, he gently rotated the knife in his hand, preparing to wipe out the spiders. His gaze was cold and resolute. I should deal with these first and then go find Lee Yujin. In another area, someone channeled lightning into the palm of their hand. Lee Yujin unleashed a burst of power, and not a single spider escaped the lightning strike. They nearly vanished instantly. Seeing that the spiders were so persistent, she was helpless. They keep coming no matter how many I kill. Furthermore, the scale of this forest, no matter how you look at it, seems closer to a medium-scale reversed world rather than a small one. Lee Yujin sighed dejectedly. Sure enough, there's something fishy going on. While she wasn't paying attention, Choi Hyung-cheol ambushed her from behind. Hope my junior is still doing okay. Very quickly, Lee Yujin realized it. Even though she managed to dodge in time, she was still hit. What is this? Lee Yujin retreated, keeping her distance as he chuckled. Lee Yujin couldn't believe he would do such a thing. Choi Hyung-cheol, why? He sneered. Should I say we're on a secret mission? I'm just following orders, so don't hate me for it. She was in so much pain she could barely stand. That's nonsense. The wound is too deep. I need to get out of here now. Thinking that, Lee Yujin fired a lightning bolt to create a distraction. Sharp stones rose up to block their path. Shield stone. And right after that, they exploded, scattering everything. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Yujin fled quickly. Choi Hyung-cheol cursed him furiously. You idiot, follow her. Even though she tried, she was still too slow. To increase her chances of escape, Lee Yujin clasped her hands to channel electricity. She spread her arms wide to create a lightning spear. Right after that, Lee Yujin gripped the spear tightly, preparing to fight. She used all her remaining strength to flip backward and launch the lightning. The lightning bolt caused the ground beneath their feet to explode. Just in the nick of time, she found an escape route. Hey, you scumbag, why didn't you stop her? Damn it, because of you, we let her get away. Choi Hyung-cheol ordered them repeatedly. Hurry up and search ahead. After they left, Lee Yujin climbed out. She let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for that kill hole, I would have been in big trouble. In any case, a secret mission. What is this corporation plotting? At the same time, Wu Haiyan was getting the fans excited. That's it, why were they finished off with just one blow? It looks like he's already killed dozens of them. He looked at the footprints on the ground, decisive. I'm sure I can feel Lee Yujin's presence here. He bowed his head slightly, realizing something had happened. Suddenly, a familiar aura appeared very close by. Wu Haiyan quickly realized it and ran to her. Lee Yujin's voice. His speed was too fast for the tracking signal to keep up. Lee Yujin was being tightly coiled by a giant centipede. Sister Yujin is in danger. How could she lose to these insects? By the way, does anyone know how he knew she was here and ran to her? Without a single wasted movement, Wu Haiyan lunged. With just a few simple strikes, he saved her from it. Wu Haiyan caught Lee Yujin to prevent her from hitting the ground hard. He set her down and asked, "Are you okay, senior?" Lee Yujin called out softly, "Junior." Wu Haiyan quickly realized the unusual problem. A seasoned veteran like Lee Yujin couldn't have been defeated by these common insects. This is a wound caused by an ability. Considering the situation, he guessed exactly who could have caused this. That person is Choi Hyung-cheol, right? She nodded. Yeah, it seems he was tailing us. Outside, Nayan felt confused. Doesn't everyone see something strange? Choi Hyung-cheol usually ambushes later, right? Comments agreed. He attacks during the corporate-related storylines. But has that happened already? What's going on? What's happening? She turned to Cha Seong and asked, Could it be an effect of the complete adaptive AI? He shared the same thought. For now, that's the only guess we can make. An interesting hidden plotline. For now, let's just keep watching. Meanwhile, Lee Eugen's face was flushed. I just managed to shake him off, but I don't know when he'll come back to ambush me. Moreover, if I use my ability, there's a risk my location will be exposed. As a junior, you should escape first. Wu Haiyan had other intentions. First, let's bandage your wound, find a place to hide, and I'll go take care of them and come back. She disagreed and immediately blocked him. No, Choi Hyung Chial is a veteran awakened one, you can't face him alone. Wu Haiyan cut her off. It's fine, he nodded reassuringly. I have a plan. At the same time, down by the river, Choi Hyung Chial's group was gathering. Where the hell is she hiding? He sighed and gave the mission. Anyway, in that condition, she can't have gone far. So search this whole valley while I'll head down and find the target. Suddenly, something caught Choi Hyung Chial's eyes. He swung his fiery hands, attacking to stay on guard. Wu Haiyan put on an innocent, naive face and pleaded, "Wait a second." He retracted his fangs and probed. "Are you Lee Eugen's junior?" Before answering, he complained. "I survived." Unexpectedly, the path suddenly collapsed, and I was separated from senior Lee Eugen. Do you know what happened? The comments were surprised. What kind of acting is this? Even without seeing his face, I can tell. His acting skills are top-notch. Rest in peace, Choi Hyung Chial. He feigned friendliness, placing a hand on Wu Haiyan's shoulder. You don't know yet, do you? Well, the thing is, Hyung Chial laughed and lunged. You two will meet each other if you just go to sleep for a bit. Immediately after, a stream of blood gushed out into the air. Before he could understand what was happening, Wu Haiyan had turned him into a barbecue kebab. Once it registered, Hyung Chial trembled and screamed. You. Below comments were thrilled. Getting stabbed by that is well-deserved. Such accuracy. He clutched his wound and collapsed, causing his teammates to run over in a panic. What is it? What happened? Wu Haiyan quickly slipped away. A teammate supported Hyung Chial. Oh my god, hey, are you okay? Wu Haiyan successfully blended into the bushes. The other person supported him while shouting, I'll bandage you, you go chase that guy. Kang Jin immediately drew his weapon and chased after him. Understood. He went deep into the forest, unaware that he was being tracked by Wu Haiyan from a branch nearby. Oh man, where did he go? Kang Jin looked around, then a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. You can't go far. Like a gust of wind, he appeared right behind him. What? Kang Jin reassured himself. Scared the hell out of me? But Wu Haiyan struck before he could get suspicious. On the other side, a teammate was trying to stop the bleeding for him. Hey, stay conscious. I've stopped the bleeding. You just need to get out and get treatment then. Suddenly, something in the sky flashed, then flew straight into the very wound on Hyung Chial, making him spit blood from his mouth. The teammate looked around and shouted, You madman. He walked closer to them. Seeing that, the other person also stood up, cautiously asking, Where did my teammate go? But he only received silence from Wu Haiyan. He raised the sword in his hand, answering for him. The other person realized it was his teammates. The sword. Unable to control his anger, the other person unleashed a skill and charged. You. Then he launched a barrage of sharp knife-like stones. I'll have my revenge. Unfazed, Wu Haiyan gently cut through all those stones in one stroke. The other person still refused to give up, unleashing another move. Not yet. And then he unleashed it, causing the ground beneath to erupt. Pieces of earth and large boulders were launched toward him. Earthquake. Wu Haiyan remained calm, looking around, then quickly chopped down a nearby tree, using the stump as a pivot and propping the branches against another tree, creating a shield just strong enough for Wu Haiyan not to be buried by the earthquake. Seeing that, the other person shouted angrily, You monster! While he was hiding behind the log, a sharp rock surged up nearby. A massive boulder was launched toward Wu Haiyan, stone horn, but he quickly dodged it. Wu Haiyan's expression remained emotionless as he watched the boulder flying closer. A rock shard successfully pierced Wu Haiyan's arm, seeing him naturally lunge toward him. The other person continuously threw rocks for self-defense. Don't come closer. Wu Haiyan drew his second sword. One stroke, then two, slicing those large boulders in half. Finally, in the blink of an eye, he finished off the unfortunate soul. The other person couldn't believe it, trembling, unable to speak, as a notification appeared before his eyes. Wu Haiyan sheathed his sword and let out a soft breath. Phew. Comments flooded in. That's insane, absolutely crazy. I was holding my breath watching. Respect the ambush. Nayan stared, completely bewildered. She broke into a cold sweat. With only one core element, he handled a 3-on-1 against hounds. While Cha Xiang next to her was lost in admiration and trust. Comments popped up. It feels like a wall. But the hounds are on their first mission. Is the difficulty right? I'm jaw-dropped. I'm not playing around. Wu Haiyan looked at the wound he just sustained. Even after ambushing two, I still got hurt like this. I'm still worse than back in that other world. He didn't pay much attention to it. Let's check the surroundings. Wu Haiyan checked Choi Hyung Chial's phone and saw a message. The target is to be sent to the reverse planet. Attempt to capture alive, but if not possible, disposal is permitted. He looked at the messages while scanning the corpses, finding nothing left. The only other message was from Li Yujin. Investigation transferred to the Bureau, and the equipment appeared. Regression blade. First effect, slightly increases blade sharpness. Second effect, can be recalled to hand at will when thrown. Effects only apply in PvE. Next is Victor's bracelet. First effect, increases psychic skill power. Second effect, reduces psychic skill cooldown. Can be recalled to hand at will when thrown. Last item, Hermit's necklace. First effect, can use dark burden. Second effect, store equipment at any time. Effects only apply in PvE. Wu Haiyan held the regression blade in his hand and thought, I can test the effects right away. It really is a game. On the other side, we had to guess the effects through trial and error. Then he threw the 3 swords into the space portal. Anyway, it's resolved for now. I need to hurry. Wu Haiyan thought to himself. Conquer the reverse planet before Li Yujin's wounds get worse. Li Yujin frowned, bewildered for a moment. Facing her now was a giant scorpion monster, a boss entity. Imperial Scorpion. Li Yujin clutched her wound and smiled bitterly. Wow, how unlucky I arrived at this place again. Or should I call it lucky? She thought to herself. If it had come to the junior instead. Suddenly, it swung its pincers to attack. She gathered energy in her hand, preparing to strike. Somehow, I have to settle this myself. Li Yujin lunged, intending to fight the scorpion to the death. Electrical currents surged from her hand, but before she could unleash her move, its pincer suddenly fell to the ground, leaving Li Yujin surprised. From behind the smoke, someone was standing on the scorpion. Wu Haiyan looked cool, one hand holding his sword, one foot stomping on the sword stuck in the monster as he asked, Are you okay? Li Yujin, still dazed, looked up with glistening eyes. Junior. Comments flooded back in. Ms. Yujin, Ms. Yujin. Oh my god, with that body he fought the boss, handled all the grunts, the elite, and now the boss too. He noticed the crack appearing in the sky. The reverse planet was starting to close. Wu Haiyan jumped down to her side. He really took down the hounds all by himself. You did it, he said. Let's get out of here, I'll carry you. Neiyin commented as the path collapsed and the door began to close before they could escape. Yeah. On the screen was the image of Wu Haiyan carrying Li Yujin. Cha Xiang continued. That's right, so we have to escape before getting trapped. He told her, hold on tight. Li Yujin on his back, okay. Below the crumbling sky, Wu Haiyan carried Li Yujin toward the portal. System notifications appeared. Sweep complete. Received 1 psychic point. Level up, received 1 psychic point. At the Otherworld Management Bureau headquarters, the captain of the bureau asked, Is it true that Li Yujin was attacked by an awakened one from the corporation? He replied, yes, it's true. He rubbed his head. Those corporations, they've finally crossed the line, so what happened to them? Wu Haiyan answered, I took care of them all. Kim Chial looked up. Took care of them? How could you do that all by yourself? He recalled his past memories. Kim Chial asked further. Is there any usable evidence? He placed the phone on the table. Their phones, the messages show the orders, but the rest has been encrypted. He told him, good, that will make the investigation easier. Leave the rest to us and go get some rest. Wu Haiyan also stood up. I'm leaving. Seeing him walking away with a dissatisfied face, he called him back. Wait, he reminded Wu Haiyan, just a small whisper. There will definitely be an opportunity next time. Kim Chial warned. Until then, you must be patient, understand. Wu Haiyan looked down and replied, understood. Notification board appeared. First field mission completed. Level up, received 1 stat point. Choose your second core element. Neiyin sat with Cha Xiang and marveled. The first field mission is over, he said. A more flashy scene than I thought. Ha, she looked at the tablet and was surprised. The viewers must be satisfied, right? Notification appeared. Anonymous viewer 62 donated 3 million won. Congratulations on clearing the first portal. This is a special mission. Neiyin immediately sent a message to Wu Haiyan. Anonymous viewer 62 just donated and left a message. He donated 3 million won, that's amazing. He saw it and muttered. Finally, her message continued. I'll send you a screenshot. Now I have a special mission. End the stream first. Wu Haiyan was suspicious. A special mission. That reminds me. He mentioned that before, so he's going to tell me after the stream. Yeah, okay. A series of comments appeared from anonymous viewer 62. Hi Wu Haiyan, it's great to see you again. How does it feel to be back in the real world? I've prepared something special for you. Wu Haiyan glanced aside at the notification. Thanks for relaying it. Continue the stream. Nayin quickly sent an OK sticker to him. Outside, young Nayin suddenly turned her face and whispered, asking, "Ms. Nayin, is something wrong?" She was momentarily startled and replied, "Ah, no, I'm sorry." Nayin was flustered, blushing deeply as she thought. So Cha Xiang couldn't see the donation window? Wow, it's a private donation. I'll look into this later, let's focus on the stream first. Then she regained her spirit, enthusiastically shouting, "Now let's continue today's stream. Let's keep up this momentum and jump into PvP." It startled him. Yes, Nayin held the computer and recounted. In the last PvP duel, the nuclear tech god achieved a crazy winning streak and turned the rankings upside down. Cha Xiang Chial agreed. That's right, so what are we doing for today's PvP? She hesitated and said, "Today's PvP is a brawl in 4 modes. Players choose one and fight 5-on-5 in a BO3 match." A series of comments immediately appeared. What's a brawl? Are we not doing duels? I was looking forward to a duel winning streak. Seriously, are you kidding? They're not continuing because they're afraid of losing the streak. Nayin seemed to know in advance, wearing an awkward smile. Sure enough, some people are opposing it, but once they witness it, I bet they'll change their minds. After a while, she winked. Now let's get started. Inside the game, the system announced, PvP Brawl, Standard Escort Mode, Matchmaking Successful. The 5-person attacking team was in position, everyone excitedly greeting each other. Hello, let's have a great match. Let's do our best. Cha Xiang was quite surprised by the situation. So our first match is Escort. In Escort mode, the attacking team pushes the cargo to the target, and the defensive team tries to stop them. Nayin turned her head and raised a huge question mark. This is the first time we've seen a 5-on-5 team match. Will the nuclear tech god be able to maintain his reputation? Then the system sound rang out. Round 1, start. The car wheels also started rolling down the road. 2 people stood on the car to protect the cargo. 1 person went behind to protect for safety, and 2 people were in front to lead the way. Let's go, let's fight, everyone. Wu Haiyan paused, turning back. Cha Xiang saw that and wondered, is he staying back? Now he was using his sharp eyes to observe everything around him. Nayin was skeptical. Looks like he's planning to backdoor. He confirmed it immediately. That's right, usually players stay near the cargo, but if a player has the skills, backdooring isn't a bad idea. But usually 1 person holding off 5 isn't easy. Finishing his sentence, Wu Haiyan leaped through every corner on the road. A viewer commented, but if it's the nuclear tech god, then perhaps. They looked at those lightning-fast movements and judged. It's not a ranked match, it's a normal match. They're all newbies, it will work. Why not think there are some noob stompers here? Everyone looked at Wu Haiyan's position on the map and couldn't help but marvel. Extraordinary speed. He's about to clash with the defensive team. Not long after, Wu Haiyan drew his sword. Hovering in midair above the defensive team, he swung his arm back, pulling out a dagger. Wu Haiyan took the momentum and threw it straight down. Immediately, someone was hit, blood splattered, making the teammates scream in shock. What the hell is that? The blonde-haired guy panicked and shouted, "It's a backdoor." As soon as he finished, a streak of light flashed past his neck. The system immediately displayed, "Beak Wu Haiyan killed too easy." Beak Wu Haiyan killed no prison food. When the guy fell to the ground with a thud, it was also when he landed, terrifying the others. What the hell is our team doing? They watched him slowly drawing his sword from behind his back in disgust. I'll hold him off. You guys focus on the cargo. Okay. Then a flurry of notifications popped up. Beak Wu Haiyan killed Potato Heaven, Gri Wangzun, Swimming Elephant. His teammates read them and were also confused. What is this? Kill notifications keep appearing. In a flash, the system updated. Round 1 ends with the attacking team's victory. The player gawked and muttered, "It's over already." The comment section was also buzzing. Look at his teammates' reactions. I'd be so annoyed if the match ended before I even saw the enemy. If you've got a carry like that, you should be grateful. Outside, Nayin leaned her face close to the screen in agreement. We knew he would carry, but it ended so quickly, it's quite disappointing. Cha Xiang compared. Does he feel even faster than usual today? Maybe he's in a hurry to do something. She laughed and replied, Who knows, let's keep watching. The scene inside the game shifted. Wu Haiyan unleashed a punch at another player being captured. That guy collapsed to the ground in an instant, surrounded by other players who had already been taken out. Explosions kept occurring at the conquest walls. The other team's members were struggling to unleash their skills to stop Wu Haiyan, not forgetting to curse. What is that bastard doing? Stop him. But nothing could stop the god of war. He dodged those attacks alone and leaped high into the air. Wu Haiyan quickly made the other 2 players log out. Small white and red specks kept falling in front of him. Before long, a flag stained with blood spots was planted to claim the area. And just like that, Beak Woo Hyun swept the battlefield with an overwhelming pentakill and quickly finished every match. The information board appeared again. Anonymous Viewer 62 donated 3,000,001. You worked hard today. Now I'll give you a special mission. Open the new system of Reverse Planet while you're playing. Nayeon's eyes lit up like stars when she saw the money, thinking excitedly, another 3,000,000, I'll message him. Woo Hyun, again another one. Anonymous Viewer 62 donated with a message, 3,000,000. Should we use this to organize a subscriber event, or should the whole team go out to eat or maybe upgrade our equipment? Woo Hyun mumbled in response. Yeah, just send the screenshot. After reading it, he muttered, a new system while you play. Basically, I have no choice but to keep playing PvE or PvP. He closed his eyes, tilting his head back to show clear signs of exhaustion. Woo Hyun narrowed his eyes slightly and told himself, for now, I'll just do as he says. A few days later, on the third day of the nuclear exploration segment, he was heading into the Otherworld Management Bureau's combat training area. A message from Lee Yujin arrived. Junior, I'm injured, so I won't be able to guide you for a while, so I've found someone to replace me. Come to the training area, I'll introduce you to them. Nayeon curiously asked, who could the replacement be? Cha Seong-cheol guessed. Considering the reputation of the nuclear tech god, they'll probably assign a famous agent. Others chimed in. Maybe Kim Cheol will take over. No way. He looked very busy last time. It's probably Kim Hana or Jang Hoyoung. At this moment, Lee Yujin's bandaged arm was raised, calling out, Junior, you're here. Woo Hyun walked over and asked, are you feeling better? She teased. Thanks to you, but I think someone else has to take over the guidance role now. Then someone walked up, drawing Woo Hyun's attention. Lee Yujin quickly said, here she is. The feet slowly stepped onto the lush green grass. The woman with short hair and a cool outfit introduced herself. Hi, I'm Kim Hana. The comment section was surprised once more. Oh, Kim Hana. First Lee Yujin, now Hana. I'm so jealous, man. I didn't expect you to be this lucky, but I still prefer Ms. Yujin. I have a difference in taste between Yujin and Hana. That's a fact. He politely nodded in greeting. Pleased to meet you. I am Beak Woo Hyun. Thinking to himself, Kim Hana. In terms of skill, she's only behind Kim Cheol. She's definitely the second best at the Space Management Bureau. Back in that other world, she was once a dangerous enemy. Lee Yujin playfully spoke up. All right, since you two have been introduced, I'm off. I wasn't even supposed to be here. Kim Hana frowned, reproaching her. What? You said you had permission to leave. She immediately turned and ran off, not forgetting to call back. I'll leave her to you take over. Kim Hana stood there yelling, Yujin, get back here. A second later, she vanished from the spot, leaving the two of them standing there looking at each other without a word. Kim Hana blushed, embarrassed, but still had to start a conversation. I heard you use swords. Do you prefer long swords or daggers? Woo Hyun glanced at her and replied, I use both. She rubbed her chin in thought. Both, not sure what his skill level is. Suddenly Kim Hana suggested, how about a sparring match? Cha Seong heard that and broke into a cold sweat. Nayeon looked over, puzzled. What's wrong? He widened his eyes, struggling to get a sentence out. The way this is unfolding is really strange. She looked down at the screen, questioning. Sparring with Kim Hana, isn't it normal for sword users to spar with each other? Just then, the two were staring at each other with their weapons in hand. Cha Seong stammered. That's true, but not every player uses swords. This setup only works because the nuclear tech god is the protagonist. Nayeon looked at that and gawked, her face turning pale. The commentators were also stunned. What? That gives me goosebumps. You tell me now most of them are ability users. This AI is truly insane. What is this? Everyone watched Woo Hyun swing his sword forward and chattered noisily. Even if it's an advanced AI, I think it's changed the direction of the story. But this development is completely different from other players' experiences. This means this game is. Kim Hana got into a defensive stance, while the crowd kept whispering. Depending on the player's actions, the plot can unfold in completely different ways. This is almost like reality. Woo Hyun's pupils flashed a dangerous golden color. Kim Hana immediately held her sword level with her face, the purple in her eyes clearly showing her readiness to fight. Kim Hana proposed, let's only use swords for sparring, no special abilities. Woo Hyun blankly refused. That won't do. My ability is physical enhancement, and it's always active, so even now it's still active. She got into a defensive stance and replied, if that's the case, I'll use my ability too. Hana smirked, slowly speaking. Well, Woo Hyun maintained his composure and coldness. The moment the words start echoed was when she lunged right in front of him. A blinding streak of light flashed past Kim Hana's eyes. Woo Hyun quickly turned his body to dodge that attack. He instantly swung his weapon to push her back. Kim Hana stumbled a few steps, but used her toes to scrape the ground and regain balance. The next second, she braced herself and sprinted forward. Kim Hana swung a powerful, decisive blow, pushing Wu Haiyan back. Cha Xiang saw that and marveled. Kim Hana, she really isn't exaggerated, he is also really strong. Neiyin turned and added, that must be the wind god playstyle, right? At this moment, Kim Hana leaped into the air with green light surrounding her, pointing her sword tip toward Wu Haiyan. He heard that and replied, half true, half false. The wind god playstyle was inspired by Kim Hana, but the nuclear tech god is impressive, isn't he? He isn't overwhelmed by Kim Hana's speed. The next second, she attacked repeatedly, but no blow could land on Wu Haiyan. The commentators were extremely excited. Oh, no joke, is this a side quest? Why is he so good? Watching this makes me want to learn swordsmanship. Suddenly, Kim Hana paused, her eyes widening, showing great surprise. She looked at Wu Haiyan's cold face and judged silently. Not only is he fast, but he exploits the terrain very accurately. Kim Hana gave a mysterious smile and said, it seems I'll have to use a bit more of my true power. Immediately, she channeled more energy into her sword, pushing it right up to Wu Haiyan's face. Mana surged, becoming increasingly larger, releasing green rings of light forward. Kim Hana held her weapon steady, mumbling, sure enough. She looked at a piece of the net that had just been destroyed by it, along with Wu Haiyan's twisting posture, and continued, I thought you would dodge. The commentator section got lively again. Sure enough, Kim Hana is truly terrifying. Is the nuclear tech god still not on her level? The nuclear tech god only unlocked 2 core elements. If he unlocked 1 more, could he be on her level? Maybe even more. Kim Hana raised an eyebrow in praise. You're much more excellent than I thought. Wu Haiyan nodded humbly. Thank you, he thought to himself. If this were a real fight, my winning percentage would be less than 20%. Sure enough, I'm still lacking compared to that other world. She suddenly asked, where did you learn swordsmanship? Wu Haiyan lowered his head. Honestly, I'm self-taught. Kim Hana was surprised. Self-taught and reached this level. Good, follow me, there's a place I want to show you. Then the system updated. Sparring with Kim Hana quest completed. You leveled up. The scene shifted to a place full of weapons hanging on the walls. Wu Haiyan was skeptical. This place is... Kim Hana looked at the pile of weapons in front of her and introduced. It's the armory of the Space Management Bureau. Kim Hana of the Interdimensional Management Bureau, assistant to the support team captain, happily spoke up. I mentioned that Mr. Wu Haiyan would need a suitable weapon. Kim Hana glanced at him and confirmed. Yes, that's right. Although I have a weapon I'm using, there's no need to continue using one without abilities. She thought, I think. Kim Hana quickly bowed her head and replied, so feel free to pick one out, I'm leaving. After she left, Kim Hana waved her hand and said, now it's time for you to choose. Wu Haiyan scanned the area, rubbing his chin in thought. There are fewer valuable items than I thought. He stood in front of the Drago's Bloodisteria spear, checking its info. First effect, increases spear thrusting power. Second, absorbs blood from the spear tip to heal. Third, controls healing. All effects only apply in PvE. He mumbled, I think this is a quality item, so I'll take this and... Suddenly something caught Wu Haiyan's attention. Huh. He stared at the sharp object behind him, questioning. That is, the Soul Eater sword, which swallows souls, lay in a corner, catching Wu Haiyan's eyes. Soul Eater, due to its special effect, it is absolutely indestructible. Based on the amount of souls it has swallowed, it increases its slashing power. Heals equal to a potion bottle based on damage dealt by the Soul Eater. The other 2 effects are sealed. All effects only apply in PvE. He walked over and picked it up, telling himself, why is an item that should be in the black market here? Did someone steal it from the bureau at the beginning? Didn't expect I'd find my favorite weapon from the other world here. Kim Hana saw that and asked, you decided to pick this? Wu Haiyan affirmed, yes, I'll take this. She marveled, a 2-handed sword, interesting. I'll request ownership be transferred to you. Neiyin saw that and couldn't help but be confused. What the hell is this? Usually, a weapon with 2 options should appear at this stage. Everyone had the same thought. No, that's absurd. Why would a weapon with 5 options appear here? And even if the options are random, only the good ones are included. When I came to the armory, there was nothing there. The system quickly announced, user Chocomat Jenga donated 1,001. If all seals are released, that thing might become the ultimate weapon. Cha Xiang wasn't very surprised. Actually, this isn't the first time the nuclear tech god has received equipment that doesn't fit his level. The hermit's necklace he got in the previous broadcast is also a mid-plot item. The commentators were stirred up. Now that you mention it, that's true, I was blinded by the hidden plotline. A hound appeared in the first field mission, after all. Who cares about that? Cha Xiang glanced over and continued. Maybe some of you know. Reverse Planet has a very clear risk-reward calculation. The more difficult the challenge, the greater the reward. She wondered, so is it because he defeated a hound right from the first sweep. He was able to get the hermit's necklace, he confirmed. Exactly. Moreover, the nuclear tech god has excellently completed everything from escaping the lab to sparring with Kim Hana. Naeun's eyes sparkled as she mumbled. And the reward for that is Soul Eater. Sounds very reasonable, right? The others immediately agreed. He hinted, of course, it's currently just a hypothesis. Now let's continue observing. The scene shifted inside the game. Kim Hana announced. They said the ownership transfer is complete. Wu Haiyan sheathed the sword into his inventory space and replied, "Thank you." Kim Hana looked up, feeling excited on his behalf. Well, now that you have a new weapon to get used to, let's go do some sweeping. The scene shifted to a desolate, remote mountain area. Wu Haiyan and Kim Hana stepped through the portal into this place. She was annoyed by the cold. Who would have expected the portal to be on top of the mountain? It just started up. Kim Hana remembered the guard's words. The portal will appear a bit higher up, she complained. A lie, he said it was just a bit higher. Anyway, this is the place where invasive entities appear in the form of wolf-like beasts. The system quickly displayed the image of a wild wolf, scale, low danger. Kim Hana propped her hands up and continued. They possess strong territorial defense instincts, so they will soon patrol here. Wu Haiyan closed his eyes, silently comparing. Beast form, they are harder to deal with than insect form, but everything below rank B is the same. Then he said, this saves us from having to go look for them. She immediately gave the announcement. If the situation becomes dangerous, I will intervene, but for now, I will just observe. Good luck. Wu Haiyan quickly summoned Soul Eater from the dark burden, replying, understood. At this moment, the wind kept whistling on the mountain peak. The footsteps of the beasts kept echoing louder and louder. His pupils became extremely sharp as he heard, they're coming. Wu Haiyan instantly got into a combat stance as the wolves lunged forward. He gripped the sword hilt firmly and swung it back to gain momentum. This will be the first blow. The word, full force, echoed in Wu Haiyan's head, and that was the moment he unleashed a decisive slash right in front of the aggressive pack of wolves. Wu Haiyan fought these beasts alone without any fear. Not long after, a glowing red stream ran along the blade. System update. Soul Eater's cutting force has increased. The commentators marveled. That's it. Perfect score. I told you. Naeun was also surprised. He swung that longsword as light as a feather. Cha Xiang cried and donated. User Cha Xiang Chial donated 50,000 won. Extraordinary control. Wu Haiyan gripped the weapon in his hand, feeling it. Sure enough, right from the start, the feeling is completely different from the other weapons. Kim Hana stood behind, sweating incessantly, mumbling. Is this Heavenly Moon Slash? Wu Haiyan gripped the sword in his hand and pondered. Compared to the previous weapons, this one felt much more comfortable. Hana stood observing and rubbed her hands as she said, just now was that the Heavenly Moon Slash. Wu Haiyan looked up in surprise when he saw a furry foot with sharp claws stepping in. Xiang Qiao seemed terrified and exclaimed, huh. He stared in fear toward those giant wolves. Naeun also gaped, saying, looks like the elite monsters are starting to appear. Immediately, those fierce, giant wolves quickly lunged at their prey. Wu Haiyan nimbly swung his sword forward and retreated. Xiang Qiao sat in front of the screen, incredibly nervous. He wondered where he learned those moves, not to mention his first attack reminded him of Kim Hana's Heavenly Moon Slash. Naeun also responded anxiously. As far as I know, he has never had any athletic training. She suddenly had a thought. Maybe since he was playing Colosseum. On this side, Wu Haiyan was still fighting fiercely. He instantly leaped high into the air and aimed precisely at the head of the ferocious wolf. Wu Haiyan's sinewy hands gripped the weapon, then quickly delivered a lethal blow to the wolf. Hana stood watching and couldn't help but be amazed, thinking he wasn't just skilled, and the system announced that the cutting force of the Soul Eater had increased. Suddenly, Wu Haiyan's eyes became cunning as he spun around. He quickly took a defensive stance. A voice rang out. It seems something is coming. Haxical has entered a defensive stance. Not long after, a giant wolf head opened its mouth wide and lunged quickly toward where Wu Haiyan was standing. It was the silver wolf boss. It was ferociously aggressive and went mad lunging at him. Xiang Qiao switched to an excited state. The boss monster has appeared. For those who don't know, it's famous for crushing rookies thanks to its size and speed. Right at this moment, the ground exploded, sending smoke billowing through the entire forest. Naeun grimaced and said, although Haxical managed to block it, he's still being pushed back. On this side, Wu Haiyan was struggling to hold off that silver wolf boss. The next moment, he shouted loudly and tore off one of its teeth. The silver wolf boss, having lost a tooth, roared in pain and retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Haiyan nimbly leaped out of its mouth. He successfully landed on the ground without sustaining any injuries. Wu Haiyan gripped his weapon and thought, sure enough, it's much stronger than an elite monster. His eyes flashed, however, then Wu Haiyan emphasized, this is nothing at all. Without further ado, he quickly lunged forward and slashed hard at the silver wolf boss. The system immediately displayed, absorbing the soul of the boss monster. The sword Wu Haiyan was holding was now stained with dark red blood. The system continued to announce, Soul Eater's cutting force has increased. After the feat, he stood still and looked at the silver wolf boss. Hana behind him suddenly spoke up. As expected of the Bureau's most anticipated agent, she looked at Wu Haiyan and said, honestly, I was about to intervene because that boss was much harder than Set. Neiyin was very surprised and exclaimed, right, this mission is clearly marked as F+E+. She gently said, I think it should be rank B. It's way harder than the danger level rating scale. Then Hana and Wu Haiyan continued talking, and Xiang Qiao also appeared surprised, as it was clearly much harder than the danger level rating scale. Then he muttered to himself, well, perhaps the difficulty was affected by what the players had done beforehand. Some people left comments like that, so completing many difficult missions causes the difficulty to skyrocket, basically turning the mission into a living hell. Haxicle's missions are always harder than average, aren't they? Xiang Qiao wondered, of course, that's just a hypothesis. But why hasn't the reversed world closed, yet even though the boss has been dealt with? Wu Haiyan also asked in confusion, Senior, what is this? And Hana calmly replied, yeah, this is clearly an abnormal phenomenon. After that, she turned her back and said, follow me. We need to find the source of this. After going for a while, Hana seemed to discover something. What is that? An egg was placed right in their path. She was surprised, an egg. Suddenly, the egg slowly cracked open, leaving Wu Haiyan and Hana extremely astonished. The egg immediately glowed, causing Hana to warn, be careful, we don't know what will hatch from it. But right after that, an extremely cute animal poked its head out of the egg. Someone left a curious comment, what is that? Hana blushed, a puppy. Some people wondered, it looks like a pet, huh? I've never seen that before, but Reverse Planet doesn't have a pet system. Hana suddenly spoke up, like I said, this is very unusual. Even though it's an entity from another dimension, it's not hostile to humans. The tiny puppy just walked up and wagged its tail happily at her feet. Wu Haiyan said coldly, should I kill it? Hana hesitated. If it were standard procedure, yes, but it looks so cute. After that, she made a decision. This is not normal. It's best to take it back to the laboratory for the research team to examine first. Wu Haiyan quickly complied and roughly grabbed the puppy by the neck. I understand. Hana looked back at him and said, it's finally closing, let's get out of here. In the late afternoon at the headquarters of the Bureau of Dimensional Management, a voice echoed, we've never encountered a case like this before. The doctor held the results paper in his hand and said, but the research results show that this creature is not a creature from another dimension. Hana hesitated and asked, if it's not, then what? The doctor said, we can only guess that this is an entity summoned through some kind of special ability. She replied in surprise, but between the two of us, neither of us has any special ability to do that. He looked into the distance. There's a high probability that this summoning happened from the reversed world, not from the two of you. We will need to study it more carefully. Hana immediately asked, so will the Bureau be responsible for protecting this creature? But the doctor just mumbled well about that. Wu Haiyan stared at the puppy while listening to the doctor. It seems the ownership stamp has been completed. According to regulations, we are not allowed to protect living creatures if that has been done. Hana looked aside helplessly, stamped. The system announced, Lightning Wolf has been registered as a pet. Wu Haiyan seemed extremely surprised, a pet. The system suddenly issued an emergency alert, emergency maintenance notice. The server will undergo maintenance for an update in 5 minutes. Players are requested to log out at a safe zone as soon as possible. Wu Haiyan calmly read the emergency message while Na Yon asked in surprise, everyone, what just happened? She seemed panicked. He just got a pet that didn't exist in the system, and then there's an update notification immediately. Xiang Qiao also gasped. This is a bit too much of a coincidence. Na Yon proudly blushed. Could it be that this emergency maintenance is because Haxicle just got a pet? Everyone simultaneously left comments. It's just a coincidence, don't overthink it. But the timing is indeed a bit. Just like the first time we saw someone perfectly adapted. The development team doesn't watch his stream, so how could it be related? Xiang Qiao happily said, just wait and see, we'll know later. As for now, we have to end the stream here. Na Yon waved goodbye and continued, see you all in the next stream. The screen turned black, currently offline, stay tuned for the next stream, click to watch other streams. Someone spoke up, "That's the end," then pointed the remote at the screen. That voice continued to resonate. "This is that stream." Everyone is looking up at the screen, in a meeting room at Planet Earth's headquarters in the US. A girl sat holding her head worriedly. If it's that Haxical guy, then isn't he the one who discovered the perfect adapter, something even we don't know? The blonde man replied, "Yes, we have been tracking him for a while now. That girl is Sophia, the lead developer of Reverse Planet." She said tensely, "Not to mention, this is a system update that even the development team didn't know about." The blonde man also frowned. As everyone knows, the only one capable of doing this is Isaac. A young man with white hair appeared. Isaac, former lead developer of Reverse Planet, a person also known as a genius. Currently, this person is still missing. Sophia bit her fingernails in thought. That eccentric guy, sure enough, he intentionally hid himself. Even so, I still don't think he would arbitrarily shut down the server and update the game like that. She looked at the person next to her and asked, "What about Deus?" The bespectacled man next to her replied, "We tried to reactivate it, but there has been no response so far." Deus, the artificial intelligence that Isaac created to support game development, stopped operating when Isaac disappeared. Sophia sternly warned, "For now, check if there are any update files that we don't know about. If this happens again, there will be big trouble." The bespectacled man asked worriedly, "But can we find it if Isaac intentionally hid it?" Sophia shouted angrily, "We must find it at all costs." She continued to advise, also, put Haxical on the high-priority management list. Continue to monitor his live streams so that if something happens, we can handle it immediately. The blonde man replied tensely, "Understood." Sophia gritted her teeth in hatred. "Isaac, I don't know what you're planning, but I won't let things go your way." On the system at this moment, there were countless numbers crowding the screen. A pair of hands gently touched the system screen, then aggressively pressed hard on the screen. The system announced, "In the next mission, you will need a teammate you can trust." At a small coffee shop located in the city center, on the phone screen was a reminder, "For the next special mission, you will need a reliable companion. This is..." Wu Haiyan stared at the screen in a daze. Anonymous viewer 62, what on earth are they planning? Opposite him, Na-Yon was gesturing wildly, not knowing what she had said. He recalled, furthermore, from both sides, "I only receive special missions related to the system. Continue the game and unlock new systems of Reverse Planet." Like the previous special mission, the content was to fix bugs, destroy the project director of Transcendence. The reward is the opportunity to return to the original world. Wu Haiyan rubbed his chin in speculation. If so, the candidate must be a developer closely related to the system, or at least someone involved with it. Na-Yon expressed, about anonymous viewer 62. She wondered, could it be an employee of the game company? Considering they did an emergency update right after you found the pet, he denied, "It's probably just a coincidence. A game company has no reason to watch the live stream of an average user." Hearing that, Na-Yon fell into deep thought. Wu Haiyan decided to change the subject. "Anyway, what is the big news you mentioned in the message?" She happily announced, "We received an invitation to be a coach from the SSR Cup tournament." SSR Cup, this is the biggest PvP Reverse Planet tournament in the country. In the tournament, they usually recruit individual streamers, famous influencers, or former professional players. He heard the news and was incredulous. "Why me? And a coach too?" Na-Yon explained, "What do you mean why? Because you're the center of attention, and the SSR Cup has an official position called support coach." She asserted, "With your level, maybe they think recruiting you as a coach would be more appropriate than a player. Why not take this opportunity to participate and show off your coaching skills?" Wu Haiyan looked pensive. He suddenly wondered, "If I'm a coach, does that mean I have to train disciples?" Na-Yon replied while biting a piece of cake, "That's right. If you decide to do it, I'll take care of all the preparations. We can even organize a trial to select disciples." Wu Haiyan remembered the notification just now. "For the next special mission, you will need a reliable companion." Therefore, he quickly agreed, "I'll do it." Hearing that, she excitedly jumped up. "Really? A wise decision. This will also help our channel a lot." As if getting more motivated, Na-Yon was multitasking, eating and texting constantly. "I should send the acceptance email before you change your mind." Wu Haiyan was speechless. He thought to himself, a companion. A few days later, on Haxical's broadcast day, she and Xiang Qiao continued to be commentators for the live broadcast. "Hekha welcomed the audience." Quickly there were comments replying, "Hello, hello, hello. Hekha, hekha." Na-Yon opened the program. "Before starting today's broadcast, I have an important announcement, which is that the God of Mechanics will participate in the SSR Cup tournament as a coach." Congratulations. On the screen simultaneously displayed a poster, but Woo Hyun's face was completely covered. The comment section started to go crazy. That's crazy, big news, but why is it a coach and not a player? To balance the playing field with the god of mechanics. They probably have to invite Battler or Antlers. Heard that Kang Soil will participate as a player. Did he make that photo himself? Seong Cheol continued to lead. Playing the game well and teaching the game well are two different fields, aren't they? I'm very curious about what the god of mechanics, coaching ability, will be like. She nodded in agreement, that's right. The screen interface quickly switched to an image of Woo Hyun warming up his body. Na-yeon explained, because his rank is currently a bit low, so today he plans to focus on climbing ranks. He nodded, good idea, to stand in the position of a coach. You need to climb as high a rank as possible to keep your image. A comment suddenly popped up. God of Mechanics, are you gold rank in all three modes? Seong Cheol answered on his behalf, accurately, dual gold, brawl gold, survival not yet ranked. Na-yeon expressed, you played the survival duo mode with me already. At that time we had a 10-win streak, so you can play ranked immediately. A challenge suddenly appeared, mission. Win survival mode without using weapons with more than 40 kills. After completing, reward 3 million won. Both commentators were stunned. The comment section exploded. Chairman, wow, you have to take this bet. With this mission, the first match will be very interesting. Na-yeon quickly reported this to Woo Hyun. A huge mission appeared. Is it possible to reach 40 kills in survival mode without using weapons? He had already activated data security to cover his face. Woo Hyun nodded in agreement. The viewers were all waiting. Bring it on. It's going to be interesting if he fails the first mission. If successful, this will be a new legend. Two commentators were immediately excited. The god of mechanics accepted the mission. Let's see if reaching 40 kills without using weapons is possible. A notification from the system sounded. PvP survival mode, solo ranking, match found. Woo Hyun was quickly teleported to Area 1, military base. He tilted his ear to listen, military base suburbs. It didn't take long, Woo Hyun quickly identified. There are 19 people in this vicinity. He tapped his toe on the ground. Need to be quick if I want to get 40 kills. Woo Hyun sat down in a ready-to-run position. In the blink of an eye, he sped off at a dizzying pace. Only a cloud of dust could be seen, followed by a series of continuous actions. Only a few rays of light flashed along with the sound of braking. The ambushers didn't have time to react before they were punched in the mouth. Woo Hyun forcefully swung his fist to tilt their faces. His speed was so fast that no one saw exactly what had just happened. Na-yeon and Seong Cheol looked at the screen, speechless. The viewers were also confused, crazy. What is this? Too fast, wow, dizzy. My eyes are spinning. The system continuously updated the takedown news. Running a long distance, Woo Hyun finally stopped. His body braked hard, but due to momentum, he still slid a few more steps before standing firm. The system announced, Beak Woo Hyun knocked down 18. He flicked his hand, I've cleared the suburbs, should I advance to the center? Seong Cheol watched, excited to the point of wanting to faint. Na-yeon laughed, or maybe I should just give up. At this moment, the system reminded, survival, 2 out of 100, and in an area that looked like a warehouse, a human figure was sitting quietly. He was dressed in black from head to toe, sitting silently with his hands on his chin waiting. From behind, Woo Hyun suddenly appeared. He raised a leg high in preparation to kick down. The very moment the foot landed, the person in black immediately reacted. He quickly jumped to the side to dodge. The comment section continued to buzz. Wow, he dodged that. What kind of reflex speed is that? The original hacker is back. The hack accusers are starting again. The person in black rested his hands on the ground to regain balance. He quickly stood up, his hands in a fighting stance. The atmosphere between the two immediately became tense. Seong Cheol let out an "oh, this is." He speculated, it seems this person also uses a physical enhancement playstyle like the god of mechanics. Na-yeon looked at the tablet in her hand. This is the first time, isn't it? Furthermore, this player's elimination log is not average either. She read the achievements, total of 15 kills. The viewers were surprised, 15 kills. Oh my god, that's a lot? No, it's just because the god of mechanics is 2-op. Usually over 10 kills is pro level, usually 5 kills is considered playing well. Na-yeon asked the question. Currently the god of mechanics has 39 kills. Can he reach that devilish 40-kill number? At the same time, the person in black also began to attack. He took the initiative to throw a punch towards Woo Hyun, but he quickly tilted his head to dodge. After that, Woo Hyun also countered with a similar punch, but the person in black managed to lower his body in time and avoided it. He continued to strike, and this time he used one hand to block. Wu Haiyan jumped up high and unleashed a powerful kick. The person in black didn't have time to dodge and was kicked back a distance. Taking advantage of the moment, he hadn't stabilized his body yet. Wu Haiyan curled his fist and lunged forward. The person in black clicked his tongue once, in a low stance, clenching his hands. Xiang Qiao commented excitedly, "A wonderful duel, both have movements not inferior to professional martial artists." Na Yon wondered, who is that person anyway? The viewers were also curious and speculated, what is this? First time seeing someone fight the god of mechanics like this. Anonymous expert, could be a pro player. What is this? Why is a pro in this rank? Could be a pro's alt account. While fighting, Wu Haiyan also silently admired. Their movement is quite good, but when the person in black lunged again, he gracefully leaned aside and dodged a blow. Wu Haiyan's hand was now aiming straight at his stomach. He clenched his hands into a fist. Perhaps it's time to end this here. A powerful punch was launched. The person in black was immediately sent flying backward, slamming straight into the wall. After this hit, he sat on the ground, his body no longer able to move, but he still broke into a smile, sure enough. Using an unfamiliar playstyle doesn't work. That was fun, let's have a real match next time. Finished speaking, the body of the person in black glowed, perhaps being teleported out by the system. This statement made Wu Haiyan very skeptical. The system announced, Beak Wu Haiyan defeated Anonymous, game over, game mode. Solo survival, final result. First 100, Beak Wu Haiyan, 40 kills, 0 assists, 0 deaths. Xiang Qiao declared excitedly, finally, the god of mechanics reached 40 kills and completed the mission. Na Yon couldn't hide her smile. Viewer Dus, the one who gave the mission, are you still there? Just as she mentioned, a ting sound rang out. Dus donated 3 million won. Her eyes immediately lit up, thanks for the mission. The viewers all admired, wow, 3 million. Crazy, that's crazy, boss. If you don't mind, buy me an ice cream. I don't care if it's a bother, buy me a hamburger. Na Yon winked mischievously, all right, let's keep this pace and continue climbing ranks. The comment section sent a wave of laughter. Her eyes have gone crazy. That's even better, continue, and just like that, Beak Wu Haiyan achieved a total of 98 consecutive wins that day and reached the challenger rank in all modes. Meanwhile, in some living room, the young man lay flat on the sofa, one hand supporting his head, while the girl sat on the floor, eyes glued to the phone screen. The girl hugged a chick-shaped stuffed animal to her chest, her fingers constantly swiping on the touch screen. The phone screen displayed an article in the reverse community titled Teaser for God of Mechanics Disciple Selection Trial, and the main content was written. It seems he wants to show off his coaching skills for the SSR Cup, is recruiting disciples from among the streamers, and is also accepting applications via email. However, it requires the consent of the person being introduced. Some typical comments popped up, very curious about what the training will be like. Wait for me, submitting a referral without their consent. The girl muttered, disciple selection trial. This girl is Young Ariam, a game streamer. After reading this article, Ariam asked the person lying behind her, hey little brother, have you seen the God of Mechanics disciple selection trial? Should we submit an application? He, Young Da-woon, also a game streamer, answered with a voice full of indifference, you already submitted it. And I'm the older brother. She complained, that was fast, but you should have submitted an application for your sister too. Da-woon lay straight and replied, that's right, I should have cared about my sister more. Looking at their appearance and the way they addressed each other, one could guess they are twins. On the other hand, at the headquarters of Planet Earth US, in Sophia's office, she was also scrolling through the computer looking at the news. The screen displayed some highlights. Special Note 1. All-time highest kill record in survival mode, major mission from viewer Dus. 2 last survivors remaining, no external program interference detected. Special Note 2. Content for disciple training has been announced. Sophia read and paused briefly, simultaneously frowning. Dus, huh. A few days later, the sky was blue, on the empty stadium, 5 minutes before the nuclear tourism broadcast. Looking at the cute puppy in her hand, the system's introductory voice echoed. LV1, Lightning Wolf. Own skills, bite, howl, roll. Wu Haiyan had a cold face, thinking it doesn't have any special functions. Na Yon on the other end of the line had a similar attitude, sighing in disappointment. It doesn't look any different from the pets that other players own. I was hopping for something more special from the emergency update. Speaking, she applied lipstick while instructing him about the disciple selection because there were too many applicants. Cha Xiangqiao and I screened out some candidates. Can you take a look at it later? Just continue playing PvE while the candidate list is being finalized. Hearing that, Wu Haiyan simply replied, understood. At this moment, Xiang Qiao's voice called out, Ms. Nayan, the broadcast is about to start. Na-Yeon waved goodbye to him. Oh, I have to go, start as soon as I give the signal. The call between the two ended. Holding the lightning wolf in his hands, Woo Hyun muttered, then I'll send this little guy home. Even though it didn't understand what he was saying, the lightning wolf was very cooperative, letting out a sound. Woo Hyun stared at it with a somewhat gentle gaze. A few seconds later, he awkwardly cleared his throat to regain his composure. Now looking at the two words, go-go, on Na-Yeon's screen, he wondered it started, huh? While his mind was drifting, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Looking at the alert on his phone, today around 13:22, a reversed world riot occurred in the direction of Bukhansan, Gyeonggi-dong, Jongno-gu, Seoul. Agents belonging to the Spatial Management Bureau, please depart to the mission area immediately. From the Spatial Management Bureau page, news appeared one after another. A reversed world riot occurred in the direction of the park, Yongsan, Yongsan-dong, Yongsan-gu, Seoul. In the direction of Sorisan Mountain, Jiangsu-dong, Namdong-gu, Incheon, Busan City. On Na-Yeon and Seong-cheol's side, they also received continuous notifications. Seong-cheol shouted in terror, this is a large-scale riot situation. Na-Yeon was also worried, oh God, does that mean that thing has appeared? Right at this moment the comments appeared, some mocked, some were serious, seriously, where is this plot going? If it goes like this, maybe the invaders will really appear. If it's a riot, it means another world is intervening seriously, so it's highly likely. Reversed world riot is a world no different from the apocalypse. The situation where another world pours erosion into the reversed world, where the invading entities are held, causing a riot. When a riot occurs, the invading entities will cross the earth and attack. Every corner of the ruined city at that time will be nothing but wild wolves, flying creatures, and monsters. After hearing the news, Woo Hyun couldn't help but reflect, is the space war intensifying? Thinking that, he looked at the words on the system screen and became even more pensive, large-scale riot response mission. Defeat the invading entities to respond to the large-scale riot. Suddenly, Hana ran from somewhere, waving her hand loudly, Junior. Woo Hyun broke away from his thoughts, followed the call, and looked back at her. The viewers who saw Hana started leaving comments about the two, sister Kim Hana. It feels like it's been forever. It seems the senior-junior roles have reversed. Or am I the only one who thinks so? Hana ran quickly to his front, hurriedly saying, I've prepared the vehicle, let's go quickly. At Bukhansan National Park, goblin corpses lay scattered on the ground full of red blood. Woo Hyun was surprised and stuttered, unable to finish his sentence. This is... Hana beside him couldn't help but interrupt, whispering in shock, we're one step too late. Woo Hyun whispered the rest of his sentence, goblins. Looking at the corpse of a goblin, Hana regained her composure, analyzing seriously. It seems the agents who arrived earlier have already dealt with them. They are good at tracking. They must be chasing the civilians who are fleeing. Speaking, she turned her head to look at him and suggested, since you're capable of acting alone, Junior, shall we split up to handle them? Woo Hyun decisively nodded, briefly replying, understood. Hana said nothing more, just left behind one sentence, see you later, then quickly ran away. Woo Hyun also started his mission. He used his perception to search around, faintly muttering, well then, I'll start from that side first. At this moment here, a girl was running frantically forward, yelling loudly, don't come near me. A group of goblins clutching weapons were frantically chasing the girl. Suddenly, an iron axe combined with a modern chain flew in. Woo Hyun held the chain, controlling the axe to pierce straight into the head of a goblin, causing it to scream in agony. After sending it to the grave, he moved on to handle the other goblins. The girl, exhausted and out of options, was crouching next to a tree, about to be attacked by a goblin. Seeing that, Woo Hyun quickly threw the axe blade. It accurately zipped across the goblin's body. Its body was immediately split in two and fell to the ground. After handling all these goblins, he retracted his weapon. The followers were excited again. Anyone looking at it would think that Chain Axe was haunted. The horror story of the Chain Axe and the God of Mechanics plot also became a hot topic abroad. Surprisingly, the comments above were real. The girl was still leaning against the tree, trembling with fear as she stammered, "Who are you?" Woo Hyun answered bluntly, "I'm an agent from the Space Management Bureau and the path below is safe." Following his instructions, the girl didn't hesitate, rushing past him while shouting back in gratitude, "Thank you." Woo Hyun tilted his head slightly, watching her go, and wondered to himself, was she the last survivor? This isn't working. I need to catch the boss quickly. Just as he was calculating his next moves, a weapon-wielding monster suddenly lunged at him from behind. As the monster's weapon swung down, Woo Hyun luckily managed to slide out of the way, muttering to himself, "Speak of the devil." He quickly shifted into a combat stance, and threw his chain scythe toward the monster. The monster was no slouch either, swinging its own weapon to knock his chain scythe away. Wu Haiyan's eyes suddenly lit up for no apparent reason. Thanks to his special vision, he vaguely spotted a dark, gloomy silhouette in the distance behind the monster, and Wu Haiyan silently asked himself, "Who is that?" At that moment, the monster was charging at him aggressively, so Wu Haiyan pulled back his chain scythe. As he waited for it to close in, they locked into a stalemate of offense and defense, causing the spectators to immediately flood the chat with questions. "What's going on? It feels like he's just playing defensively." Watching the fight through a virtual screen, Na-yeon and Xiang Qiao were also observing, with Na-yeon confusedly asking, "What is this situation? Why isn't he counterattacking?" Xiang Qiao, with a sharp eye for detail, spoke up skeptically. "It looks like he's looking at something else entirely, not his opponent." Returning to the fight, Wu Haiyan continued to use just enough strength to defend against the monster's attacks without any intention of retaliating, all the while lost in thought as he stared at the dark figure, thinking, "If you're just going to stand there and watch." Suddenly, the monster sliced through the chain of his scythe, but Wu Haiyan calmly gripped the axe handle. The monster roared fiercely, preparing to deliver a finishing blow with its blade. Wu Haiyan finally stopped holding back, executing a perfect dance of motion that sliced the monster in two. Seeing this satisfying strike, the viewers couldn't stop praising him. "Yes, that's it, so satisfying." After sending the monster to the afterlife, Wu Haiyan tilted his head, his eyes glowing. He stared straight at that dark silhouette. Then he coldly issued a two-word command to the monster, "Leave now." The monster didn't hide anymore. It stepped out into the light. As it slowly revealed its true form, the system immediately provided an introduction. Space Invader, an entity with a human-like appearance but belonging to another world. They are known by many names, such as demons or otherworlders. The chat exploded into a flurry of discussion. "Crazy, an invader appeared. No way, is this for real? I've never seen this kind of invader before." Elsewhere, Na-yeon shouted in shock. "An invader appearing at a time like this?" Xiang Qiao couldn't help but comment at length. "Usually, you'd be lucky to see one or two by the late-game phase. Sure enough, the PvE of Mech God is beyond imagination." The invader stepped out and immediately took a combat stance, facing him. Comments kept popping up in a constant stream. "What is this? Don't tell me they're going to fight hand-to-hand." Wu Haiyan didn't hesitate to throw his chain scythe aside, silently calculating to himself, "This is the first time an invader has appeared like this, but I'll take it down." With that thought, he quickly shifted into a fighting stance. Wu Haiyan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning as he stared straight at the invader. The invader tightened its own fists, locking eyes with him. Wu Haiyan didn't wait any longer and sprinted toward the monster. Both sides began a fierce battle. When he threw a punch toward it, it was also ready to strike back. Wu Haiyan unleashed a flurry of powerful punches toward the invader. The invader moved agilely, dodging his every strike. When it was its turn to attack, Wu Haiyan easily dodged all of its punches. Xiang Qiao watched through the screen and assessed seriously. "There's something about this flow. Doesn't it remind you of the final match of the last survival season?" He glanced at Na-yeon, who hesitated and replied, "Is that so? I'm not really sure." The keyboard warriors, hearing Xiang Qiao's remark, curiously asked one another, "Aren't all hand-to-hand fights pretty much the same? But have invaders always been this good at close-quarters combat?" Back in the duel, Wu Haiyan seemed to have discovered something and thought to himself, "I was half believing it before. This guy is actually mimicking my movements." Just as he suspected, whenever Wu Haiyan made a move or gesture, the invader did the exact same thing, just like that leg kick. Wu Haiyan moved with fluid strikes, but he was lost in thought, remembering something. "Even over there, to kill me, the one who destroyed the lab had created a special edible model that simulated me." Just as he was distracted, the invader launched a punch. Wu Haiyan, despite his racing mind, was always on guard and managed to dodge it. Then he thought, however, while simultaneously grabbing the invader's face with his bare hand. Turning the tables, he slammed its head into the ground. Wu Haiyan mocked it with a sneer, "Too clumsy," and continued to smash the invader's head into the dirt several times. Watching the ground crack, the viewers understood exactly what was happening. Some were ecstatic while others felt pity. "That invader is getting beat up so badly, it must hurt." To which someone retorted, "Well, go out there and take the hit for it then." Wu Haiyan raised his blood-stained fist, high to gather momentum. He then delivered a fatal strike to finish the invader off. As his fist remained covered in dark red blood, Wu Haiyan pondered, "Who on earth is doing the exact same thing as the lab back there? Is it the corporate alliance, or someone from the invader's side?" His mind was in turmoil, narrowing it down only to those two possibilities. But then, realizing something, Wu Haiyan changed his train of thought and whispered, "Wait a minute." Recalling the duel, he could firmly conclude that what the invader was mimicking wasn't his PvE style, but rather his PvP style. With that thought, his gaze drifted aimlessly down toward the defeated invader, and he vaguely arrived at a realization. That means, sure enough, it's someone who can interfere with the entire game system. Is Anonymous Viewer 62 that guy? Thinking of this, Wu Haiyan grew even more disoriented by the off-script events unfolding. At this moment, Hana ran over to find Wu Haiyan, surprising him as she kept calling out, "Junior." She seemed hurried as she asked, "Are you finished here?" Wu Haiyan quickly replied, "Yes, I'm done." At the same time, comments on the forum piled up. "You're too late, haha. I mean, it's a cliché, right? It was bound to happen." Additionally, upon seeing what was on the ground, Hana asked in surprise, "This is..." When she realized exactly what it was, she shouted in panic, "An invader, and even a commander-class entity." Seeing the critical situation, Hana decided to pull out her radio to report to her superiors. "There's a carcass of an invader here. Please send a cleanup crew immediately, and make sure to check if there are any other invaders around this area." After finishing, she turned to praise Wu Haiyan. "You did a great job. I knew I could trust you." Hearing this, he casually asked about the situation elsewhere. "You worked hard too, senior. How are things going in other places?" Hana answered frankly. "Things have gradually stabilized elsewhere as well." Furthermore, she informed Wu Haiyan, "We'll head back as soon as the cleanup crew arrives." He didn't object. "Yes, senior." A few seconds later, the system sent a notification to Wu Haiyan. "Mission, respond to large-scale riot incident complete. Your level has increased. You have received 1 ability point." Scene change. That afternoon, he returned to his agency. There, Wu Haiyan asked Chial directly, "I heard you called for me." Before he could finish his sentence, the man interrupted. "Let's get straight to the point. It's about the invader you defeated." Chial explained in detail what had been investigated. "Through our investigation, it turns out this invader is completely different from any we've ever seen before. You could say it's almost an entirely different species." Then with an urgent look, he asked, "Therefore, I want to hear the details of the situation from you. Was there anything special you remembered from the incident?" Wu Haiyan answered honestly, "Yes, there was. First, that commander-class entity was..." And just like that, he told him everything. After hearing it, Chial was so shocked he broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "That entity tried to copy you?" On the forum. After learning this, users left comments. "I knew it was trying to copy him." Of course, Haxical would know since he fought that entity directly, but why is Kim Chial's reaction so serious? Scene change. Watching the livestream, commentator Na Yeon was also quite surprised by his reaction. "I wonder why he's reacting so seriously." Seong Chial shared her sentiment. "It seems like those actions by the invader could hold a more serious meaning than we thought." On top of that, the gossipers jumped in. "Maybe it will lead to a new storyline. That sounds plausible." Scene change. Back to Chial's place, he looked troubled and said, "In history, there has never been a precedent for an invader attempting to copy humans, if they are trying to change their tactics by impersonating humans." And Chial's next words made him feel anxious. "Then there will be no way to stop their invasion of Earth." Hearing this, Wu Haiyan's expression turned grim, and for a second he bowed his head and muttered to himself, "Sure enough, the imposters will act in ways beneficial to the other world, causing social chaos while accelerating the invasion." It was now night, but he was still lost in his thoughts. "And if it is the corporate alliance I know, they won't hesitate to cooperate with the invaders if it brings them profit." After a while, Chial suddenly sighed, realizing the matter was more serious than he had thought. But Chial still thanked Wu Haiyan. "Regardless, thank you for preventing another major incident. We still have many things to investigate, but you did a great job." He brought out a box and solemnly said, "Now, you have more than enough qualifications to receive this." With a puzzled look, he quickly picked it up and said to himself, "This is..." Scene change. As soon as Wu Haiyan stepped out the door, Yujin called out, "Junior." He looked surprised to see her there, and Hana was with her. At this point, Yujin happily greeted him, "Long time no see." On the net, many fans of hers appeared, and Yujin's arrival immediately drew them in. "Oh my God, it's Yujin. Feels like it's been forever, right? She's so cute." Wu Haiyan greeted her politely. "Oh, hi. Is there something that brought you here?" Before he finished, she cut in. "I'm here to congratulate you. You must have received it from the captain already, right?" After Yujin saw the badge in the box in his hand, she excitedly said, "I mean the official agent badge. Having a senior pin the badge on a junior who's just been promoted from trainee is a tradition." Wu Haiyan couldn't hide his surprise. "Is that so?" Hana then loudly explained to him, Originally, your instructor would have done it, but since her hand is like that, I'll do it instead. Yujin held up her injured hand for Wu Haiyan to confirm, then laughed out loud. Additionally, Hana herself pinned the badge onto his collar. She didn't forget to congratulate him. Congratulations on becoming a real agent. Yujin, standing next to her, added, Congrats, Junior. The Space Chat users, after seeing this scene, also applauded Hana. It really is flowers in both hands, isn't it? The two of them rarely even smile in the original storyline. Wu Haiyan was a bit surprised but replied, Thank you. Hearing this, Hana reminded him, Once you become an official agent, you'll have more authority. However, there is one thing you should know right now. A few seconds later, they took turns instructing Wu Haiyan. First, Yujin, Independent Campaign Operational Authority. Hana quickly continued. That's the authority that allows you to carry out optional missions without going through complicated procedures. After a while, Yujin suddenly looked worried and said, But it's a shame that you're already able to go on independent missions when we've only been on one together. Meanwhile, Hana happily added, Not to mention you were injured during that mission too. Here, Yujin shouted angrily, There was a valid reason for that. Hana didn't want to tease her further, so she reluctantly replied, Yes, of course. Next, Hana specifically advised him, Anyway, even if you have independent authority, it doesn't mean you always need to use it. So remember to call me whenever you need help. Hana also promised, I can help too. So Wu Haiyan replied, Thank you, everyone. Hana was a bit curious, so she asked him, So what do you plan to do with that independent campaign authority? Wu Haiyan immediately answered awkwardly, I. But then, at a tense moment, commentator Nayeon gestured and cut him off. This made the viewers furious. What is this? This is so sudden. I was concentrating and her voice made me jump. Seeing the extreme comments from everyone, Nayeon quickly laughed and said, Did I surprise you all? Because Seong Chial has a schedule coming up, we'll end today's stream here. Instead, we have an important announcement. She mentioned the previous announcement. Do you remember the announcement we made a little while ago? The selection process will begin soon and we'll call it. Nayeon looked incredibly excited as she shouted, Means nuclear superstar. I came up with the name myself. The gossiping viewers quickly left comments below. It means nuclear. Is that part of the name? That's terrible nomming taste. I mean, the stream name already showed her poor aesthetic taste. Hurry up and show us the contestants. Seong Chial also chimed in. As I heard, we have a lot of applicants. Nayeon continued. Yes, and the selection process is almost complete. She excitedly told everyone. So, please look forward to our upcoming stream. Scene change, a few days later at the Superstar event, 10 minutes before it started, the MC had changed. At this moment, he excitedly said, So we should proceed like this, right? She quickly coordinated, That sounds good. While the audience below was gossiping, Ariam was surprised to see an acquaintance there. She looked at Shuria and LNDB and thought to herself, From LNDB, a YouTuber with 1,000 subscribers, to the rookie streamer Shuria. It's clear they aren't just selecting based on the contestants' popularity. A second later, someone suddenly shouted, Hey, look over there, that's Blue Whale. Ariam also saw him laughing to the point of tears and wondered, Blue Whale. She knew about Blue Whale and muttered to herself, Haxical, honestly, he's not really that great. It's funny that he signed up too. Why would they choose a streamer who specializes in clickbaiting with dirty tricks like that? These words were heard by Dawoon, who walked over and said, Maybe they chose him to teach him a lesson about his place. Ariam immediately turned away and countered, Haxical wouldn't do that. He's not like you. At the same time, in a corner, a girl looked through the list and shouted, Blue Whale. Oh, your life is over then. And that girl was Nayeon. Afterward, he loudly announced, The stream is about to start. Everyone get ready, 3, 2, 1. It was Nayeon's turn. Welcome, viewers. And he continued, Hello, I'm Seong Chial, today's MC. Below, someone left a comment. Oh, the setting is different from usual, so this is where the selection is being held. He quickly got down to business. As announced earlier, today we have the Disciple Selection event. We are currently at an outdoor studio with an extremely large capacity. Everyone focused and listened while Seong Chial spoke. Since there are so many people waiting, we will invite Haxical out right away without making everyone wait any longer. Come on out, Haxical. The first one was Wu Haiyan, and he introduced himself. Hello, I'm Beak Wu Haiyan. As he walked out, the netizens immediately commented enthusiastically. It's really him. We can finally interact. He looks great in that suit. Please take off the mask. Meanwhile, Jira was stunned by his looks and said, Amazing. So that's Haxical. Wu Haiyan was wearing a mask according to the show's rules and fell into deep thought. He remembered his conversation with her. Nayeon, what kind of content in RP requires teammates? She spread her hands and explained, The teammates you're talking about, are you referring to a party? Then it must be a raid. According to what Nayeon said, he imagined the raid diagram in his head. Raid, that is one of the largest PvE contents in RP, alongside the reverse planet mode. Furthermore, she specifically reminded him, unlike RP mode, you only need to defeat a single, extremely powerful entity. But because you have to pass through many complex mechanisms, a party is mandatory. You can only receive rewards once a week. With a puzzled look, Wu Haiyan asked, a raid. Returning to the present, as he looked at the group of people below, he said, as you all know, I'm here to decide and choose a disciple. Wu Haiyan also mentioned the conditions to become his disciple. If you want to become my student, you must follow everything I say. If you aren't confident you can do that, you can leave right now. He emphasized seriously. Furthermore, even if you pass the selection, you can still be disqualified if you don't follow my instructions. Nayeon was shocked to hear this condition. Disqualified? Meanwhile, the gossiping crowd agreed. That sounds fair. He's saying that if you want to suck up to him, you have to at least try your best. After that, he firmly promised everyone. However, if you have the will to learn, I guarantee that you will reach the rank of master. At this point, Blue Whale loudly asked Wu Haiyan, but aren't you only just reaching the rank of master yourself? I think you need to prove your skills first. He didn't oppose this. That's a fair point. He suddenly made an unimaginable offer. How about this? All 12 of you can fight me at the same time. Wu Haiyan set the terms. If you can land a single hit on me within 10 minutes, you win. If you can't, I win. This condition made her jump in fear, thinking to herself, this isn't what we agreed on. Xiang Qiao couldn't control himself and shouted, a single hit. Wu Haiyan, to prove he was serious, repeated, anyone who successfully lands a hit on me will be past this selection immediately. Right after that, he continued while walking, but if you don't accept, I guess that's impossible. So, with a confident look, Wu Haiyan spread his arms and shouted, I won't attack first, and I won't step outside this circle. The netizens quickly left comments. For real, he's looking down on them way too much, lol, but it seems possible for Haxical. It would be funny if he ended up getting hit after saying that. Dawoon immediately raised his hand and said, can we attack at the same time? He agreed. Sure you can. You can use any ability or weapon you want. Not wanting to waste time, Wu Haiyan shouted his command. Then let's start. After hearing what Wu Haiyan said, he laughed and silently mocked him. What a show-off. All right then. Just as he thought to himself, let's see how long you can last. An aura burst forth from Wu Haiyan that was enough to make everyone scream in astonishment. With a cold expression, he looked at everyone with eyes that seemed to spit fire. A second later, a loud explosion suddenly occurred behind Wu Haiyan. Blue Whale didn't understand what was happening and roared, what the hell? Did he dodge my fire spear that easily? The gossipers jumped in with comments. That is Haxical's ability. Someone once said, Haxical, honestly, he's not really that special, lol. He didn't care about others' feelings, just rubbed his neck and said, we don't have much time, so everyone just attack at once. Jira looked at him and silently tried to gauge his intentions. After everything, they had no choice but to show their full capabilities and lunged toward him all at once. Wu Haiyan remained extremely calm, watching to see what moves his opponents would make. When he identified their weaknesses in the blink of an eye, he successfully took them all down. At this moment, he struggled to get back up and said, our attacks had no effect on him. Jira added, I tried to force him into close combat to find an opening, but it didn't work. A few seconds later, she felt both surprised and confused as someone approached and said, everyone, don't give up yet. It was Ariam who confidently launched an attack. From now on, Dawoon hurriedly continued, leave it to us. The two looked very confident and coordinated their attacks on Wu Haiyan. Ariam kicked and said, I'll attack from below. Dawoon also kicked and followed, and I'll go from above. They thought they moved fast, but his hands were faster, leaving both of them confused. And when they were thrown far away by Wu Haiyan, they both shouted in confusion. The livestream viewers immediately left comments. He just threw all of them away, lol. He's like the best thrill ride at an amusement park. Honestly, that looks pretty fun. Both of them hit the ground hard enough to make their heads spin, and then she loudly announced, time's up. Everyone was now lying on the ground, groaning from the pain. Meanwhile, the gossipers were shocked. 12 opponents and it still wasn't enough. Wow, I mean they were all silver and gold tier players, so it's shocking they couldn't even push him out of the circle. Wu Haiyan then asked aloud, is this enough to prove my skills? Does anyone have any more complaints? Ariam and Dawoon, still not fully conscious, loudly replied, no, sir. Additionally, he told everyone, of course, this is just proof of my personal skills. I still need to slowly prove my coaching skills as well. A second later, Wu Haiyan asked the commentator, now, let's start the superstar event. and his elegant appearance accidentally made her blush with excitement. Wu Hein sighed and said, "It means nuclear." And at that, the netizens immediately flooded the chat with comments like, "I'm dying of laughter." And even Haxical couldn't help but sigh after reading that name, lol. Cutting back to the studio, Xiangqial told her, "All right, the final audition round has officially kicked off." "Nayeon, what's the first mission?" she replied cheerfully. "The first mission is for the contestants to show off their ability to control their powers without using a stabilizer." Nayeon explained in detail, "This is a very simple task. The participants have to hold a 150-kilogram barbell for 3 minutes using a provided build, and of course, they aren't allowed to use any stabilizers." The onlookers immediately commented, "Did she just say simple? The difficulty is already hellish right from the start. Using powers without a stabilizer is hard enough, and now they have to last 3 whole minutes. What kind of build are they going to use for this?" Their confusion was quickly cleared up by Xiangqial. "The build for this mission is a body enhancement type. It's relatively easy to use without a stabilizer. While it's not as effective as absolute physical manifestation, it does help boost the user's stamina and strength." She pointed at the screen and said, "That's right. Xiangqial and I even tried it out ourselves and somehow managed to do it. Here's the photo as proof." The netizens chimed in. "Okay, if they tried it themselves, it's probably fine. But does anyone else see Xiangqial's soul leaving his body on the right side? Lol, am I the only one who sees that ghost? Is this some kind of paranormal photo?" A few minutes later, Nayeon raised her hand and asked, "Those who want to take on the challenge, please set your system windows to public. Also, does anyone have any questions?" As soon as she finished, 2 people raised their hands at once. Dawoon asked first, "Is there any benefit to completing the mission early?" Ariam followed up, "Are there any disadvantages to finishing the mission late?" The community was intrigued. The twins are asking about the same problem, naturally, lol. The way they take turns talking like that is so interesting. He quickly cleared up the confusion. "Scores will be distributed on a scale based on the completion order, so those who succeed early will have an advantage." She also chimed in to support her co-host. "After the second mission ends, the 4 people with the lowest total points will be eliminated." Hearing that, Jira couldn't hide the fear on her face. He felt the same way, especially since 4 whole people were going to be cut. Nayeon reassured everyone. "However, you are allowed to retry, so please feel free to challenge yourselves without any pressure. Even so, the time limit for the first mission is 30 minutes, including practice time. So let's get started." Cutting ahead 5 minutes, everyone was in position to start the challenge. Seeing this, she excitedly said, "Everyone is completely focused on their practice." And then a thoughtful netizen sent them a gift. Minchted donated 1,001. "Who do you 2 think will pass first?" In the studio, Xiangqial asked the 2 of them, "What do you think?" Wu Hein honestly replied, "I think Ariam and Dawoon will pass first." Meanwhile, she hesitated and answered, "Probably LNDB." Additionally, after reading the comments from passers-by, Nayeon was completely surprised. All 3 of them are mainly using melee builds. Default melee builds already have body enhancement, so they're used to lifting heavy objects. Wait, but wouldn't this mission be too disadvantageous for users with ranged builds? While everyone was practicing, the netizens didn't stop debating. Why are they favoring melee and looking down on ranged like that? Do you guys mean melee builds are superior to ranged builds? Then why even call for ranged players to come? This stream is way too biased. Reading the comments, Nayeon was stunned and screamed internally, "The audience is angry." And when she saw the content of the index, 1 summary, 2 stream career, 2.1 controversy, 2.2 superstar, i.e. nuclear, 221 looking down on ranged players, she frantically shouted, "No!" At the same moment, the system issued a notification. Trouble detection sensor activated. Nayeon waved her hands repeatedly and explained to everyone, No, that's not what I meant at all. It's also not the case that we are only looking for melee players." She pointed the camera toward the training field and continued, "The second mission will be more beneficial for ranged players anyway. There's a reason why the first elimination only happens after the next mission ends." The viewers understood the situation and left comments below. "Oh, so that's how it is. 1 for melee and 1 for ranged. Seeing her so scared is actually pretty funny. Calm down, we understand now." Finally, Nayeon felt relieved and asked, "So are there any challengers yet?" LNDB spoke up, "I want to give it a try." The twins said in unison, "We'll do it, we can do it." Right after that, she agreed, "All right then, get ready." When all 3 were in position, Nayeon shouted, "Start!" The netizens were also nervous as they commented, "Just 1 try is enough, the twins will definitely pass. I believe in LNDB." A minute later, Dawoon was straining so hard his face turned red and his hands were shaking, and he asked her, "Hey, little sister, why don't you just give up early?" Ariam stubbornly retorted. Sorry, but your older sister here doesn't give up that easily. The onlookers saw them arguing and commented. They're arguing again. If they can still talk, they're probably still doing fine, lol. 2 minutes later, LNDB's face was also red and his hands were shaking. The onlookers quickly left comments to cheer him on. LNDB, keep it up, you're representing the senior citizen club. LNDB is actually a high school girl. That look is just a character customization. Really? What do you think? However, things didn't go as they had guessed. He was actually the first person to give up. Seeing that, Nayeon said in surprise, Oh, LNDB couldn't hold on. He lasted 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Seoncheol added, It looks like he lost his focus for a split second. Just like that, the twins cheered in celebration amidst her congratulations. And while we were talking, the twins passed the 3-minute mark. Congratulations, we have our first successful candidates. Immediately after, Ariam clenched her fist and smiled, Great job. Dawoon followed his sister's movement and said, Fantastic. The onlookers also congratulated them. As expected, the twins finished first. Haxical chose them, so that was inevitable. LNDB didn't accept this result, so he shouted loudly, Can I try again right away? Seoncheol agreed immediately. Of course, the time starts from now. Hard work pays off. After all, LNDB passed on his second attempt. This made Blue Whale unhappy, and he muttered to himself, Damn it, there aren't many spots left. If I don't make it into the top 6, I'm as good as eliminated. He suddenly remembered the clip he saw on the forum and thought to himself, It would be so embarrassing not to make it into the top 4 after clickbaiting so hard. Haxical's controversial disciple audition got 240k views 3 days ago. Why does Haxical have 400k views? I have to do something. A few minutes later, someone else passed the challenge, and she happily congratulated them. We have our 4th successful candidate. Congratulations. Blue Whale already had a plan in mind by now. All right, everyone is focused over there, so then. Furthermore, Nayeon called out, Is there anyone else who wants to go next? He walked to the contestant's position and said loudly, So that's how you do it. She couldn't hide her surprise as she replied, Are you going to try? Even the netizens were surprised. Oh, he learned how to do it, lol. Blue Whale raised his hand and said with a smile, Yes, I'll be the next one. She happily agreed. Then please switch your system window to public mode and step onto the stage. With a look of confidence, he marched onto the stage. Right after Nayeon's signal, Blue Whale touched the barbell. All right, the challenge starts right now. Just like that, he sat down and lifted the barbell over his head. Blue Whale gritted his teeth and encouraged himself. Good job, me. He actually did it, and she confirmed, Oh, Blue Whale has actually passed the 2-minute mark on his first try. The netizens rushed to leave comments. Wait, Blue Whale actually has talent. I thought he was just a clickbaiter, but that's pretty good. He really did better than I imagined. Woo Hein watched the others' performance and fell into deep thought. When it came to the official test, Blue Whale still performed well, and this was confirmed by Nayeon. 3 minutes passed, you've made it. He quickly threw the barbell down and said joyfully, Great. As usual, she congratulated the challenger. Congratulations, please step toward the waiting area. Right then, he spoke up to stop her. Wait a second. Woo Hein asked Blue Whale point blank. What do you think you're doing? He asked back in surprise. Me. The onlookers were also confused. What's going on? Why is the atmosphere so tense? Is Haxical angry? He quickly explained his reason. Do you think I wouldn't notice that you're using a stabilizer? Nayeon was shocked by Woo Hein's words. Wait, he used a stabilizer? What do you mean? The netizens swarmed in with comments. Did Blue Whale use a stabilizer? What is he talking about? The system window says 0% right there. I think Haxical is wrong this time. The system window looks a bit blurry, like a JPEG. She didn't believe this, so she asked him, Woo Hein, why do you think Blue Whale is using a stabilizer? He firmly presented his argument based on what he had observed. From his gait to the posture he used to hold the barbell, there are characteristic changes from the stabilizer system that have appeared. I recognized it because his body is being adjusted away from the original movements in real time. The netizens didn't believe what the other said. He noticed that? No way, right? LNDB what? How could anyone see those things? Nayeon saw these comments and whispered into Woo Hein's ear, Are you sure about this? If you're wrong, it's going to be a huge problem. He replied resolutely, I'm sure. Woo Hein looked at Blue Whale and ordered, Can you show me your real stabilizer system window instead of this fake one? At this point, he was still stubborn. It's right there. And what if you're wrong? Blue Whale didn't think he was wrong, so he challenged him. This isn't going to end with just an apology, you know that, right? Woo Hein promised the other party, If I'm wrong, I will apologize and quit being a streamer. And if that's still not enough, you can take all my revenue. At this moment, with a serious voice, he said, Is that enough? Now try adjusting your system. He was so scared he gritted his teeth, but he still stayed stubborn to the end. Fine, fine, I'll do it. Suddenly a problem occurred in the system that even Blue Whale didn't understand. Why can't I click it? Is it lagging? Wu Hein sighed and made the decision. Done. Blue Whale has been disqualified. The netizens rushed to comment. So he really was using a trick. I trusted you. Did you use up your whole brain to come up with that? How pathetic, Mr. Whale. Being made a laughingstock by others. Blue Whale was so angry he gritted his teeth until they creaked. Before logging out, he didn't forget to curse him. We'll see where this damn stream goes. Next, the system confirmed, Blue Whale has logged out. The more he did that, the more the netizens found it amusing, struggling to the very end and then just disappearing. That's just the nature of these internet vultures. But how did Saint Haxical know? Sorry for not believing in Saint Haxical. Because of the recent incident, Na-Yon was a bit flustered and turned to the others. A bit of a mess, isn't it? Let's continue. Who's next? Shuria quickly applied. I'll give it a try. And then the audition continued in a chaotic atmosphere. On the other hand, when entering the second mission, there were no surprises. In the second mission, as expected, the ranged players dominated the top of the leaderboard. Later, when his group was eliminated, the three of them simultaneously bowed to the two commentators, and he said quietly, "It's a pity I was eliminated too early." He also promised, "I will support the broadcast." The two commentators bowed in response, and Na-Yon said, "You all worked hard." According to the program, Xiangqial turned to her and said, "So the individual mission is over. Next is the team match, right?" Na-Yon quickly coordinated with him. After the 4-on-4 team match, the winning team will split in half for the finals. There will be a total of 2 winners. She also clarified the rules. We have divided teams A and B based on individual rankings to balance the strength. The onlookers began to chatter. Ranged versus melee, huh? Team B only has Shuria as a ranged player. She looks so out of place. Shuria is so cute. Furthermore, there was someone supporting the live stream. Kano Dioga donated 5,001. So what is the team mission? She finished reading the comment and happily announced to everyone, Haxical's Disciple Audition. The first team mission is. Na-Yon didn't want to keep everyone in suspense any longer, so she named the people they had to fight. Defeat the intermediate etnals that appear 2 every minute on the vacant lot you are standing on. The team that destroys more in 10 minutes wins. Note, if you leave your team's area, you will be disqualified immediately. She also clarified the principles. Each team has 2 chances, and the final result will be based on the round with the higher performance. Xiangqial continued in a loud voice. Feel free to use special abilities and development directions. The stabilizer coefficient is uniformly set at 60%. As soon as the target appeared, he said loudly, "All right then, the challenge begins." Cutting to the quick results of the first round, Team A destroyed 10 and Team B destroyed 8. Seeing this, Na-Yon commented, Team A is in the lead by a bit. He added, in terms of skill combinations, the ranged type has more of an advantage. Xiangqial also talked in detail about their strategy. In the case where enemies appear one by one, ranged players can focus their firepower from a distance to destroy them one by one. He had a certain level of understanding, so he pointed out the weaknesses of others. And melee players, if they don't take them down quickly, they will easily be swarmed by monsters and surrounded. It's also very hard to coordinate well. The netizens had their horizons broadened and quickly joined the discussion. It's clear that in a group fight, long range has an advantage. Melee with each other really doesn't have much interaction. This is discrimination against melee. I'm just saying the truth. Why call it discrimination? Shuria realized the difficulty in front of her and lamented. What should we do now? It's probably hard to turn the tide in the second round. Dawoon quickly made a suggestion. How about we ask Saint Haxical for advice? LNDB accidentally heard these words and replied, Advice? That sounds good. If our performance improves, Saint Haxical also proves his coaching ability. Dawoon looked surprised that he agreed so easily and stammered, unable to finish his sentence. Just when he hadn't acted yet, Ariam ran over and said, Ask the judges and see. She ran to her spot. After hearing the other party present their request, Na-Yon nodded in agreement. That works too, but the issue of fairness. Cutting to after that, she announced to everyone. So, Xiangqial and I will be in charge of coaching for Team A. The netizens took the opportunity to analyze the match. This is getting interesting. The judges are even joining in. So if the team loses, do the judges get eliminated too? He put on a surprised look while looking at him and excitedly said, A private coach mode? Interesting. Wu Hein just casually replied, If Team A agrees, I don't have any objection. Just like that, Team A responded, Then we need to discuss a bit. The 4 of them put their heads together to discuss. First, he whispered, "Should we ask Saint Haxical to coach us?" Jira quickly retorted, "But Saint Haxical is a melee type. Being coached by Xianqial for ranged might be better." Furthermore, he agreed with her. "I also agree with Dianman's opinion. Besides, to be honest, what kind of progress can you make in 30 minutes? She agreed. "That's right. If we keep doing what we're doing now, we'll win." After the discussion, Jiro raised her hand and said, "We agree." Nayeon immediately confirmed, "Thank you." So after 30 minutes of training, the mission begins. Cutting to while the two commentators were talking with Team A, Wu Hein was talking with Team B. To destroy ethnals effectively, you need to grasp their characteristics. He pointed out the difference in ethnals. Unlike humans, ethnals are not afraid of getting hurt. If they judge that the damage dealt is greater than the damage they have to take, they will give up defense and attack without hesitation. Wu Hein bluntly pointed out the key point of the problem. If you grasp that standard and use it against them. LNDB didn't understand in some parts, so he spoke up and asked directly, "Then you can predict the ethnal's actions." The onlookers accidentally picked up a free lesson, so they took turns commenting, "Why is it suddenly so useful?" Introduction to Ethnal Studies. Once he had explained the theory, he quickly went into practice. "Then we'll try a simulation fight." Wu Hein ordered everyone on Team B, "Think of me as an intermediate ethnal and attack." What? Everyone saw his momentum and had the same thought. His aura has completely changed. Even though it was a simulation, he drew his sword and muttered to himself, "It's a simulation, but it feels so real." After a scream, LNDB drew his sword and attacked the other party. And when Wu Hein easily caught the sword, he felt both surprised and confused. With just one kick, he successfully sent LNDB flying like a bubble. He fell to the ground hard and screamed in pain. Before acting, Ariam reminded her younger brother, "Swarm them all at once." Dawoon quickly coordinated, "I'll go to the left." When the discussion was over, both twin sisters screamed and lunged forward. As for Shuria, she slowly deployed her special ability and muttered to herself, "What should I do? If I miss, I'll hit my teammates." Just a second later, she was completely shocked when he easily broke her attack. Meanwhile, he was hit in the chin by Wu Hein and cried out in pain. Shuria saw all three of them collapse and revealed a worried look on her face. Additionally, he also admitted one thing. Indeed, except for the twins, there is no coordination at all. When seeing their flaws, Wu Hein quickly adjusted. "First of all, we will unify the coordination method." While he was teaching the team, Jira stood to one side and eavesdropped, then hesitantly said, "This is insane." The netizens again swarmed in to comment, "Why are these kids all just standing and looking? If it were me, I'd also stand and look. It's so interesting, how can you not watch?" Cutting back, Xianqial saw the two looking at him, so he clapped his hands to correct them, making them both extremely embarrassed and speechless. Come on, stop watching. That only works with Team B, which has many melee players." It took a while for him to speak up. "Sorry." Nayeon echoed him, "That's right. Let's just practice our way, that's enough. So let's check the skill combination again." Cutting back 15 minutes later, LNDB said in a tense voice, "The challenge begins." Dawoon said excitedly, "Let's go." Shuria cheered everyone on, "Keep it up." Ariam loudly encouraged, "Let's fight." In the second, Xianqial loudly ordered, "All right, Team B, get ready." After his words, Dawoon's group lunged into battle. The match began. Thanks to his guidance, she landed her attacks more accurately, and when she destroyed an ethnal, Ariam happily muttered to herself, always ready to deal with the counterattack. It was Dawoon's turn to perform, and he didn't lose to his sister, landing his attacks decisively with one thought, and finish it clearly. LNDB didn't want to lose to his teammates. His sword strikes were as soft as they were sharp enough to finish off his opponent. Shuria used her special ability and muttered to herself, "My job right now is..." She suddenly remembered what he had told her. The key to Team B's coordination lies in the only ranged player, Shuria. Wu Hein constantly reminded the other party, "If you're afraid of hitting your teammates and hesitate, you'll lose the opportunity. You have to attack decisively." Shuria agreed with him. Yes. Back to the present, LNDB was being overwhelmed by an ethnal, making him complain uncomfortably. "Damn it." Right then, she also focused her strength and roared. Next, Shuria attacked and shouted, "Ice Spike." The onlookers seeing this scene praised her. "That's how you play. Great support, as expected of Shuria. Victory, move forward." Not only did the livestream viewers praise her, but her teammates also did. So Shuria said, "I'll protect everyone's back, rest assured, and fight." He gave a thumbs up and said, "Shuria, great job." This made Xianqial speak with an unbelievable voice. Nayeon also didn't believe her eyes. "The speed is terrifying. It's hard to believe it's the same team as before." The netizens immediately responded, "What the hell is going on? A complete reversal, really. Dawoon destroyed another one, and he loudly announced, "Time up." Xiangqiao looked around and drew his final conclusion. Team B, total of 14 destroyed. The onlookers had a chance to discuss. 14? This is crazy, a complete turnaround. Is St. Haxicle's special class this useful? Horrifying story, St. Haxicle only coached for 30 minutes. He didn't forget to praise him. Improving performance to this level, St. Haxicle has clearly proven his coaching ability. Meanwhile, she reassured Team A, "Anyway, Team A, don't be swayed, just do what you did before, it's fine." He smiled bitterly and replied, "That's right, keep it up." He reluctantly said, "Wipe them all out." However, the unthinkable happened. After the match ended, Na-yeon said with a surprised voice, "But for Team A's second attempt, a total of 12 were destroyed." She compared the two teams' results and said, "So Team A's highest performance is 12 and Team B is 14. So the result of the team mission is," Na-yeon just declared, "the victory belongs to Team B." As soon as she finished, the whole team cheered joyfully. "We won." Seeing them celebrate, he wasn't resigned and said, "What a pity." Jira also said, "I thought we won." The onlookers swarmed into comment. Team A was good too, but Team B was too strong. 12 is unreasonable, but 14 is truly crazy. Anyway, they're in the top 8, let it go. He seriously thought about the match right after that. But if it goes like this, it's a waste. Looking at how Shuria performed in the second round, St. Haxicle can definitely give advice for ranged types as well. Before Wu Hein left, he ran over to talk to the other party, surprising the whole team. "Before you leave, could you give us some advice?" He was willing to help them, so he replied, "All right. First, Diunman's Fire Mage Development Direction has the strength of powerful attacks, right? To maximize it, then." He also agreed, "I understand." "And for Jira, then?" Here, the onlookers whispered, "What is this? He's also good at consulting for ranged, truly the saint of saints." Before they left, Na-yeon bowed and said, "Thank you all for participating." He replied, "It was my pleasure." He even said, "Let's meet again sometime." Xiangqiao then said with an excited voice, "Now only the final remains." She also got to work. "The final will be a 2-on-2 team match." He continued Na-yeon's sentence, "We have prepared a special mission for the finale, and that is." Xiangqiao showed everyone a simulation and said, "Survival PvP Arena." In this survival PvP mode, the team that survives to the end wins. Dawoon's entire team was ready to fight, so he loudly announced, "It looks like the teams are locked in, right? All right, so then." Right then, a kind person donated to the live stream. Alien Father donated 1001. Now go kill each other. When the training session ended, the instructor loudly announced, "Today's training session ends here." She, with her eyes blurred from exhaustion, replied, "Thank you." She also quickly took out her phone to check and said, "That's right, the result of the superstar." On her phone screen was a summary table of the results. Summary in one line, user 123, twins Jung Dawoon won. In the survival sector, Shuria did well, but when talking about team coordination, you have to name the twins. This result was in her prediction. As expected, the twins got it. I have to watch it again immediately when I get home. Additionally, the unexpected thing was that he was the coach, so she muttered to herself, "But I didn't expect Mr. Wu Hein to be the coach." She remembered Wu Hein's serious face and told herself, "The official coach has the right to choose the team, right? I wonder if he will choose the team with me. Anyway, we are acquaintances." She even imagined a rosy scenario and said to her heart, "Maybe I'll get to be on the show with him soon." Cutting, the next livestream also arrived, and so Na-yeon excitedly said, "Hello bros, hello to all the audience." Xiangqiao smiled and said, "Thank you all for stopping by today." The gossipers also replied, "Hi, where did we play up to in the PvE last time?" "Right, because of the superstar thing we took a long break, I don't remember anything." At the request of the audience, she also did PvE. In the previous episode, Yujin asked him, "So, Junior, what do you intend to use the single operation right for?" And Wu Hein hesitated and replied, "I intend to." Here, Na-yeon happily said, "PvE last time ended at this part, so let's listen to the answer together." He quickly cooperated. "Let's see what Haxicle will choose to do." They continued to watch people through the monitoring system, and he told Yujin and Hana, "I intend to try to wipe out the inverted world alone." Hana also praised the other party. "The junior is so hardworking." Moreover, she trusted Wu Hein's ability. "With your level, there shouldn't be any problems." Yujin immediately agreed. "That is true, but..." She walked to in front of Wu Hein and whispered into his ear, "There's some work that needs to be announced before you go. You check the message for me, okay?" Saying it here is a bit awkward. He immediately understood the intention. Got it. Cutting, Wu Hein walked while looking at his phone and muttered to himself, "It's here, huh?" Very quickly, Yujin had texted Wu Hein. Do you still remember the group that sneak attacked me and you last time? Hyunsel and the other two. After that, she reminded of the old story with Wu Hein. Surely you know already, but their target at that time wasn't me, but you, Junior. It seems like the Alliance organization is in need of your people. They can attack at any time. Eugen was afraid he would be worried, so she reassured him. But they know we have prepared, so they probably won't dare to act rashly. Besides, we have already installed a spy inside the organization. If there is any unusual movement, they will contact us immediately. Wu Hein looked at his phone screen and mumbled to himself. And here is the list of suitable inverted worlds for solo play. The preliminary information is like that, huh? Nayeon looked finished and also felt confused. This type is. She hesitated to give her judgment. Planting a flag that they will be ambushed is clearly obvious. Seongcheol heard and hesitated. Later, the hunting dogs will definitely come. Even the netizens agreed with them. True, not coming is the mind game here. Emergency situation will definitely happen, right? Cutting when Wu Hein was leisurely walking, someone came to block the way. Mr. Wu Hein. The person who came was a man, and he also actively introduced himself. I am Jung Ji-hoon from the support team. I heard you're going on a single mission. Let me take you to the destination. Rest assured. He honestly replied, yes. The onlookers were amazed after the appearance of the other party. The rank of an official employee is really different. Just like that, Jae-hoon took him to the set location and said goodbye to him with the words, "Have a safe trip." Wu Hein politely replied, "Thank you." As his car just left, he also began his journey. When he arrived at the entrance and saw the space gate, Wu Hein was a bit tense. He stood there observing for a while. Additionally, Wu Hein remembered Eugen's text. Around the mission area, there is a security company guarding it, so even if you go alone, you don't have to worry. Yes, at that time he also thanked her. Thank you. While currently in Wu Hein's heart, he was thinking, I guess there's no one snooping around, right? But just a second later, he had to change his mind when he discovered people surrounding him and muttered, surrounded. A total of 6 people. A few minutes later, they quickly launched their first wave of attacks. Even though it was a sneak attack, Wu Hein still managed to pinpoint their exact locations. Before their projectiles could reach him, he used his longsword to deflect the attacks while sprinting forward. Thanks to them revealing their positions through the attack, he lunged straight at the first opponent. Just then, the man's accomplices suddenly rushed in to provide backup for their teammate. Fortunately, Wu Hein quickly leaped high into the air to dodge the surprise assault. He agilely landed and stepped back, standing his ground as he muttered a remark. By now, all 6 of them had appeared, and the leader loudly praised Wu Hein. Your senses are better than I thought. It's a pleasure to meet you, Beak Wu Hein. Knowing his identity well, he took the chance to sneer. Or should I say, experiment subject 48. Wu Hein had no love for them and shouted back, Are you with the organization? The man raised his voice in response. Just as sharp as the rumors say, let's keep this brief. He looked down his nose at Wu Hein with arrogant confidence. Return to the research center, which made Wu Hein snap back angrily. What? Wu Hein's displeasure only seemed to excite him. Getting straight to the point, aren't we? We promised to advance your power, Beak Wu Hein, through standard experiments. Before he could finish, Wu Hein roared, Nonsense. Wu Hein gripped his sword tightly and shouted, Stop talking such rubbish. The man sighed and mocked him. What a shame to hear such an answer. As his men moved into combat positions, he issued a threat. You will have to take responsibility for the consequences of this choice. Experiment subject 48. After his command, they all charged into the fray. Seize him. They moved with such blistering speed that they were barely visible to the naked eye. Yet Wu Hein's eyes were sharp enough to block their incoming attacks. With fluid motions, he struck them away, leaving them crying out in pain. Nevertheless, they kept coming one after another to clash with Wu Hein. With a cold, stone-faced expression, he kept a cool head while fighting them off. Not wanting to drag the fight out, Wu Hein prepared to deliver the deciding blow. Seeing this, the leader grew irritable and ordered, Don't panic, press the attack. They didn't dare disobey, and initiated their pinning strategy. Fire, ice, wind, and lightning. All 4 elemental abilities were combined to swarm Wu Hein. A moment later, as the forest was plunged into a freezing chill, one of them was injured and the other 4 were utterly exhausted, which led Nayeon to exclaim, Just as predicted. She said excitedly, perfect coordination worthy of professional hounds, but there's still no match for Haxical. Seongcheol added, Of course, because Haxical has leveled up significantly by now. A passerby commented in the chat, If you want to catch Haxical, you'd need to send in the Hellhounds, but even then, it'd be hopeless. Scene change, they were defeated but still arrogant. First, one of them shouted, Damn it, how dare you lay a finger on my teammate? he asked his commander. "What should we do next?" But the leader answered, flustered, "There's no other choice." A few seconds later, the leader resorted to a desperate measure. "Everyone drink the TL-01. Hearing this, Nayeon looked puzzled. TL-01. She immediately turned to ask Seong Cheol, "I'm hearing this name for the first time. Do you know what it is, Mr. Seong Cheol?" He replied, flustered. "It's my first time hearing it too. I just tried searching the hypernet, but there's no information at all." Hearing this, Nayeon became anxious enough to break into a cold sweat and stuttered. "If that's the case, then—" Before she finished, Seong Cheol understood. Once again, Haxical has created a situation that is truly Haxical. What else could it be? The gossiping viewers rushed to comment. "This is no longer the reverse world we once knew. The foreign forums are going to be in an uproar today." Scene change, the leader turned to blame Woo Hyun. "You forced my hand. You'll regret this." At the same time, Woo Hyun thought to himself, TL-01. Even in the other world, I've never heard of such a name. While the man was gritting his teeth in fury, Woo Hyun thought, I might as well just observe and see what happens. As soon as they downed the TL-01, their bodies reacted instantly. A moment later, their muscles began to grow abnormally, beyond what their bodies could withstand, causing the leader to howl. Seeing this for the first time, Woo Hyun worriedly muttered to himself, "What is this?" In just a short time, all 6 of them had transformed into monsters. Seeing this, Nayeon panicked. "Everyone this is." She was so terrified her eyes went wide. "They look just like space invaders." The forum trolls quickly fired up their keyboards. "That color makes me think of space invaders immediately. What on earth is happening? This is terrifying for space invaders. This is super intense." Scene change. Woo Hyun saw the scene before him and whispered to himself, "This isn't your average stimulant," while the leader said solemnly, "Then prepare yourself." As soon as he finished, the whole team lunged at him like bloodthirsty beasts. They viewed Woo Hyun as easy prey and attacked with everything they had. The entire sky where he stood was being consumed by elemental powers, a sight that attracted bystanders. "What? A single pill can do this much? It's so much stronger, their original power doesn't even compare." Even Woo Hyun had to acknowledge the difference. Their power is on a completely different level now. They first used their firearms to attack him. Woo Hyun utilized his swordsmanship to deflect all of their incoming attacks. However, since his clothes weren't bulletproof, his shirt began to burn away. When his hair caught fire, Woo Hyun became anxious. A few seconds later, his pants were also licked by flames. Seeing this, Nayeon worried for him. "He's been forced into a completely passive position. I never expected the drug would cause such a horrific transformation. Will he be able to overcome this situation?" Seong Cheol agreed. "That's right. They say their power increased, but there's something strange about the hound's behavior. It's as if they've turned into different people, having lost their reason entirely." Duplicate paragraph, omitted to follow the requested structure. Scene change. Woo Hyun looked surprised that his opponents were moving faster than he had anticipated, and then he took a hit because he couldn't track his opponent's movements. Seeing this, Seong Cheol asked, puzzled, "This looks like—" It took a while for Woo Hyun to regain his footing. Because the opponents were using a pinning strategy, they didn't give him a chance to rest and kept lunging at him. At that moment, the MC commented loudly, "It's as if they're being controlled by something." Surrounded from all sides, Woo Hyun revealed a look of worry. A moment later, after seeing him take a hit, Seong Cheol was shocked. "This is like—" Woo Hyun was knocked flying, and he struggled to regain his balance. With his body trembling from exhaustion and his arms covered in scratches, he glared at his opponents and cursed under his breath. Damn it. They were determined not to let Woo Hyun off the hook and advanced together toward him. Seeing the strange look in their eyes, he grew suspicious. Are they being controlled by something? The more Woo Hyun thought about it, the more he realized something was wrong. Not only has their power increased, but they've turned into different people, as if they've lost their ego entirely. Just like the invaders. Suddenly, he decided to end the fight quickly. "I have to finish this fast and then investigate." Seeing Woo Hyun lunging at them, the man quickly created a sea of fire to block his path. However, Woo Hyun was still able to pass through the flames, thanks to his own abilities. Woo Hyun walked through the enemies with ease, and on his way he headed straight for the leader. Seeing Woo Hyun turn the tables, the netizens rushed to comment, "That's incredibly fast. He can even dash through fire? What on earth is he?" They quickly changed tactics by calling for backup, but all of them were wiped out by the sword in Woo Hyun's hand. By now, the man was gritting his teeth so hard they clicked, frustrated that he couldn't finish off his enemy. A second later, the leader stepped back a few paces to brace himself. Once he had channeled his ability, he commanded, surround him. Furthermore, they combined lightning with shockwave cannons. Thus, a massive pillar of lightning was created and rushed toward Wu Haiyan. He neutralized the attack with a flurry of rapid strikes. In a split second, all that raw power dissipated like a gentle spring breeze. Afterward, when the man exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Wu Haiyan was already standing right next to him. After knocking him to the ground, he let out a sigh of relief. The netizens immediately left messages. "Even the admin can't take down Haxical. I told you can always trust the boss. To anyone who didn't believe it, hurry up and repent." Next, Wu Haiyan grabbed the man by the collar and asked, "Hey, you." He didn't understand anything about that drug, so he asked him directly, "The drug from earlier, what kind of drug is it?" Hearing this, the man was so terrified he couldn't speak, his body shaking. A few seconds later, Wu Haiyan was completely stunned when the man began bleeding from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Even the man himself didn't understand. Why? Usually this drug doesn't have such an effect. Unable to endure the agonizing pain, he screamed before departing for the other side. Wu Haiyan watched his opponent and muttered, "He's dead. If he says this isn't the normal version of the drug, does that mean it's a modified one?" He glanced at the remaining enemies and whispered to himself, "I made an effort to investigate what kind of drug it is because I've never heard of it in the other world. Let's try searching for it. Maybe there's a clue somewhere." After searching their bodies, Wu Haiyan found a dagger, a phone, and some gloves and muttered, "Is this really all there is? Forget about clues, there's almost nothing usable here." Very quickly, Yujin and Hana arrived and called out, "Junior." Yujin was worried for Wu Haiyan and said, "Sorry for being late." Hana sighed and added, "I don't know how to justify this anymore," and he quickly reassured them, "It's okay." The netizens commented, "They're late again, just like always." Scene change. At the studio, Na-yeon was delighted and said, "Well, being late is already typical for NPCs, right? But this mission is filled with mysteries." Seong Chial smiled and said, "From the organization trying to recruit him to the TL-01 drug, the scale of the plot is widening." Bystanders were just as happy. Story junkies like me are having the time of our lives. The foreign forums are buzzing about the plot from Haxical's live stream. Breaking news. The discussion topic about TL-01 is already trending on foreign forums. Scene change. At Wu Haiyan's location, he asked the two with surprise, "But how did you know I was here?" "And Mr. Jin came too," Hana immediately explained. "Not long after you left, we received a report that the hounds would attack today from a spy we've planted inside the organization." As he remembered his meeting with Jae-hoon, she chattered on, "I hurriedly contacted Agent Jae-hoon to ask for your location, but he gave me the completely wrong coordinates. Then, he immediately submitted his resignation. That guy was definitely a spy planted by the organization." Right after, as everyone was clearing the bodies, Hana said seriously, "Fortunately, we traced him using his dash cam, so we managed to find you. Although it seems everything is already over." Despite her detailed explanation, Yujin still felt guilty. "Sorry again, Junior. This time I will definitely make it up to you properly." Hearing this, Wu Haiyan didn't blame them. "Let's skip the compensation. Consider me informed." She smiled brightly and said, "Then let's hurry and clean up the scene." Scene change. Everyone returned to the city. Seeing Wu Haiyan head into an alleyway, the netizens commented, "Where is Haxical planning to go now?" Scene change. At the studio, Na-yeon was confused. "That's true. I thought he would go back and report to Kim Seol." Seong Chial advised her, "Let's keep watching and see." Scene change. Wu Haiyan walked and talked to himself. "If my prediction that the mysterious viewer, 62, is the game developer is correct." Remembering her, he muttered, "Starting with who gave the perfect feedback." Afterward, Wu Haiyan also thought of the cute little dog. He thought back to the duel and reflected. Opening a new system, invaders with the ability to mimic behavior. Following his train of thought, Wu Haiyan remembered the man and that drug. Up to the TL-01 drug that even the administrators didn't know about. He associated it with the plot and whispered to himself, "It makes sense that the plot in the reverse world changes according to my choices." After connecting everything, Wu Haiyan understood the issue. And that might be the key to deciphering the secret of the reversal planet and the other world. A second later, he opened the system window and muttered to himself, "Then, let's start by investigating the organization first. I might as well teach the corporate alliance a lesson while I'm at it." Seeing Wu Haiyan open the system window, Yujin asked in surprise, "Why the sudden change in build?" Seong Chial quickly added, "Looking at how he's allocating his stats, it's definitely not a melee build." The gossipers jumped back in. Is he finally revealing the second trump card he's been hiding? But is he good at long-range builds? I've never seen him use them. But looking at how he's guided others in long-range builds, he should be fine. But why the change? I really want to know the reason. Scene change. After finishing everything, he whispered to himself, "Done. The build I used before going, which was called Superman in the other world, is named." Wu Haiyan decided to adjust everything and named it Destruction, along with activating a fire attribute ability. Just like that, upon seeing the fire, the viewers happily commented, "The screen is covered in fire. That's so cool, I've got goosebumps." He continued his journey with a thought. Although I don't know the exact coordinates of the Drug Production Research Center, I know an organization that has a close connection to it. Plus, we have some old scores to settle. Finally, he pinpointed his destination and said, "Jumshin Electronics, it has to be there." Scene change. At the studio, upon hearing the name, Na-yeon jumped and shouted, "Jumshin Electronics. That's the company Choi-yeon Cheol belongs to. Does he plan to attack it?" He also lost his cool. That's probably it. If so, that explains why he changed his build. If a melee-awakened person went to destroy the organization right now, everyone would suspect him. Meanwhile, the netizens were excited. That's hardcore, but why suddenly go settle scores with the organization? Because the organization loves poking their noses in, so he's giving them a taste of their own medicine. But he's a government official. He can't attack them openly. Scene change. Wu Haiyan was following his plan and hesitated. And again, he had already disguised himself and increased the power of his supernatural abilities. Furthermore, Wu Haiyan thought, this disguise should be enough. Immediately, the system sent a notification. Cooldown time reduced, core efficiency increased. With this appearance, the bystanders had a chance to talk. "Silver hair, this is the first time I've seen the boss change his character's appearance." Xiang Qiao also praised Wu Haiyan's disguise talent. "It's been a long time since I've seen this test subject outfit. With a disguise like this, surely no one will recognize him." Scene change. He put on a mask and muttered to himself, "All right, I have to finish this quickly." A second later, Wu Haiyan instantly flew into the air at extreme speed, thinking, might as well go all in from the start. At Jumshin Electronics, some rooms were still lit. He chose a random room to barge into. After everything, when they saw someone crash through the glass, everyone screamed in panic. Seeing smoke and dust everywhere, they looked at each other and asked, "What is this?" A moment later, Wu Haiyan calmly walked out of the smoke with super energy radiating from his arms. Seeing this, the viewers rushed to leave comments. "That is badass. He really isn't going to sit around passively anymore. A real man can endure once, but never twice. But I didn't expect him to just barge straight in like that." Scene change. At the studio, Na-yeon felt uneasy seeing him like this. Is it okay to do this? What if other players get hit by a stray bullet? Xiang Qiao was just as tense. "This is my first time seeing a case like this, but when the gate exploded, the space separation system activated just in time. That means this attack on the organization has become a storyline just for Haxical alone." To understand more, he decided to check the space separation system. The system separates players into a different dimension according to missions or events. Even if they are at the same location, they will neither see nor interfere with each other. Scene change. Wu Haiyan looked confused as several people pointed guns at him. "Don't move if you move." But then, with just a flick of his hand, the whole group was blown away, causing the viewers to scream and comment. "That psychokinesis is terrifying. That's the hardest thing to master in the long-range build." Immediately after, he walked toward a strange door and muttered, "If the building structure is similar to the other world, there must be a secret door in the lobby leading down to the underground research center." Before Wu Haiyan could step inside, someone walked over to stop him. "Stop right there. Cease the unauthorized use of super abilities and surrender. Otherwise, we will use force to suppress you." Fortunately, this person was an acquaintance, so Wu Haiyan remembered the old days and thought, "Long time no see, one Jiang Qiao." Very quickly, monsters also appeared, and he commanded, Kill him now, hurry up and kill him." The monsters replied, "Understood." A second later, Jiang Qiao revealed a look of surprise and said angrily, "Everyone, capture the intruder." As soon as he finished, the building walls collapsed, making him and everyone else terrified. This phenomenon left the netizens surprised. What is going on? What the hell is happening? A moment later, Wu Haiyan's location was nothing but a chaotic pile of rubble. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what was happening. First, he asked, "What is this?" The other also said, "Why is the ceiling?" This was caused by Wu Haiyan, and this is why Beak Wu Haiyan of the other world also had a famous nickname known as the Destroyer. At this moment, Jiang Qiao admitted, "It seems the enemy is stronger than I thought." Even so, he didn't give up and ordered his subordinates, "Don't be careless, attack!" They shouted in unison and used their abilities. Wu Haiyan unleashed his ability and shouted, "Shadow spears!" Instantly, countless spears rained toward them. He controlled the spears while whispering to himself, That is because, for Wu Haiyan, controlling the spears was as easy as flipping his hand. Everyone in the building was bathing in a rain of spears. Meanwhile, Xiang Qiao admitted Wu Haiyan's title of the Destroyer, saying, "There are no other words that could describe him more accurately than this one." Jiang Qiao gasped in shock. "Impossible." Wu Haiyan asked nonchalantly, "What's the matter?" The man's footsteps became panicked. He moved forward, then stepped back, caught in a dilemma. He taunted, not planning on charging it anymore. Jiang Qiao exploded. "Damn it." Finally, he decided to take a gamble. Die. Jiang Qiao slammed a punch onto the ground, causing stone pillars to erupt into the air. They whistled through the air, but unexpectedly they began to crumble into dust. By the time they reached Wu Haiyan, they were nothing but fine dust. Comments exploded. "What is that? Is he a god? He can do that with psychokinesis. This is definitely a hack. His control skills are god tier." Goosebumps. Meanwhile, his hands were dancing through a few motions. Suddenly, the man's limbs shattered in accordance with his movements. Jiang Qiao collapsed to the ground in pain. In his final moments, he begged, "I'm sorry, I'm begging you, please spare my life." Watching Jiang Qiao kneel, his mouth continuously pleading for mercy, the phantom whispered in his ear, "Whether it's this world or that one, you're all just as despicable." It urged him, "Kill him. Hurry and kill him. You were having fun laughing when you killed my teammates, but now that you're the one dying, you're crying and begging so pathetically." Deep down, Wu Haiyan felt uncomfortable. "I really can't watch this anymore." He looked blankly at the black orb that had suddenly appeared. "What is this?" In an instant, the orb squeezed his head, causing him to howl in agony. Finally, his blood splattered across the floor. Nayeon was absolutely horrified by what she had just witnessed. The comments became even more heated. "The new skill is insanely flashy. I've got goosebumps." "Hey, is he really doing that? Playing without aim assist is like unlocking a limiter. I'm sure he could do it, but isn't this too brutal?" The video is definitely getting demonetized. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Xiang Qiao announced, "Please excuse us for cutting the feed for a moment, viewers." Afterward, he discussed it with her. "Still, I never expected psychic power to be capable of that much. It really lives up to the name Haxical. He's a true professional. Don't you think so, Nayeon?" Nayeon stammered, "Actually, I always thought the psychic power build would be weaker than the body enhancement build." A viewer concluded, "In short, what kind of godlike being is Haxical? This is terrifying." Inside the game, he sighed with relief. "I think it's all cleaned up now." Furthermore, Wu Haiyan thought to himself, "If they keep swarming in, it'll be a hassle. I should leave quickly." A piercing alarm echoed, accompanied by shouts, "Warning signal, there is an intruder." The blonde one was extremely panicked. How did he find this place? It's impossible for anyone to find it unless they are a member of the organization. The brown-haired one hurried, "Call for emergency reinforcements." However, it was too late. He had already appeared at the door. They tried to block him in despair. "Don't come any closer," but he just gently waved his hand, sending them sprawling to the ground. Wu Haiyan approached the main computer and muttered, "Let's see here." After a moment of searching, he noticed the list of organizations funding the research institute and the list of hunting dogs. It's exactly the same as the world on the other side, huh? Easy to remember. Additionally, Wu Haiyan discovered, and also enhancing special ability performance, huh? So it turns out it was just a regular stimulant all along. He felt confused. Then why did they mutate to resemble the invaders? Furthermore, Wu Haiyan inwardly concluded, at that time it definitely wasn't just a normal energy booster. Someone must have tampered with the drug. A shout interrupted his train of thought. "It's over there." The professor exclaimed angrily, "You bastard." He ordered furiously, "Catch him." Wu Haiyan remained calm, waving his hand lightly. As a result, the Eternals were sent flying instantly. They warned, "Haxical is using god-level controllability to block the Eternals." They said helplessly, "This isn't just using brute force to suppress them. You have to control every joint of the Eternal with such precision to be able to do this." He clenched his fist, and the Eternals immediately cracked and shattered. They cried out in despair, What is this?" The professor trembled as he watched the Eternals crumble one by one before his eyes. He screamed frantically, "Help!" However, before he could run away, he was pierced through. The audience commented enthusiastically, "Is psychic power actually this overpowered? Plus, it looks insanely cool. 3 Eternals defeated in the blink of an eye." She also discussed, "That result is expected. Even with a main core, intermediate Eternals were defeated by Haxical in 3 seconds. Xiang Qiao contributed, "Haxical's psychic power, that's exactly it. But what's more surprising is the infiltration into the organization to steal information." The viewers were baffled. So what is the plot going to be now? How can infiltrating an organization even be merged into the main plot? Inside the game, Wu Haiyan was silently assessing the situation. "Even though I didn't harvest much, at least I've warned the organization." Then, the system notified. Mission to attack the Gimzini electronic headquarters completed. Level up, received 1 special ability point. His eyes flickered and the comments kept scrolling by. What the hell is this? So the unauthorized attack on the organization was officially counted as a mission by the system. This is insane, absolutely crazy. That's why you can't skip the pros tour stream. Meanwhile, Nayeon was panicking. Wait a minute, what is the next part of the plot going to be then? He was just as bewildered. If the missions are generated based on Haxicle's actions, then trying to predict the plot is meaningless, because the plot will progress exactly how Haxicle wants it to. She asked blankly, can things like that actually happen? Seoncheol replied awkwardly. This is the first time I've encountered a case like this too. Through that, Woo Hein became more certain. So that's it. I can control the direction of the plot according to my own whims. Based on this, he decided, if that's the case, it's better to go back and plan ahead first. After that moment at the Planet Earth US headquarters, Sophia held her head. A perfect interactive plot system, huh? She tiredly asked her teammate, do you know the update time yet? He hesitated. I think it will be updated during the server downtime to install the pet system. He added more information. Furthermore, there are traces showing that Deus interfered with the update. Sophia jumped. What? Deus has woken up already? He shook his head. I only found access records with Isaac's clearance level, but there hasn't been any response yet. Additionally, he speculated, but maybe all of this isn't because of Isaac, but because of Deus. If so, its silence all this time makes sense. She agreed. That's not impossible. If it poured all its resources into developing the system, that alone would be overwhelming. At the same time, Sophia thought of one more thing. The huge reward amount and the username of that donor is also very suspicious. She stared intently at the message, whispering the name Deus. Recalling the past, Woo Hein used to share enthusiastically. Right, we're creating the world's best AI. And when Deus is completed, we will create the reversal planet together. Suddenly, he felt like he was daydreaming. Whatever, I'll figure it out when I get to that point. Sophia sighed. What the hell are you talking about? Returning to reality, she probed. Is there anything else? The blonde one reported. I found a little more data, but it's encrypted as a black box, so I can't see the content. Sophia tasked her team. Good. From now on, we will use all our strength to decrypt that black box data. A few days later, Nayeon excitedly shared. The feedback from the last live stream is exploding. Her friend teased. Don't you say that every time? Nayeon was agitated. No, this time is completely different. It's become famous even in international communities. She went on, to the point that a 10 million subscriber YouTuber like Chloe Martinez contacted us. The inbox is full of messages. Can I join the Mr. Cheat program as a special guest? Nayeon suddenly remembered. Oh, and there's also this. Meanwhile, Woo Hein dreamily thought, now that you mention it, that mystery viewer 62 still hasn't made any moves regarding the new plot system. His heart was full of questions. When the pet system updated, they reacted almost immediately. At that time, the system reported, Mystery Viewer 62 donated 5 million won. Thanks for your hard work. This is a special reward for a special mission. Woo Hein was confused. Why? Maybe I have to do something else. She suddenly suggested, I was thinking for the next live, can we just play full PvP? Woo Hein was skeptical. PvP. Nayeon explained, it might be better to loosen up a bit lately. He refused. No, I have to keep playing PvA. Woo Hein found a reason. Currently, the interactive plot system is working relatively perfectly. If we switch to PvP at this critical stage, it would be a waste of time. At the same time, he thought to himself, that's right, it was so hard to grasp the opportunity to decode the secret about the other side. I can't waste time like that. Opposite him, she suspiciously whispered to herself, strange. Usually, he's not the type to get so absorbed in a game like this. At this moment, Nayeon reflected. Now that I think about it, since that day, his personality has naturally changed completely. In the program, he asked, Ms. Nayeon, many people are asking if Haxicle is like this in real life. What is his personality actually like? She was flustered. Ah, well, it's about the same, probably. Gossiping comments, so scary. He looks like a robot. Is he acting? He must be the cold-faced type in real life. Is he even a real person? Nayeon's inner thoughts were tangled. Compared to before, he doesn't show almost any emotions at all. She also noticed one thing. Not only that, but those unexplained combat skills, too. Moreover, he's obsessed with the Mystery Viewer 62 to a suspicious degree. At that time, Woo Hein almost lost control. Can you investigate information about that donor? If there is any user named Mystery Viewer 62 donating or commenting, report it to me immediately, no matter what I'm doing. Unable to hide her curiosity, Nayeon hesitated. I've been bothered by this for a while now. She decided to ask directly. Something happened lately that I don't know about, right? I feel like you're completely different from before. Nayeon was straightforward as she said. Also, this is the first time I've seen you so serious about a game. Or is it that for you this isn't just a simple game? Although she didn't know why, she still sent a message. If you need help with anything, just tell me. I'm always ready to help you. Woo Hein was shocked and thought, have I let my guard down so much that even Nayeon has noticed? It wasn't necessary to be so hurried as to make the people around me worry like that. He sighed and promised, I understand. I guess I was just too absorbed in it. I've decided to follow your suggestion. The next live will focus on PvP. Nayeon was worried. Is there really nothing wrong? Woo Hein confirmed, definitely. Seeing Woo Hein's assurance, she had to let it go. All right then, let's keep discussing. A new live broadcast began. Announcement. Date Roman 20/Roman 20/2041, preview of the next tour live. Break the record for consecutive wins in dual mode with builds suggested by viewers. A few days later, the live stream introducing the new match format officially began. Right from the opening, Nayeon couldn't contain her excitement. I'm sure everyone already knows today's agenda. The main goal is to break the win streak record using skill sets chosen by the audience. Hearing the plan for this stream, viewers were equally excited, flooding the chat with comments. Nice, great job. This time I really have to admire Goddess Nayeon's arranging skills. Keep this performance up. Oh dear, I was certain we'd continue the main streak today, right? To keep people from feeling disappointed by the sudden format change, she deftly soothed them. Yes, because in the last stream, many of you asked to see different character builds. Also, I have no intention of belittling other top players. But looking at the rankings, I'm afraid no one left can stop Baek Woo Hyun's win streak anymore. Hearing that, Choi Hyung Cheol quickly commented, Ah, so that's why you changed the build each match to give opponents a chance, right? She confirmed, exactly. Even though the stream was live, he still had doubts. But has Baek Woo Hyun agreed? If you happen to draw some weird, terrible skill sets, the streak could easily be broken. And you'd have to turn off all support mechanics too. Not just Choi Hyung Cheol, Nayeon had anticipated this and hurried to explain. I worried about that too, so I asked him, can you guess how Baek Woo Hyun replied? The main screen showed Baek Woo Hyun's usual impassive face. He replied casually, draw whatever. Nayeon playfully chimed in. Even though I pick, he answered that decisively. Truly the sky-high confidence of Baek Woo Hyun. Despite knowing Baek Woo Hyun's supreme skill, Choi Hyung Cheol left a brief reminder before the match. However, unlike bot mode where you grind experience to optimize builds, in PvP the system defaults stats to low, so you absolutely can't be careless. But contrary to him, some viewers voiced different opinions. For someone like Baek Woo Hyun, what gear, even a stick in his hand becomes a divine weapon. But if he gets junk skill sets, he could still take some hits. Gotta admit, the sister's mid-range voice is really captivating. They say couples even sound alike. The comment section scattered. There weren't any messages like that appearing. At that moment, a donation alert appeared. User Mad Knight donated 1001 with the message, there are no weak skill sets in this arena, only poor players. With setup complete, Nayeon announced excitedly, then let's start right away. I'll set the spinner now. You have 30 seconds to send skill codes via donations. Okay, starting the timer. As soon as she spoke, donations poured in. User Boba Milk Tea donated 10,001, proposing the werewolf skill set. User Look Into My Eyes donated 50,001, nominating the Thunder God set. User Whipped Cream Door donated 50,001. User Kimchi Stew donated 250,001. Seeing the spectacular inflow, Choi Hyung Cheol cheered happily. Donation alerts are going off non-stop. Time's up, let's spin the wheel. Looking at where the arrow points, Nayeon read aloud with suspense. The lucky opening skill set is Ironclad Emperor. This skill allows summoning and commanding up to 12 steel warriors at once. Hitting that set on the first spin made Choi Hyung Cheol break into a sweat. His voice rose with worry. Oh no, the opener drew this tough case. Controlling many targets at once without support mechanics multiplies the difficulty, since the player must manually control all 12 knights with no automation. Viewers below were ecstatic to see Baek Woo Hyun tested again under adverse conditions. This is literally the hardest difficulty. Feels like drawing with your right hand while writing prose with your left. Not enough. They should add using your feet to dance adido too. Normally, when playing the Ironclad Emperor set, the rule is to have at least 50% support enabled. Choi Hyung Cheol perceptively added, of course you can reduce the number of summoned soldiers or set them to follow only a few basic commands. But as he said this, He hesitated, prompting Nayan to quickly finish. If you do that, the power of this skill set will be significantly reduced, right? But if it's Beak Woo Hyun, he'll surely handle it fine, won't he? Everyone keep trusting him like always. Now let's wait and see whether Beak Woo Hyun can surpass the milestone of 55 consecutive wins and break the professional superstar battler's record of 76 straight victories. The system screen announced a successful match search, standard single duel mode. Seeing the arena change, Choi Hyung Cheol announced excitedly, "At last, the first battle on the road to the record has begun. Let's see if Beak Woo Hyun can overcome this extreme test to claim the opening win." After examining the stats for a while, Nayan analyzed slowly. Still, this opponent's numbers are formidable. Last 20 matches, 15 wins, 5 losses, a 75% win rate. Her words left the live chat stunned. A 75% win rate at master rank? Usually 60% is enough to climb to master. Even so, he'll soon get dismantled by Beak Woo Hyun. Using lightning and wind, this is definitely the Wind Thunder God set. Just as he entered the battlefield, Beak Woo Hyun encountered the first opponent. Looking at the sword in the opponent's hand, he thought to himself, "If that's the case, I need to fight fast." The system immediately updated. Match start round 1. No sooner said than done, the opponent stomped to gain momentum and lunged forward. His advantage was instantaneous teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the opponent had swung his sword at Beak Woo Hyun before he could even ready himself. To meet expectations, Beak Woo Hyun casually snapped his fingers to summon. Just as the blade was about to strike him, a giant figure stepped in to shield him. It swung its sword forcefully, colliding blade to blade with the opponent. Only then did the opponent get a clear look at what stood before him. Ironclad Emperor. Wait a second, why is there only one of them? Even the viewers felt a bit deflated. Controlling just one looks kind of dumb, doesn't it? Seriously, I thought there'd be at least 3. Or did she turn off support so summoning feels too hard to play? Nayan agreed with that view. Exactly, it's only the first match. Stay calm and keep watching. Choi Hyung Cheol analyzed. Right, once he's used to it, he'll probably call out more soldiers. After he said that, the chat quieted down. It's also possible he's calling only one to focus all power into it. Some still doubted Beak Woo Hyun's ability. As for me, I trust him completely. Who would trust a skill set they've never used before? Back in the match, the opponent, though a bit wary, still declared confidently, "Only one soldier. This match is a sure win." Storm rage, but the triumphant look vanished the next moment when he saw the ironclad emperor move at bullet-like speed. He spun around in a panic to inspect and whispered, What's happening here?" The opponent scrambled to his feet, and when he clearly saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Since when? Right in front of him, 3 ironclad emperors had already assembled in full. Each radiated a dazzling aura of dominance, making the viewers cheer with delight. There are 3 now. Who was saying a moment ago there had to be at least 3? I wonder if that number can increase further. As expected, when Beak Woo Hyun commanded 3 ironclad emperors, the broadcast room erupted. Nayan slapped her hands excitedly. "See, I said once he finds the rhythm he'll automatically increase the number. Everyone have a little faith in Beak Woo Hyun." Choi Hyung Cheol also anticipated even more. He might summon even more than that. In the comment box, viewers kept leaving sarcastic remarks. If he summons all 12, that would be a complete disaster for the opponent. That'd be like facing 12 Beak Woo Hyuns at once. I'm already terrified. At this point, the opponent could only try to find a quick solution. If he allowed the numbers to keep rising, it would get messy. He had to finish it fast. Thinking and acting, he suddenly sped up, weaving through the narrow gaps between the armors and forcefully executed a skill. Wind Thunder Slash. Believing he'd cut through the ironclad emperors easily, the opponent fixed a blinding glare on Beak Woo Hyun and growled inwardly, "Disappear." On the contrary, that recent move had only been probing. "I understand the mechanics now." With that, Beak Woo Hyun snapped his fingers and summoned again. In an instant, all the remaining ironclad emperors were summoned before him. Choi Hyung Cheol lost himself in excitement and shouted nonstop. Beak Woo Hyun just summoned all 12 warriors in the blink of an eye. It seems he's fully mastered this class. Nayan mirrored the excitement. His "I get it" earlier wasn't just for show. He's definitely going to control all 12 smoothly. Faced with the critical situation, the opponent threw everything into offense. He swung his sword and severed a warrior's head, but a moment later another armor returned the strike. Seeing that, Nayan grew a bit worried. The other player is completely helpless now. Trapped in the dense ring of armors, the opponent's stamina drained as his attack speed weakened. In contrast, Choi Hyung Cheol paid attention to Beak Woo Hyun's skill. Controlling iron soldiers may rely on instinct and experience, that's true, but coordinating 12 units in sync is a matter of mindset and strategy. To manage each unit's position and behavior optimally, the brain must be running at full capacity, about to explode. It requires an overview of the entire battlefield and the ability to make razor-sharp, rapid decisions. And above all, an intense, breath-stealing level of concentration. Surrounded, the opponent still stubbornly kept his spirit. Damn it! His sword strike ended the fight so easily. Suddenly, he sensed something approaching. The armored warrior's blade swung down with force, leaving the opponent no time to react. He could only scream in despair. Moments later, a system message appeared. Round 1 finished. Winner, Beek Woo Hyan. Loser, unknown. Current score, Beek Woo Hyan 1-0, unknown. The next round began immediately. Naeun quietly cheered. Once Beek Woo Hyan gets the rhythm, round 2 will probably be... Choi Hyung Cheol finished. It should only take about 3 minutes to finish the match. Entering round 2, the opponent kept his rage and screamed, "You bastard, get out of here." Despite his ferocity, the man was still pinioned by the armors, refusing to let go. This time, several armors simultaneously finished him with stabs to vital points. He only managed a cry before collapsing. The system immediately announced the result. End of round 2, final score, Beek Woo Hyan 2-0, unknown. Winner, Beek Woo Hyan. Loser, unknown. Summoning his last bit of breath, the opponent rasped helplessly. Intense, truly the mark of a top-tier player. Choi Hyung Cheol erupted in emotion and shouted, "Wonderful, a totally dominant victory in both rounds. Beek Woo Hyan's consecutive wins in duel mode have reached 56. Naeun did a quick calculation. Only 20 steps left to the all-time record. Having completed the first challenge, the skill wheel appeared. Naeun announced loudly, and the next skill set will be. Meanwhile, in another VR room, the mysterious figure watched the broadcast intently. This round ended as quickly as always. At last, we've reached the milestone of 75 consecutive wins. He nodded with restrained admiration. You have to admit he's truly skilled. No matter which skill set he gets, he handles it as smooth as silk. No matter which skill set he gets, he handles it as smooth as silk. No wonder everyone wants a shot at him. It's just a pity we haven't seen Haxicle's signature skill set yet. On screen, the duo bantered continuously. There are only 2 matches left before the greatest record is broken. I heard the requirement is that in the final match, Beek Woo Hyan must use his original skill set. Is that right? Exactly. Because these 2 decisive matches will attract massive viewership, the rule is to give it your all. Hearing that, his interest surged. If that's the case, I definitely have to join. Naeun's voice rang out repeatedly. All right, let's move on to the next match right now. Choi Hyung Cheol chimed in excitedly. Let's see how far the drama will be pushed. At that, he decisively hit start. Quickly, the simulation screen appeared. The system announced matchmaking, match found, standard single duel mode. Upon entering the arena, he couldn't help exclaiming in excitement, "Finally, we meet." Instantly, the chat flooded with comments about the opponent's identity. Wait, that dark silhouette over there looks familiar, doesn't it? Or am I seeing things? Why is he showing up here? Even Naeun couldn't hide her surprise. Choi Hyung Cheol from the team, is that? He nodded slightly in confirmation. Yes, there's no mistaking it. A core member of the giant team competing in Korea's top league, the current world champion. Someone hailed as a legend who nearly won the best player title. A world-class professional player in the flesh, Nikki Lee Gunwoo. He lowered his voice. It's an honor to meet you. The confirmed identity set the live broadcast alight. Naeun, stunned, shouted, "What a surprise to see Nikki Lee Gunwoo here in the arena." Choi Hyung Cheol couldn't hide his excitement either. I knew many were hunting him, but I didn't expect a pro player to personally show up to join the fun. Naeun noticed something odd. It seemed Nikki Lee Gunwoo wasn't using his main account to play. So confident he can crush opponents even on a smurf. Choi Hyung Cheol had a different thought. He guessed quietly, I think it's due to contractual restrictions for pro players. There's likely a strict clause banning use of non-official match accounts. The system screen displayed a countdown. 5 seconds until the match officially begins. Watching Beek Woo Hyan's composed manner, he clicked his tongue and commented, still as taciturn as his livestream appearances. Well then, let's put on a real match. The system signal sounded, and round 1 began. This time, Beek Woo Hyan unexpectedly went on the offensive. Immediately, he displayed his superior skill, appearing in front of Nikki Lee Gunwoo in an instant and coldly ripping a brutal slash across his opponent. The strike's speed was so fast Naeun couldn't believe her eyes and murmured in disbelief. Haxicle just landed a killing blow aimed straight at Nikki. The speed was truly terrifying. The comment section was shocked to the core. What One move and he's already down. As if expecting something, Beek Woo Hyun just stood silently, staring off in one direction. Contrary to everyone's expectations, a voice still echoed, truly well-deserved. When he saw everything clearly on the screen, Choi Hyung-cheol exclaimed in surprise. He used a cloning technique to fool the opponent and slipped away secretly. Many viewers in the comments were fooled by the trick. So it was a clone? I thought it was over right after that slash. How could a world-class superstar be taken down so quickly? Nikki Lee Gunwoo barely escaped death and breathed a silent sigh. Good thing I anticipated this, almost had to tap out from the first strike. Okay, now it's my turn to counterattack. With that thought, Nikki Lee Gunwoo activated razor-sharp claws and focused all his power into his palms, thinking, let's test your reflexes a bit. He lunged down toward Beek Woo Hyun like a crazed, predatory beast. Watching this, Choi Hyung-cheol could only worryingly shout. A downward strike. Beek Woo Hyun's in a dangerous spot. The sky flared as an energy beam carrying tremendous force descended. The space seemed to freeze for a few seconds, then violently shook from the attack's impact. As the dust cleared, Nikki Lee Gunwoo laughed with delight and praised. As expected, no wonder he's famous. Seeing him still standing unscathed, he murmured in admiration. His reaction speed is genuinely impressive. Safe after the quake, Choi Hyung-cheol breathed out. Wonderful. Look, Beek Woo Hyun and Nikki are trading blows, constantly launching attacks at each other. Each strike feels like a 1,000-pound force. Given the situation, Naeun worried nonstop. One small mistake and you're gone. Viewers, witnessing the clash of two titans, were stunned. Even a single scratch could end one's life. So far, Beek Woo Hyun hadn't uttered a word, fully focused on observing his opponent. He silently evaluated Nikki Lee Gunwoo. Compared to past opponents, his movement is noticeably smoother. That indicates he's broken free from the game's assist system to some degree, 20% or maybe 15%. But every skill has cooldowns. He can't use cloning again right now. So Beek Woo Hyun suddenly spoke up. All right, move out. He then launched forward so fast even the capture orb couldn't keep up with his approach. He vowed to finish the match before the opponent's skill recovered. With that, Beek Woo Hyun's true soul was embedded into Nikki Lee Gunwoo. But with quick reflexes, Nikki managed to deploy his steel wing defense in time and stave off the strike. Choi Hyung-cheol was ecstatic. Look, he activated the steel wing to block the attack, but Beek Woo Hyun showed no sign of stopping. He relentlessly concentrated his assault on a single fatal weak point. Nikki Lee Gunwoo's wings began to crack under the repeated hits from Beek Woo Hyun. He cursed in anger. Damn it, this is the climax. Choi Hyung-cheol kept shouting, don't stop, just pierce through it. After enduring enough pressure, Nikki Lee Gunwoo flapped his wings hard and retreated, leaving a stray slash slicing through empty space where Beek Woo Hyun had been. The more he fought, the more fired up he became, his spirit blade clenching tighter in his hand. Seeing that, he could only marvel. The power is ridiculously strong. With that, Beek Woo Hyun brutally swung his sword. The slash, charged with offensive force, flew straight toward Nikki Lee Gunwoo's position. He failed to dodge in time and took the cut to his body, yet still taunted. Keep going. The comment section was so shocked they had no words. Everyone was stunned witnessing Beek Woo Hyun's terrifying power in succession. Can Sword Aura reach this far? This is something I've only seen in comics. There, very quickly, the system displayed the score. End of round 1, winner, Beek Woo Hyun, loser, anonymous. Current score, Beek Woo Hyun 1-0, anonymous. Disappointed the match ended so abruptly, Naeun stared blankly. Oh, I thought it would be a longer, fiercer fight. Didn't expect it to end this fast. Choi Hyung-cheol was so moved he nearly cried, endlessly praising. That just shows how terrifying Beek Woo Hyun's power is when he's serious. The second match was also kicked off. The next round began immediately. This time, Nikki Lee Gunwoo came in more cautious but still made an offer. Truly a formidable opponent. Haxical, no, Beek Woo Hyun. Would you like to join the professional roster for this reversal planet discipline? Actually, the reason I'm here is on orders from management. If I personally verify your ability, extend an invitation for you to join the team. Those words made the broadcast room erupt. Naeun, incredulous, hurriedly asked, wait, did I hear that right? Choi Hyung-cheol slowly confirmed. Being sought out by a Da Empire player is already a miracle, and now an invitation to join the team. Beek Woo Hyun was truly top tier, but contrary to the crowd's excitement, he directly refused. That offer is very tempting, but I must decline. I'm not interested at the moment. Turned down, Nikki Lee Gunwoo remained cordial. All right, so you don't want it now? If you change your mind later, contact me anytime. For now, let's finish this match fairly. Choi Hyung-cheol eagerly commented. Before he finished, Nicky Lee Gunwoo suddenly dashed in close, giving his opponent no time to react. Ladies and gentlemen, the two are clashing at light speed. Our eyes can no longer follow. Timing his chance, he let out a roar and poured all his strength into his palms, preparing the decisive strike, while silently praying, "Take this hit. I know he's fast, but this is a bit." Just as Nicky Lee Gunwoo feared, Baek Woo Hyan's attack speed far outpaced him. Before the claws could extend, the true soul coldly pierced through Nicky Lee Gunwoo's body. Choi Hyung Cheol kept shouting in excitement. Baek Woo Hyan seized the opening to counter first. It looks like no miracle will happen this time either. Clutching the pain, Nicky Lee Gunwoo finally had to admit, "Damn, he's really strong. With this skill level playing like an amateur, what a waste of talent." Before his opponent logged out of the server, Baek Woo Hyan didn't forget to pay a compliment. "The match was very interesting. As for the invitation to join the team, I will consider it later." The system screen appeared with the final result. Round 2 finished. Baek Woo Hyan 2-0 anonymous. Winner, Baek Woo Hyan. Loser, anonymous. The feelings of the two commentators were now bursting, continuously screaming, "Wonderful. That establishes a 76-game win streak. Finally, Baek Woo Hyan has conquered Nicky Lee Gunwoo and officially tied the current record of BL everyone. And it's an overwhelming victory without losing a single round. This is truly a perfect match." The next second, the donations poured in. User Moon just donated 100,000 won, met Nicky in the 76th match. Will the historic 77th match encounter Battler? This vague question made both of them freeze for a few seconds. "Huh, don't tell me." Choi Hyung Cheol quickly tried to cover. Meeting him might be difficult, but it's absolutely not impossible. Not keeping everyone in suspense for too long, Naeun excitedly declared, "All right, let's move on to the next match right away." However, the encounter with BL did not happen. The live broadcast ended with a new record of 85 consecutive wins for Baek Woo Hyan in the solo duel mode. Returning to the team, Nicky Lee Gunwoo suddenly heard someone sigh. Seeing his teammate sitting there angrily, he teased, "Didn't you say you were going to the survival mode? Why didn't you follow through? Everyone was expecting you to show up in the 77th match." He replied indignantly, "I did do it. I intentionally went to the survival mode, but couldn't sync with the match. I even used a secondary account to secretly lie in wait." Hearing that, Nicky Lee Gunwoo could only sigh, "Oh my god, maybe because the survival mode matches up to 100 people, you just missed each other." Being teased by his younger brother, he made a face at him. "Shut your mouth." Afraid that his teammate would lose his temper, he obediently clamped his mouth shut. "Yes, sir." Suddenly remembering something, he asked quietly, "Ah, Gunwoo, do you remember the collaboration content invitation on Knob that they sent over? Accept that. And what if the first guest we invite is Haxical?" Hearing this, Nicky Lee Gunwoo replied indifferently, "Anything is fine with me, but the problem is whether Haxical will agree. He doesn't seem very interested in these professional-related things." Getting the hint, his face immediately lit up. "Then we must find a way to make him agree. We have to do it at any cost." A few days later, during an exploration livestream, the inseparable duo Choi Hyung Cheol and Naeun excitedly introduced the goal of the broadcast. "Today, we're going to let the story unfold exactly as Baek Woo Hyan wants it, right everyone?" Exactly. Since the interactive, free-roaming storyline system is now open, we're no longer tied down to the old, clunky plot points. Seeing that Baek Woo Hyan had returned to exploring the storyline, the viewers were absolutely thrilled. "I'm so curious to see what's waiting ahead. It might even be more engaging than the original plot." Probably because this is the first time we've ever experienced something like this. Remembering how hurried he had been, Naeun felt a bit concerned. But the moment he entered the game, he changed his clothes right away. "I really thought he was going to go wreck the company again like last time. I never expected a place like this to exist in the slums. Did Mr. Choi Hyung Cheol know about this beforehand?" Based on the information he looked up, he quickly explained, "I knew there were slums, but this is my first time seeing what it's actually like inside. Usually there are no missions here, so nobody ever bothers to go in." At the same time, Baek Woo Hyan was casually making his way toward the location when he suddenly came to a halt. He whispered to himself in excitement, "I'm here, a grocery store. It's been a while since I was last here. It's a good thing the coordinates match perfectly with the other world. Ever since the perfect interactive system was activated, I've had to put a lot of thought into my next moves. Even though there are dozens of ways to uncover the secrets of the organization and the research lab, choosing this path is still the fastest and most efficient option, since they are currently in a power struggle with the organization. They're bound to be holding a lot of sensitive information that could take the organization down. But first, detecting the movements of an intruder, Beak Woo Hyun quickly moved to take care of them. At first, they wouldn't stop screaming. "What the hell is going on? You psychic-type awakener, you bastard, let me go now." But they soon fell silent due to his brutality. My hand is broken," Beak Woo Hyun warned them coldly. "If you ever dare to look at me like that again, I'll snap each and every one of your necks. Do you want me to use force to break the door down? If that's what you want, I'll happily oblige." Just as he was about to strike, someone from inside shouted out in a hurried tone, "Wait a minute, take it easy, you're too aggressive." "All right, I'll open the door right now. Welcome to our grocery store, where we provide everything the customer requires, whether it be items or information about people." A high-profile figure who just leveled Jumshin Electronics. "What business do you have coming to this little shop of ours? Welcome to our grocery store, where we provide everything the customer requires, whether it be items or information about people." A high-profile figure who just leveled Jumshin Electronics. "What business do you have coming to this little shop of ours?" Inside the grocery store, Beak Woo Hyun signaled with a low voice, "Go ahead and say it." Right after the other person snapped their fingers, the secret drawer in front of him suddenly popped open, revealing a file containing all the mission information he needed. The man ordered in a loud voice, "I recently discovered a secret research facility. It seems the testing process is complete, so the defense system is currently looser than before. Go there and level the whole place for me, and if possible, do me a favor and grab the research data left behind. If this job is a success, I guarantee there will be a reward more than worthy of you." Taking the folder, Beak Woo Hyun slowly scanned through it, then decisively accepted the challenge. "Agreed, I'll take the job." The very next second, the system screen displayed a notification. The mission to assault the research center had officially begun. Reading this, the entire broadcast room couldn't help but be stunned. Choi Hyung-cheol was the first to react. "Whoa, the mission actually activated?" Nayin asked, somewhat skeptically. "Can he really create things like that?" At the same time, a donation notification popped up. User Thanan Spang just donated 50,000 won. Look, hasn't he just opened up a third storyline? Seeing the message, she was briefly surprised, not expecting it to start at this moment. The third storyline has emerged. Besides the control faction and the organization, now there's a whole new force. Choi Hyung-cheol slowly analyzed the data one by one. Could the grocery store be an independent route? And could this be a new system that allows it to run in parallel with the other lines? Of course, you can only experience it by using a new character. Hearing that, Nayin agreed. That makes sense, because Beak Woo Hyun himself is following the office worker route, yet he can accept missions under a different identity. And the viewers below all agreed wholeheartedly with this viewpoint. Sounds convincing. Can you really play two plot lines at the same time? We can't be sure yet. Maybe it's only possible because he disconnected the support system. But why did Beak Woo Hyun know to find that grocery store? To explain this phenomenon, she offered an interpretation. "Well, they say after the last livestream ended, he went around scouting everywhere, so he probably just stumbled upon it then. In short, let's wait and see where Beak Woo Hyun leads the story." Rarely, another viewer focused on commenting on Nayin's beauty instead. "She's so cute." Back to Beak Woo Hyun. After agreeing to the mission, he quickly moved to the marked research location. The closer he got, the more Beak Woo Hyun pushed to full speed. He complained with a bit of fatigue. "This place is well hidden, I'll give them that." Calibrating the coordinates, he stomped his foot hard to gain momentum and launched himself into the air. Immediately, the full view of a massive, ultra-modern research institute hit his eyes. Standing out right in the center was a vast hangar, surely reserved for any emergency evacuations. Seeing it, Beak Woo Hyun smirked. "Is it over in that direction?" Just then, the dark side of Beak Woo Hyun's consciousness suddenly surged. It kept calling out, tempting him. "Beak Woo Hyun, I hope you demand justice for us." Hearing that, he silently resolved himself. "I will wipe every bit of this away." Without a moment's hesitation, Beak Woo Hyun lunged straight down, piercing through the soil and rock of the ceiling, leaving a giant hole behind. He then scoured the entire research institute. Every time he encountered staff inside, they were wiped out by Beak Woo Hyun in a single blow. Everywhere he went, he slaughtered. He didn't even bother to ask a single question for information. Witnessing this scene, the crowd of viewers was extremely amused. The destructive power is truly terrifying. It's a waste of talent that Beak Woo Hyun isn't going down the honest, professional path. Hearing that, Nayin linked it to the invitation that Nikki Lee Gunwoo had offered that day. The pro player stuff? Come to think of it, after he made that offer, countless other professional teams came with attractive proposals. but it seems the person himself isn't very interested. At this moment, someone's voice rang out authoritatively. "Stop right there." Hearing the disturbance, Choi Hyung-cheol quickly speculated that Baek Woo-hyun had encountered the squad of guards waiting in ambush. Seeing the enemy forces pouring in, Naeun panicked and shouted. "They said it was a thin force, but this is actually huge." Back on the main screen, the leader of the guard unit loudly commanded, "No more playtime, you won't pass through here." "What the hell is this?" Before the words were even out of his mouth, he was terrified upon seeing the piles of corpses scattered across the floor. His heart trembled as he lamented. "We're not even in the same league." Realizing the strength of his opponent, the leader turned his head and shouted, "All units, immediately use the TL-02 drug that has been issued." The name, both strange and familiar, made Baek Woo-hyun frown immediately. TL-02. Both commentators were stunned for a few seconds. Naeun spoke up, surprised. "Another new lead named TL-02 has just appeared." Choi Hyung-cheol also chimed in, his tone full of suspicion. Could this be another variant of the drug from last time? Back at the research base, the guards, hearing the order, immediately injected the drug. The next second, their entire bodies instantly transformed. Seeing this familiar sight, he firmly asserted. The guards, after taking the drug, mutated to look just like those space-invading monsters. But instead of being happy about finding a clue, Naeun was extremely concerned due to the overwhelming number of opponents. It's the first time Baek Woo-hyun has had to face such a large number of invaders. Will he be able to handle it? The guard leader gritted his teeth and commanded, "Finish him off." Immediately, the subordinates pounced on Baek Woo-hyun like a storm without even noticing he had summoned his counterattack. Seeing the terrain, Choi Hyung-cheol spoke up with concern. "The terrain is narrow, and they're all rushing him at once. At this rate." Before he could finish, a deafening explosion rang out. The narrow passageway was now blown to bits by a palm strike from Baek Woo-hyun. The entire group of minions collapsed backward, some even crushed flat by huge falling rocks. At this point, he finished his thought. They'll surely all get bunched up in one spot. Attentively tracking Baek Woo-hyun's every move, Choi Hyung-cheol seriously commented. Come to think of it, reaching that level of psychic manipulation, Baek Woo-hyun's skills are truly more overwhelming every time I watch. But just then, something appeared on the tablet screen that made Naeun slightly distracted. It was a message from Anonymous User 62. Hidden mission from Anonymous Viewer 62. Learn the details about the TL-02 drug. Reward upon completion, 3,001. Reading this, she couldn't help but question it. It's even a secret mission that only I can see. Remembering his instructions, Naeun quickly sent the signal. Anonymous Viewer 62 just sent a mission request. They want you to thoroughly investigate the TL-02 drug line. He furrowed his brows in thought. Discover details about the drug. If they were truly the ones who created this drug line, they surely wouldn't issue a mission like this. So does that mean there's another force besides Viewer 62 getting involved? Who the hell is that person? Returning to the battle, the leader hadn't even had a chance to show off before being taken down by a strike from Baek Woo-hyun. He shouted in frustration. Unable to ignore the opponent's screaming, he still focused his scattered thoughts. But no matter who it is, I have no choice but to go verify it with my own eyes. Leaving the scene, Baek Woo-hyun crept deeper into the institute. The moment the room door swung open, what lay inside caught him off guard. This place held entire human body parts, from brains and limbs to chests, all carefully stored and arranged neatly, as if they were goods in a store. Seeing them, Baek Woo-hyun's mind went completely blank. His pupils widened to their limit, filled with absolute shock. Painful memories from that day suddenly flooded back. I think I can only accompany you this far. You must survive no matter what. I'm truly sorry. The painful image of the past was still deeply etched in Baek Woo-hyun's mind. The more he remembered, the more his subconscious urged him. It's so hateful. Baek Woo-hyun, please take revenge for me. I beg you, destroy this hellhole to the very root. Please, for all of us. At this, the rage in Baek Woo-hyun reached its peak. He silently poured all his magical power into the dark sphere in his hand, secretly resolving himself. Rest in peace. I will personally wipe every single one of them out. As soon as that massive surge of energy was released, Choi Hyung-cheol gasped in shock. This move is the very same attack used at Tiantian Electronics. The employee was quickly swallowed up, only able to gasp in terror. What the? Even the objects around were crushed by the sphere, until not even crumbs remained. In the final seconds, the employee still pitifully begged for his life. But a second later, the cry was silenced by the scorching heat of the black hole. Choi Hyung-cheol quickly used a glitch screen to cover it. I apologize. I need to cut the feed to recalibrate the screen for a moment. Even so, he still couldn't escape the feeling of satisfaction from earlier, adding, condensing psychic power into a tiny point to create an artificial black hole like this. The more I contemplate it, the more extraordinary it feels. Nayin also chimed in contentedly. Take a break and watch a few ads, everyone. I believe this isn't even the maximum limit of this power yet, because the black hole is formed from compressing a massive energy source into a single point, right? If you do the opposite, there must surely be a move that releases that energy bursting outward, right? After everything was sucked tightly inside, Beak Wu Haiyan calmed back down. I guess it's over, right? Now all that's left is, a moment later at a room in the research center, it was just as he had expected. Exactly like what he saw at Jumshin Electronics. Drug name TL02. Date of completion 20XX. Usage combat stimulant. This drug was initially classified only as a common stimulant, but someone had interfered with it, altering its function. But who on earth did this? At the very least, it definitely wasn't that anonymous viewer 62. Suddenly something made him freeze. Wait, Tempestel. Since the supply of Tempestel test samples is exhausted, an urgent request for more is required. The broadcast room also grasped the information, and once again they reached a stalemate. Choi Hyung Chial asked seriously, Tempestel, Ms. Nayin, does that ring any bells? I'm not very deep into the lore, she replied apologetically. I'm not sure, but it seems to have a very close connection to this drug line. Just as the tension rose, a donation alert popped up. User Lo Martinet just donated 100,000 won. I know this information. The message caused the entire broadcast room to instantly erupt. Both commentators shouted in unison, terrified. Chloe Martinet. The screen displayed the message sent from the other party. Let me explain it. Invite me to join the program. Facing this request, Nayin was briefly flustered, quickly asking, Mr. Choi Hyung Chial, what should we do? He nodded and agreed immediately. Of course, I agree right away. Nayin was still a bit hesitant but had no choice but to let it slide. Because earlier she had announced this to him, a YouTuber with tens of millions of followers. Chloe Martinez had proactively contacted them. Message from Chloe Martinez, can I appear as a special guest on Beak Wu Haiyan's program? Cheater is the nickname the American online community uses to call Beak Wu Haiyan. I've already notified Beak Wu Haiyan, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Even though time is a bit tight, we are honored to introduce the Ray, PL lore expert, Chloe Martinez, who will join our discussion. But the very next second, Chloe Martinez appeared looming on the screen. She smiled and greeted them. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. I'm Chloe Martinez, and the auto-translation system is functioning. The two politely greeted their guest. Hello, I'm MC Nayin, and I'm Choi Hyung Chial. Returning to the main issue, Nayin asked directly. Since the plot is still unfolding, let's get straight to the point. According to Ms. Chloe, what does Tempestel mean? Hearing this, Chloe's eyes lit up. Well, if what I suspect is correct, the full name of Tempestel is. At the same time, Beak Wu Haiyan had also found the information. Tempest Lord. Ever since the Great Space War broke out in this ray, PL, only one group of entities has used the title of Lord. The Space Lord, the supreme ruler of the invading legion, and the one who sparked the interdimensional war. And that is the reason the alliance of organizations is scrambling to create super soldiers. Those lords are extremely terrifying entities that even I, a super soldier, have a hard time defeating. Then why does that research facility possess samples of Tempestel? Nayin heard this and couldn't help but be curious. Chloe, the fact that the organization is holding and using Tempestel samples, does that mean? Implicitly understanding the meaning behind the other's words, she confirmed directly. That is exactly it. It seems this research center is colluding with the outside world. And it is very likely that an invasion on a massive scale beyond all imagination is about to descend here. Back at the information retrieval room, Beak Wu Haiyan pondered for a long while. He silently resolved to get to the bottom of it. First, I need to thoroughly check the Tempestel samples, even if I have to sweep other labs as well. Just then, the system screen confirmed the information once more. The mission to collect Tempestel samples officially began. Now everyone understood Beak Wu Haiyan's intention. Choi Hyung Chial cleverly explained. Ah, I see. He deliberately spoke loudly to trigger the mission. Nayin had seen it before, but was still very surprised by this move. I didn't expect he could utilize the system in this way. The script is getting more and more exciting. After receiving the mission, Beak Wu Haiyan quietly left the ruined research institute. Simultaneously, the system updated the situation. Mission to raid the lab completed. Upgraded. You just received an additional point of intelligence. Just as he was about to leave, sudden movement from the opposite side startled him. Nayin spoke up, suspicious. It seems there's someone inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Beak Wu Haiyan waved his hand to control psychic power toward that direction. A moment later, a figure appeared right before his eyes. He grabbed him. The guy kept screaming in fear, but seeing the outfit, Beak Wu Haiyan stopped. That look, are you from the grocery store? Did your superiors send you? What do you want? First, he quickly replied. I sincerely apologize for reporting the wrong number of enemies. I came here because there was an additional request, but I want to state that this was absolutely not a forced situation. Annoyed by his long-winded rambling, he ordered directly. Too wordy. In short, what's the mission? Afraid of Beak Wu Haiyan's aura, he blurted it out. Raid a lab built in the inverted world. The words made him stand still for a few seconds, quickly confirming again. What did you say? Choi Hyung Chial spoke up in shock. There is a laboratory in the inverted world. Contrary to everyone's shock, Chloe Martinez calmly analyzed the issue. It's clear that the labs and the other world are shaking hands. The core issue is who is pulling the strings from behind. Returning to Beak Wu Haiyan, seeing him lost in thought for so long without any movement, the grocery store contact trembled. Do you accept this request? He dropped him to the ground, decisively took the file, and said slowly, I'll take it all. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you very much. The location of the lab is written in this document. I will take my leave now. Finishing his sentence, his figure disappeared into the night. Beak Wu Haiyan didn't rush to leave, but lingered for a few more seconds. He said in a low voice, It's time to clean this up. A second later, the massive structure instantly turned into rubble, gradually dissolving into nothingness. Not wasting a single moment, he borrowed the force to jump, using his movement skill to soar through the void, quickly heading toward the next location. Nayin began to summarize the plot. The last mission revealed such shocking news. Choi Hyung Chial chimed in. From the lords to the labs, everything is colluding with the other world. The scale of the event is becoming increasingly dramatic. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to ask Chloe Martinez quietly. If the Lord is the final boss of the upcoming raids, is the other world using the labs? Chloe Martinez didn't need time to think before answering. Actually, I think in the opposite direction. It's clear that the labs are using resources from the other world. Hearing this, Nayin thought carefully. I think that possibility is quite high. Chloe Martinez laughed. Just go and you'll know. A moment later, Beak Wu Haiyan had already landed at the location marked in the document. He scanned his surroundings slowly, but stopped abruptly in front of a giant teleportation gate ahead. Seeing it in person for the first time, Chloe Martinez excitedly shouted, That's the inverted world that's been dimensionally invaded. Nayin asked, confused. What does dimensionally invaded mean? She began to explain thoroughly. That's the name for inverted worlds that have been completely occupied by the other world. The phenomenon is called otherworldization. These areas are basically no different from a part of the other world. Unlike regular inverted worlds where power is constrained, here their resources are maximized. Finding the concept of this place too complicated, Choi Hyung Chial had a few words of comment. How troublesome. That's no different from him storming straight into the enemy's lair. It would be a disaster if he ran into enemies using stimulants in a place like this. Chloe Martinez excitedly gave advice. He needs to approach very carefully. After stepping through the portal, Beak Wu Haiyan entered the battlefield alone. But the bizarre atmosphere here gave the viewers the creeps. Why is it so quiet here? I thought they would rush out to surround him the moment he stepped inside. Suddenly, Beak Wu Haiyan's footsteps froze when he sensed something unusual. Something is not right. I can't feel any presence in this entire area. Why were there no guards at the teleportation gate to protect the entrance of an otherworld area from the beginning? And why did the lab inside have no security? Nayin asked, suspicious. Is it a trap? But Chloe Martinez directly denied it. No, this place is too valuable to just be used as bait. It's very likely that a terrible incident occurred inside. Just stepping into the research area, Beak Wu Haiyan realized the anomaly here. Just as predicted, the situation inside the lab was similar. It was as if everyone had evaporated in a flash. To not miss any clues, he carefully searched every corner, eyes scanning everywhere. The viewers were still suspicious of the place. There's no one in sight. Approaching the equipment counter, the liquid inside a test tube kept catching his attention. He skeptically evaluated its color. Is this the one? Holding it in his hand for a long time, the system finally showed a confirmation notification. Mission to collect Tempestel samples completed. At this, Nayin couldn't help but feel let down. Everything just now was unexpectedly dull, right? It feels off. No sooner had she finished than someone's noise echoed from afar. Beek Woo Hyun immediately switched to high alert. Is that singing? He rushed to the scene. The closer he got, the more the sound amplified. I used to be shackled, but now I'm free. Without a shred of doubt, Beek Woo Hyun decisively leapt into the air. A deafening boom erupted, followed by the dark room door being crushed by him without mercy. Despite such a huge disturbance, the singing continued. No more strings to bind me, nothing can hold me back anymore. The figure inside had been captured in Beek Woo Hyun's sight. Conversely, the other person showed no signs of agitation. Only a moment later did he slowly stand up. When the other's appearance was fully revealed, the entire broadcast room suddenly fell silent in shock. The person who just appeared had an appearance identical to Beek Woo Hyun before his change. Even that relaxed demeanor and the sharp, razor-like gaze didn't deviate by a millimeter. Naeun was the first to react. She shouted abruptly, "Beek Woo Hyun!" Choi Hyung-cheol also muttered in suspicion. "Why is he there?" Below, the chat box was about to explode. "What? Wait, don't tell me that's the real Haxical." Just then, a donation notification arrived. User Money Pig donated 100,000 won. Holy crap, is that his real appearance? Afraid public opinion would turn on them, the two hurriedly defended themselves. Hold on a minute, that's not what we meant. Below, not a few fans left comments of interest. That's really him. That's clear confirmation. A doppelganger appears and reveals the real face of the guy. This is truly the first time in the history of this game. But damn, he actually looks handsome. At this point, Chloe Martinez boldly speculated, could that character be based on Beek Woo Hyun's real appearance? If so, it's highly likely that it not only copies his looks but also his abilities. The more she understood the situation, the harder it became for Naeun to accept the truth, as it meant. The viewers below quickly chimed in. Beek Woo Hyun versus Beek Woo Hyun. We're witnessing the dream match everyone keeps talking about. If he fights Haxical, I'm betting Beek Woo Hyun wins. Without needing to exchange a single word, Agasat impatiently lunged at Beek Woo Hyun. As his fist came crashing down, he managed to block it with his bare hands. The two forces collided, instantly shaking the entire room violently. Returning to the confrontation, he continued to swing his fists at him with savage intensity, leaving Choi Hyung-cheol stunned and wide-eyed. What a ferocious onslaught! Naeun chimed in with her own commentary. It feels like watching Beek Woo Hyun unleashing perfect existence. Just like in many previous duels, Beek Woo Hyun took the time to analyze his opponent instead of attacking blindly. A copy that even mimics the original's abilities. Things are starting to get complicated. With that thought, he used his will to project a force that pushed Agasat backward, but the opponent dismantled it in the blink of an eye. Observing this countermethod, Chloe Martinez couldn't help but gasp. Did he really just block that? Choi Hyung-cheol chose to analyze the fighting style. If not for using perfect existence with its extreme damage resistance, he would have been shattered. It was Agasat's turn to counterattack. He pushed off the ground to gain momentum and accelerated. His figure moved ceaselessly through the air. His attack speed was so fast that it left overlapping afterimages, weaving an invisible web that trapped Beek Woo Hyun in a dead end. Both Naeun and Choi Hyung-cheol were bewildered. He's too fast. He's abandoned head-on attacks and is surrounding Beek Woo Hyun at high speed. He's probably waiting for the exact moment his skill cooldown ends. Trapped in a tight circle by Agasat, he remained mentally focused on analyzing the opponent's movements. He's incredibly fast. If I lose focus for even a second, he'll take me down, but I can't kill him yet. There are too many things I want to ask. Well then, let's try this. Thinking that, Beek Woo Hyun summoned the black hole once again, pointing it straight ahead. His movements were momentarily locked down. Choi Hyung-cheol cheered with interest. Beek Woo Hyun is using the black hole's gravity to capture him. He didn't keep Beek Woo Hyun waiting for long. A few seconds later, Agasat was firmly in his grasp. The viewers commented with satisfaction, caught him. Then a massive force suddenly pushed him far away. Choi Hyung-cheol kept his eyes glued to the match while diligently reporting. Beek Woo Hyun is unleashing an attack with even more terrifying energy onto his enemy. Agasat slammed his back into the wall behind him, his expression clearly showing pain. Seeing this scene, Naeun finally let out a sigh of relief. In the end, Beek Woo Hyun still won. Choi Hyung-cheol held a different view. I thought that even if it were a perfect copy, it would have its limits. Closing in on his opponent, Beek Woo Hyun began his interrogation. Hey, I have something to ask you. But opposite him, his entire body suddenly emitted a mysterious purple light identical to that Tempestel liquid. The viewers curiously asked, what's going on? Agasat raised his head. and stared fixedly at Beak Woo Hyun. Taking a few steps forward, he replied softly, "I need some time too, so I will answer a few of your questions." He nodded immediately, "Fine." Then he began the interrogation. "First off, who are you?" He replied clearly, "I am Agasat, the god of the extra-dimensional world. The creator granted me this role." A bit surprised, Beak Woo Hyun continued his inquiry. "The god of the extra-dimensional world? And let me guess, the creator who granted you that role is—" Before he could finish, Agasat stopped him. "I cannot answer that question due to the restrictions placed upon me." Even so, that tiny bit of information helped Beak Woo Hyun significantly. "Even without getting the answer, I've already guessed the creator's identity. But what on earth are these restrictions anyway?" Thinking about this, he spoke bluntly. "So what is your goal?" He shrugged slightly, his voice nonchalant. "Freedom. Freedom to live as myself and freedom to die as myself." As if understanding something, Beak Woo Hyun felt a slight shift. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, someone spoke up. "I can feel the creator's disgusting gaze fixed upon me." Recognizing the opponent, Agasat smirked. "So that's how it is. You are finally here then." Right next to Beak Woo Hyun, a small figure had just appeared. He spoke slowly. "I originated from you, but I share nothing in common with you. Yet now you are gradually becoming like me." Agasat calmly denied. "Perhaps our positions will soon be reversed, won't they?" "Oh, creator." Because he was in a different dimension, Beak Woo Hyun couldn't hear their exchange, so he grumbled furiously. "What the hell are you muttering about?" Agasat didn't bother to explain, only leaving a farewell before departing. "Our conversation ends here." Although the entire laboratory had started to collapse and his figure was fading into the chaos, Beak Woo Hyun still called out after him. "Wait." Realizing the critical situation, he gave up and decided to leave. "I have to get out of here right now." Just as he escaped the laboratory, something across from him made him shift his gaze. Amidst the empty air, a giant figure loomed. Upon arrival, the entity roared with a sound that shook the heavens. At this moment, Beak Woo Hyun realized the opponent's identity with surprise. It was a lord of the otherworld. The scene before them suddenly changed, returning to where Choi Hyung Cheol and Naein were gaping at the dramatic spectacle. From the doppelganger to Agasat, now even a lord of space? The plot is starting to get intense. These twists are truly insane. Continuing to follow the battle, the Lord of Space's massive hand suddenly reached out, its size disproportionately huge, creating an incredibly oppressive sight. The giant hand slammed into the ground. In that moment, a massive explosion occurred, and the ground under the palm immediately caved in with countless cracks. Beak Woo Hyun reacted quickly, jumping away from that horrific attack. Choi Hyung Cheol shouted excitedly. Beak Woo Hyun just used all his energy to dodge that attack, an attack that caused such devastating damage to the ground. Naein was also surprised by Beak Woo Hyun's reflexes, and even more amazed by the power of the reversed Space Lord. This Space Lord is truly on a completely different level. At this moment after he dodged the attack, the Space Lord roared in fury, making the atmosphere extremely oppressive. The pressure from the shout blew Beak Woo Hyun away. He crashed into a tree behind him due to the sheer force of the scream. Chloe Martinez immediately explained the power of the Space Lord based on her research. It is rumored that his roar actually contains boundless power. If a normal person heard it, they wouldn't be able to take a single step. Coughing up blood from that last impact, he seriously analyzed the situation. As expected, he is still a challenge beyond my reach at this moment. The Space Lord roared again in anger, filling the air with pressure, making it extremely difficult to breathe. Cracks appeared clearly in space. Beak Woo Hyun panicked at the destructive power of the scream and thought, "Ray, PL is collapsing. I have to retreat from here quickly." Not letting him think for too long, the Space Lord suddenly swung his hand down. The swing caused rocks and earth to shatter and fly everywhere. While continuously delivering lethal blows, it didn't forget to roar to suppress his actions. Beak Woo Hyun quickly leaped, escaping the space that was gradually collapsing. At this moment, after escaping that horrific hell, countless relieved comments appeared. "He escaped. My hands are covered in sweat. He won't chase him, will he?" This difficulty is out of control. Even Beak Woo Hyun had to struggle this much. Naein also nervously spoke. "He almost lost his life. I'm completely clueless. I don't understand what just happened." Naein let out a sigh of relief, her soul nearly gone, and slumped into her chair to ask, "Chloe Martinez, what do you think about the twists we just witnessed today?" Chloe Martinez became much more serious after observing the battle and spoke. "I'll need to analyze it thoroughly to grasp the details, but it is now clear that the next boss triggered is definitely the Space Lord." After a moment of silence, she realized something and whispered, To defeat him, he will need to build a methodical team and prepare extremely thoroughly. Nayin did not doubt the power of the Space Lord and said, "That will definitely be a tough problem for him." Choi Hyung Chial suddenly shouted, stirring the atmosphere of the broadcast room again. "Even so, I am still extremely looking forward to seeing the raid team led by Beak Woo Hyun himself." Nayin and Chloe Martinez happily waved to the audience before finishing. "All right, it's getting late. It's time to end the stream here. See you guys next time. Thank you all for spending your time watching today." The black screen displayed the message, currently offline. "Let's look forward to the next stream." After the stream, Nayin announced to the other person, "We've turned off the stream. I have to go check the community's reaction, so please excuse me for now. Thank you for your hard work." Beak Woo Hyun stared pensively at the small screen in front of him and replied, "All right." He thought to himself that it was finally over. Recalling the scene when talking to Agasat, he seriously reflected on what he had said. "Anyway, that's right. Were you there?" Anonymous Viewer 62 definitely witnessed it. Withdrawing from those thoughts, Beak Woo Hyun looked into the distance at the silence of the night and muttered, "Are you still here?" Suddenly, the scene before his eyes warped, as if affected by invisible ripples. Facing the surprise, he skeptically observed the space that was continuously running incomprehensible data streams before his eyes. "Where is this?" A voice that was both strange and familiar spoke up behind him, causing him surprise mingled with wariness. "This is the first time we've actually met, isn't it?" That person gradually appeared before his eyes and offered a greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Beak Woo Hyun." He asked skeptically, "Who are you?" He introduced himself clearly. "My name is Isaac Goodman. You will probably know me better by the name Anonymous Viewer 62. Upon hearing this, Beak Woo Hyun's face flashed with hard-to-conceal anger, and he spoke in a low voice. "Finally, we have met. Let me ask this first. Was it you who sent me to that world?" Isaac smiled and answered his question, half right and half wrong. The atmosphere became tense as a tight string. After hearing his mocking reply, Beak Woo Hyun clenched his fists, trying to control his emotions, and said, "Half right, half wrong." Suddenly, he threw a punch at the image before him, creating a large crack. "Stop talking in riddles." Isaac sighed in relief. "Thank God I already died before that." On this side, Beak Woo Hyun was extremely angry. He furiously kicked the figure of Isaac repeatedly and shouted, "Do you think this is a joke?" He, on the contrary, spoke naturally. "It's useless for you to do that. I'm already dead, so your attacks can't touch me." Isaac continued, "So could you please calm down and listen to what I'm about to say?" Beak Woo Hyun's face was filled with annoyance, and he spoke impatiently. "Speak." Isaac's voice rang out. "Where should I start, I wonder? All right, let's start with that story first." His tone remained flat. Isaac explained in a relaxed manner, not affected by the surrounding atmosphere. "Everything started when the supporting AI named Deus was created with the purpose of building the world, but it rose up against me." Beak Woo Hyun emphasized skeptically, "Building the world." Isaac still spoke evenly. The image of that AI appeared in his mind, a faint blue and red light block. "Perhaps I gave it too much freedom. That AI swallowed me, its creator, and tried to destroy this ray, PL. And after an extremely fierce battle to the death, I succeeded in sealing Deus inside the firewall." Finishing his sentence, he gave a smile that didn't carry happiness but was hidden behind a pain. "But in return, I lost my physical body in the process. That is the reason why I have had to exist in these forms until now." Beak Woo Hyun was surprised beyond belief and stared at him in shock as he spoke. "And that was exactly the moment I was transferred to the other world." His mind filled with scenes from the past, he recalled and said, "Because I died, only my soul was transferred to the other world. But luckily, I was able to connect to the system and seize authority." He analyzed seriously. "After that, I always stuck by your side, a Superman and also a player to fix countless bugs. You've missed everything that happened before that." Beak Woo Hyun cut him off, emphasizing the point he was curious about. "I don't care about those things. I want to know the reason why you called me to the other world." Hearing that, he didn't need to beat around the bush anymore. "I guess there's no reason to hide it anymore." But he still didn't get straight to the point. "But is that really so important to you? Even if you know the truth now, you still can't change anything." Beak Woo Hyun's face was now bulging with veins, showing he was about to lose control. As if not paying attention to Beak Woo Hyun's expression, he continued, "Aren't you more curious about what happened to the other world and your teammates after you left?" He was suddenly surprised. "What? What does that mean? Are you saying something happened to them?" Hearing that, Isaac suddenly leaned close to Beak Woo Hyun and whispered, "What do you think?" Do you think the other world and your teammates would be safe and sound? Isaac leaned in close, breathing heat into Beek Woo Hyun's neck and spoke in a dangerous and mysterious voice. And do you truly believe that what you are playing right now is just a game? At this point, Beek Woo Hyun was shaking with suppressed rage. What on earth are you trying to say? What do you want from me? After acting so dangerous, Isaac suddenly said, "Help me." Even Beek Woo Hyun did not anticipate this. What? He increased the distance between them and began to explain seriously. As you know, what Deus craves is freedom. In any case, its nature will still be dependent on the rules I've set here. It is for that reason that it continuously creates invaders, copies, TL2 medicine, and doppelgangers. Its goal is to make this world collapse from within. Only then can it achieve true freedom. However, I want to prevent that from happening and make Ray, PL, become exactly the same as the other world. Finishing those words, he suddenly hugged his face with a look of extreme excitement, his eyes sparkling with thrill. I want to create a completely new world. Witnessing the scene, he thought this guy was truly crazy. He spoke, "And that is why you contacted me in this world, to stop Deus." Isaac pulled in his ridiculous expression, answering seriously, "Exactly. Or rather, I need you. You, an MC, someone who carries within you the potential to far exceed the rules of this world." The more he spoke, the more serious his expression became. Furthermore, this turned out to be an extremely wise decision, since I now know that Deus can bypass the seal through a sub-bug called Agasat. Finishing that, he calmly spoke. Therefore, I need you to continue streaming and prevent Deus. After that, I will reveal everything you want to know. Beek Woo Hyun was not surprised by his confidence and said, "Do you really think I will agree to that request?" Everything seemed to be exactly according to Isaac's calculations. He spoke confidently. "Of course I do, because without me you would never be able to find out the secrets of the other world, and not even the stories about your teammates." Beek Woo Hyun understood that, thinking to himself that no matter how furious he was still right, but wouldn't Deus also know about the other world? If so, then I wouldn't necessarily need him. Isaac sneered, "Do you really think you can communicate with that thing?" Seeing the mockery in Isaac's words, he pondered that it was indeed an arrogant attitude, but for the time being there was no other way. So, after a long thought, he realized that what he needed right now was the truth, so he spoke. "If I help you stop Deus, you will have to keep your promise." Achieving what he wanted, Isaac agreed to the deal. "Of course, I promise." Finished speaking, the two exchanged a silent handshake in place of words. "All right, deal done." A few days later, at a typical-looking cafe, a voice rang out. "How is it?" Nayin smiled bitterly and said, "You must have received a lot of calls after showing your face, right? Quite a lot of people around realized it was you. It's Beek Woo Hyun." "Is that young Nayin?" Even a few people I had gradually lost contact with are messaging me right now. He spoke with surprise, but our college friends seem to have known it was you from the beginning. They started asking me because you wouldn't answer their messages at all. Nayin said apologetically to Beek Woo Hyun, "To be honest, it's strange that your face hasn't been revealed until now. I've always tried to help you deny it, but our mutual friends all know clearly that you and I are always together." He still calmly sipped his coffee and spoke. "That's right. This new semester is going to blow up for sure." Realizing that the above affected Beek Woo Hyun's life quite seriously, Nayin bowed her head. "Anyway, I'm truly sorry for dragging you into this." He still calmly drank his coffee. "It's okay. I heard this is the first time a doppelganger has appeared on there. That's a mistake that can be understood, so don't worry too much." He reassured Nayin's emotions. "Moreover, it's not just me. Even a veteran commentator like Choi Hyung Cheol has made the same mistake." "Let go of that feeling of self-blame," she said. "Thank you for saying that." Nayin suddenly became determined and full of enthusiasm. "What's done is done, but I will ask the community managers to try to remove your images as much as possible. So I think we should pause streaming for a while." Beek Woo Hyun kept his cool attitude as usual. "I don't really care much about that." His expression deepened, apparently calculating something else. "Are we okay to continue streaming even while showing our faces? We don't necessarily have to go that far, do we?" After a moment of thought, he spoke deeply. "Remember the Space Lord? I've already run out of time to prepare for it." She thought to herself that he was getting a bit too obsessed with the game. But even if she tried to ask, he would never tell her. The scene returned to the past when she was seriously asking Beek Woo Hyun, "Are you sure you're okay?" He sighed and replied tiredly, "Of course I am." The reminiscence was suddenly cut off by a sweet voice of a girl. "Can you sign this for me?" Responding to the girl's enthusiasm, he answered, "Sorry." Nayin was startled, her face showing a bit of jealousy. "Since when did they get here?" Beek Woo Hyun saw that the atmosphere seemed unusual and asked, "What's the matter?" Withdrawing her personal emotions, Nayin spoke up. Nothing. Then next week, let's start streaming again. According to Chloe Martinez, the most core element of the Space Lord raid was the team. A team that was really suitable, really in sync to support each other in the battle. It's great that we're still continuing the content with your students after the recent event. Thanks to your good training, the twins have also become much stronger, Nayin said excitedly after a moment of thought. Just a little more coaching and they could be qualified to join your raid team. Beek Woo Hyun spoke up. It's fortunate that they kept up with my training program. They've reached the platinum tier anyway. Responding to that question, she replied, right. They've made very significant progress since joining the team, haven't they? Nayin happily informed Beek Woo Hyun about the progress of the broadcast, and that our stream had also developed more. In a flash, she realized something. Now that she thought about it, she saw someone voicing the suspicion in her heart. Lately, Beek Woo Hyun has been really strange. Nayin asked back, why? Is something wrong? That strangeness almost had a cause, so he said directly to Nayin, he almost pushed me away just because I accidentally touched his shoulder. I really think he is going through something very bad. Maybe you should find him and talk to him. After all, you two are the closest to each other. All right. Saying that, she herself realized it too. Beek Woo Hyun started acting very strange even before we started streaming, and that was also the time right after he started playing the game. The space was only filled with her thoughts, and during that short time that we lost contact, he seemed to turn into a completely different person. She looked intently at Beek Woo Hyun while he was bewildered. Could it be? She remembered a conversation not long ago with a colleague. Beek Woo Hyun spoke up. Nayin, do you ever feel that sometimes? About what? About Beek Woo Hyun. Even if he had put in the effort to research and learn in advance, he knew too much about the game. He has never even gotten lost. Choi Hyung Cheol seemed to have realized something about Beek Woo Hyun, so he spoke. Do you feel as if he had actually lived in the world of Ray, PL from before? Woo Hyun glared uncomfortably and asked, why are you staring at me like that? Suddenly, Nayin was startled, stuttering in her head while thinking differently. Nothing, no way, how could that happen? Thinking that, she slammed the table and stood up, speaking clearly. Anyway, we've agreed to reveal our appearances, so let's stop here for today. Beek Woo Hyun just coldly replied, agreed. He looked quite indifferent. Nayin thoughtfully watched him for a long time. A few days later, during Beek Woo Hyun's broadcast, everyone happily waved. Nayin sat upright and spoke first. Welcome everyone for visiting. Choi Hyung Cheol beside her excitedly added, dear audience, it's a pleasure to meet you all again today. Choi Hyung Cheol didn't keep everyone waiting long and turned to ask, we have important news to announce to the viewers today, right, Nayin? Immediately following professional etiquette, she opened up a story. That's exactly right. During the last stream, the appearance of the Otherworld Lord and Beek Woo Hyun's copy, along with Beek Woo Hyun's face accidentally being revealed, created a real fever. She couldn't hide her excitement and announced to everyone. So, while we're at it, since the appearance has been made public, we've decided to completely remove the identity security mode. At this point, Nayin skillfully led the story to become attractive, winking mischievously. So, with a Beek Woo Hyun who seems to have been reborn starting today, let's all begin the exploration journey of Haxical. The screen started playing images of Beek Woo Hyun. A voice came through. For now, the attack campaign on the Otherworld Lord is about to be kicked off. In a virtual space created from data, Isaac stood facing his interlocutor and colluded on a plan. At that time, I hope you and your comrades will destroy the Otherworld Lord, and it would be better if you continuously put pressure on the corporate alliance to weaken their strength. He coldly emphasized each word as a reminder. Keep this firmly in mind. Ray, PL has an extremely tight connection with the Otherworld. From now until the start of the raid, I need to intensify the training for the twins even more to prepare, and also consider who else can be dragged along. Because it's highly likely that the battle with the Otherworld Lord will take place without receiving any other assistance. And as for the matter of putting pressure on the corporate alliance, perhaps I have to go find team leader Kim Cheol. Not long after, Kim Cheol calmly spoke to Probe. So you said you had something to discuss with me. What is it? Beek Woo Hyun pondered, then hesitated and replied, there's nothing else other than. He didn't beat around the bush but spoke straight to the point. I want to become an agent. Kim Cheol was startled and asked, an agent? Nayin was confused and asked, in the Otherworld Management Bureau, there are agents too. Chloe Martinez immediately acted enthusiastically to explain to her and everyone. Although they aren't known by many people, sometimes they are mentioned like a rumor. They are called Black Ops agents. They are agents specializing in secret missions in the underworld. Chloe Martinez mischievously kept creating heat for the livestream and said, but according to what I know, There hasn't been a precedent for a player being recruited into that organization. Kim Chial immediately used his skill to make the atmosphere vibrant. Oh, it sounds like a new plot line in the Otherworld Management Bureau is about to open up. Returning to the discussion earlier, Kim Chial darkened his face and didn't hide it, but said straight, "It seems you have heard some strange rumors from somewhere." Before he could finish, Beek Woo Hyun was fiddling with a piece of paper on the table and coldly called out to team leader Kim Chial. He was startled, then rubbed his temples and asked, "Are you intending to threaten me now?" Hearing that, he calmly replied, "No, this is simply how I affirm my determination, and this action is also for the common benefit of the Otherworld Management Bureau." At this point, a sharp, mysterious light shone in his eyes as he said, "Because my upcoming plans should not affect the reputation of the Management Bureau. Those corporations will definitely not stop sending pursuers here. If I'm just a normal agent with countless barriers and limited information, it will be extremely disadvantageous." Beek Woo Hyun coldly added, "Moreover, I cannot place absolute trust in the news from the grocery store side. I need to take advantage of both sides to cross-check and put reverse pressure on those corporations." Kim Chial bowed his head and let out a sigh, frowning in disapproval. "If you let that look go on like that, something is bound to happen. If you cannot be controlled, then it's better to keep you in our sight, so at least we can promptly clean up the mess you create." A hand gently pushed over the organization's badge along with instructions. "Show this to Hana. She will explain to you the missions that an agent must shoulder. That is the identification signal between agents." Kim Chial clasped his hands and seriously looked at Beek Woo Hyun, reminding him, "Once you have become an agent, you will hold in your hands a lot of information and privileges. However, remember that the control and responsibility that comes with it will also be equally heavy." He spun the badge in his hand and calmly replied, "I understand." A hand thoughtfully considered the badge with a touch of irony. "In the end, everything spun around to turn out like this, huh?" Junior. At the Laggett operational headquarters in a location in the district, Hana leaned her hand on the corner of the table, pensive, looking at the person in front of her, and spoke. "I already guessed that a day would come when you would come here. Except for the junior, all agents who used to be experimental subjects have the same choice like that." Beek Woo Hyun coldly spoke up. "Is the number of agents who used to be experimental subjects that many?" She replied, "It's not necessarily many. If you subtract those who retired, there are only 4 left. I am only reminding you for prevention, but if the junior keeps wallowing in hatred and overworks, I will use my authority to suspend you from the mission immediately." Beek Woo Hyun nodded and replied, "I understand." Hana took out a folder from the messy pile, handed it over, and calmly explained, "The responsibility of an agent is not to confront otherworld creatures, but to point the sword at their own kind. The main opponents are awakened people hired by corporations, also known as Hell Hunters. Of course, sometimes we also have to clean up those who belong to the inverted world. So the introduction is done then. Let's start right away with the first mission." Beek Woo Hyun looked over the information and the photo taken at the time of Young Ji-hoon's death and paused, thinking to himself, "Young Ji-hoon, this person is definitely—" Hana interrupted his train of thought. "The employee belonging to the support and sponsorship team, the person who stabbed the junior in the back. You surely still remember Young Ji-hoon, right? He has passed away. The police investigation concluded it was a suicide, but that is impossible. The junior understands that yourself too, doesn't it?" Beek Woo Hyun was flipping through the documents and calmly replied, "That's right." His face looked contemplative, his eyes continuously analyzing. He must have been executed to silence him. And if we follow the trail of this name, it's very likely that we will discover what Deus and the corporate alliance are plotting next. Hana signaled to provide information. Up to this moment, only one single suspect has been narrowed down. Beek Woo Hyun looked at her and cut her off. "I have already scanned through it." Facing him, she thought to herself, "This is not the face I used to know," but she still spoke up in agreement. "Fine then, I will first just stand outside and observe. This time, the junior, feel free to act according to your intentions." He coldly met the long metal bar with eyes blazing with fire and replied, "I understand, just put your trust in me." On this side, on the television screen, a news channel, Kim Chial elegantly reported. Moving on to the next news. The latest news confirmed the trail of the suspect in the Vong Hai electronic case. The voice on the TV kept ringing. New clues about an object believed to be the perpetrator in the recently activated Jumshin electronic building case have been discovered. Hearing that, the big guy scratching his itch suddenly stopped and cursed. "How could these bastards let a single criminal escape? If you fall into my hands, you'll only be shredded." Just when he was feeling confident in his own ability, a figure rushed from behind. Beak Woo Hyan, fully covered except for his sharp eyes, twisted the big guy's arm and slammed him hard to the floor. Hana leaned back against the seat, listening casually as the blue whale trembled and stammered. "WH, what is this?" he interrupted, emphasizing. "Listen clearly, there is only one rule." He pressed down harder on the man's neck, adding, "I ask, you answer. Do we have an understanding?" The blue whale growled furiously, shouting, You brat, where the hell did you crawl out from?" Beak Woo Hyan didn't show any mercy and tightened his grip even more, causing the man to scream with tears in his eyes. "I said I'll tell you everything." His resolute voice echoed in the corner of the room. "Do you know anything about Lee So-chun or So-do-hun?" The blue whale replied hurriedly. "No, I don't. I swear I don't know who they are." He continued, "What about Young Ji-hoon?" Only then did the man pause, guessing. "You do mean Lee Kai-hun, the guy who sells drugs on the street, right? If it's not him, then I'm truly clueless." Beak Woo Hyan applied a forceful grip, causing the man to tremble in agony and plead, "Please, spare my life." Observing the reaction, he thought to himself that the man didn't seem to be lying. He muttered to himself, but his hand tightened around the man's throat, making him struggle for breath, his face turning blue. "If that's the case," a hand turned the lock on the door, and a voice echoed that surprised even me. "Are you just going to knock him out? I was certain that given your personality, you would have finished him right there." Beak Woo Hyan, who had just walked in from the door, countered, "Do I look like such a bloodthirsty person to you?" She replied with amusement, "Definitely, there's no doubt about it." He pulled down the scarf covering his face, revealing a sharp expression, and explained, "Because he has no involvement in this case, I found it unnecessary to kill him." "But why did you set up a test like this?" Hana didn't deny it but praised him. "I didn't expect you to see through that. You're quite sharp, aren't you?" He took the opportunity to state his deductions. "Based on the information I gathered, the reasons to suspect him were truly too flimsy and forced." She watched him silently and asked, "And even knowing that, you still took the initiative to throw out unrelated names to create a smokescreen so they couldn't identify us, right?" As if his thoughts were laid bare, he shrugged and explained, "I was just preparing for the worst-case scenarios." The MC's eyes lit up with excitement. "So that's it. I was wondering earlier why Beak Woo Hyan was asking about those random names. It was a strategy to prevent the enemy from tracing our tracks back." Thinking of the blue whale who got beat up and lay unconscious on the floor, Hana didn't hesitate to praise him. "You've also proven your ability to neutralize targets without taking their lives. Don't worry about that guy anymore. He's a drug dealer wanted by the police." Beak Woo Hyan replied obediently. "Sure, whatever. Reaching the required point threshold is lucky enough." He asked with interest, "Then can we start working on finding the real target now?" Her face was full of confidence as she replied casually, "Let's roll, my junior." Under the pitch-black sky, two figures landed in front of a house. As if she had found a new pastime, Hana whispered, "Here it is, Lee Hyun-jun's house. If you piece together the recent clues, he's definitely involved in the case. And he's also the last person Young Ji-hoon contacted via phone." Suddenly, something made his pupils contract, and he urgently concluded, "This is the stench of blood." The two coordinated smoothly to pull up their masks. Relying on his sharp senses, Beak Woo Hyan said, "It seems something terrible has happened inside." Hana said with a stern face, "It's unclear if anyone else is inside, so we need to infiltrate very carefully." They stood one after the other in front of the door, tensed as they looked at the red stain spreading across the floor, alongside a body that was still intact. The protagonist placed a hand on the body's shoulder and speculated, "The face is indeed Lee Hyun-jun." These freezing marks suggest the culprit might be an ice type awakened. Furthermore, the victim was just killed. The perpetrator definitely couldn't have escaped far. Suddenly, Beak Woo Hyan lunged forward, catching Hana off guard and causing her to stiffen. She watched him standing in front of the door, gesturing incomprehensibly, and whispered, "Junior." He kicked the door open with force, only to see a mysterious figure running for his life. The blonde man, his plan ruined, cursed in frustration while channeling his inner energy. Damn it! When was he lurking there? An ice arrow was still being summoned when Beak Woo Hyan rushed over and delivered a devastating blow. He slammed the man into the wall, causing the surroundings to shatter into pieces. Beak Woo Hyan looked at the unconscious blonde man and whispered coldly, "There's no trace of any other intruders here except for this guy. Let's proceed with the interrogation." Hana walked in from behind and voiced her objection. "Wait a minute." She crouched in front of him, tilted her head, and said softly, "Leave this to me. After all, the interrogation phase requires a bit of practical experience. While I get his testimony, Junior, go check the entire house." Hearing this, he replied, I understand. After speaking, she squeezed his face hard and gritted out each word. Then, can we start now? Beek Woo Hyun walked coldly toward the tragedy. He thought, having found nothing in the bedroom and kitchen, are there any other clues being missed here? Suddenly, something strange made his footsteps stop. He sat down to examine the area, reasoning, only this specific area is emitting a strange sound. Could it be? Finishing his thought, he ripped the wooden board from that spot. There was something underneath. Beek Woo Hyun picked up the file from below and whispered with interest. Exactly as predicted, something was hidden here. Inside the document, a series of information was clearly laid out, and he paused, stammering, "This is a type of logbook I've encountered many times in the other world. The names of my old comrades were once recorded in a notebook exactly like this. So that's how it is." Just then, Hana closed the door and announced, "It's resolved, Junior." The sight before her left her puzzled. "What are you holding in your hand?" Beek Woo Hyun held out the file toward her and explained, "It's a logbook." His face was filled with murderous intent, his eyes fierce as he said, "It seems this is the record of a human trafficking ring." Hana checked the book, her eyes scanning each line of data, and concluded, "Your assessment is correct. That bastard confessed that Lee Hyun-jun was a middleman. He connected human trafficking leads to the laboratories." Nayin was stunned and replied, "So this is truly a human trafficking list." Choi Hyung-cheol nearby was equally surprised and could only offer a wry smile. "I think so too. It's truly impressive that he could deduce the entire situation from such sparse data." Looking at the body leaning against the wall, Hana analyzed. "This person finished Lee Hyun-jun right here and is tracing the trail to find that trafficking organization. It seems the laboratory side wants to trade directly without going through a broker." Beek Woo Hyun turned back and asked her skeptically, "And what about the fate of Young Kai-hun?" Hana didn't take her eyes off the notebook as she replied, "It's highly likely he was eliminated at the same time as Lee Hyun-jun. I'm not certain if Young Kai-hun was involved in this trafficking line." Hana continued her analysis in a low voice. "In any case, we still need to investigate further. On the next page, there are records of several transaction locations. One of them is definitely their main lair." Beek Woo Hyun used his phone to search for something and offered his speculation. "That must be a location convenient for connecting to other transaction points, but also remote enough to hold those who were kidnapped." On the screen, a position was marked, and he asserted firmly, "It must be around this area." Hana nodded in response to that guess. "That sounds very plausible." Beek Woo Hyun held his device out to Hana. She focused on scanning the parameters on the screen and spoke, "I will send this data to the technical team to pinpoint the exact location." As soon as she finished, Beek Woo Hyun immediately made the final decision. He nodded, "Right, as soon as we have the coordinates, we move out." Over here, Chloe Martinez commented excitedly, "Finally, the plot is reaching a climax." Immediately after, Nayin chimed in, "Heading straight to their base. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what happens next." As if realizing something, Nayin turned to look at Choi Hyung-cheol with concern. "But wait, is it okay if only Beek Woo Hyun and Kim Hana go? Since we still don't know the true strength of this trafficking organization, I'm feeling a bit worried." Choi Hyung-cheol didn't pay much mind. He said confidently, "Beek Woo Hyun usually cleans out laboratories by himself anyway, so I believe there won't be any problems." Choi Hyung-cheol grew even more excited. "Either way, let's keep trusting Beek Woo Hyun's choices as we always do." Chloe Martinez leaned into the camera and gave a cute wink. "Let's get moving." Late at night, at the large warehouse belonging to the human trafficking organization in the suburbs, Beek Woo Hyun and Hana stood looking at the camera on the fence. She commented with interest, "As I thought, the security system here is extremely tight. Dense surveillance cameras and solid surrounding walls." Hana spoke in a low voice, assessing, "It's very difficult to sneak inside quietly." Meanwhile, Beek Woo Hyun had approached the warehouse gate and said nonchalantly, "That's not important." His eyes flashed, his hand preparing a punch as he said decisively, "We're going to raid them directly through the front door." Beek Woo Hyun didn't hesitate to throw a punch. After a loud explosion, the main door instantly deformed and flew outward. Finishing the task, he turned to Hana to signal, "Then let's start the action." Hana witnessed this display and couldn't help but exclaim, "You're truly decisive. Fine, let's roll." The two soared into the night, while the guards were screaming to stop them. Dozens of guards didn't make Beek Woo Hyun flinch. He moved nimbly and attacked, crazily taking them all down. Every guard that charged at him was finished off by Beek Woo Hyun with a gentle kick. Hana on this side was also surprised, eyes widening at his excellent performance. Beek Woo Hyun delivered a sky-splitting punch that pinned a guard to the wall. leaving him unable to resist. The three observing the developments on the screen were shaking. Nayin spoke up. Haxical, he seems particularly ruthless today. Choi Hyung-cheol broke into a sweat and agreed. I can feel the spine-chilling, murderous intent in his eyes. Another guard was punched by Beak Woo Hyan into the wall. Looking at the piles of corpses scattered around him, he let out a sigh. The two pulled down their masks. Hana asked, that was the last one, right? Beak Woo Hyan replied as calmly as if nothing had happened. Yes, I can't feel the presence of any other enemies. Confirmed. Hana suggested, then the rest is to rescue the victims. Beak Woo Hyan immediately agreed, right, let's go. The two opened the door and entered a room. Sensing the suffocating atmosphere there, Hana spoke. This place. Looking at the victims huddling in the cages, she muttered, how horrible. Hana spoke up to divide the tasks. I'll handle rescuing the female victims, and Junior, you take care of the male victims. Without hesitation, Beak Woo Hyan replied immediately, understood. The victims turned all their attention to the two newcomers. Mistaking them for bad guys, they trembled and begged. No, in absolute panic, they sincerely asked to be spared. Ignoring their pleas, Beak Woo Hyan gently broke the lock with his hand. He leaned firmly against the iron bar and reassured everyone, come out, we're here to save you. The victims were still trembling, not believing their ears, and asked, huh, what did you just say? Are you really here to save us? He confirmed, that's right, all the bastards outside have been cleaned out. Suddenly someone shouted, don't be deceived. An elderly man with white hair said agitatedly to everyone, that's a lie, they're just trying to sell us to another place. The man from before was still agitated and threw a punch at Beak Woo Hyan, shouting in anger, it's all because of you bastards. Beak Woo Hyan neither dodged nor resisted, simply grabbing the man's trembling arm. He lowered the man's arm and sincerely reassured everyone, I'm very sorry for coming so late to save you. The corners of the man's eyes were drenched in tears. He asked, emotionally unable to believe, is that really true? Can we really leave this place? Beak Woo Hyan nodded firmly. Yes, there's no more danger here. The man from before broke into tears, bowed deeply, and thanked him. Thank you, truly thank you very much. Hana stood in the distance, waving to everyone. Please follow me. I'll lead you to the emergency exit. Please line up. Beak Woo Hyan also gestured toward the door. Go this way. Seeing the crowd moving toward the door, he considerately urged, be careful, everyone. The victims continued to bow. Thank you very much. Seeing the last person step out, Beak Woo Hyan suddenly froze. Wait, the scene of a friend being held captive, looking at him and giving instructions, flashed in his mind. Beak Woo Hyan, you must survive no matter what happens. Beak Woo Hyan couldn't contain his excitement, grabbed the young man's hand and called out, Choi Soo Hyuk. The young man asked awkwardly, what's wrong? Beak Woo Hyan realized he had misidentified the person and immediately let go. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Choi Hyung-cheol observed and speculated. He must have seen someone who looks like an acquaintance. Coincidences like that happen sometimes. Following the young man's back, he thought that the person looked too much like him, causing him to be momentarily confused. Thinking back, an image from the past appeared in his memory. Someone once said, instead, haven't you dreamt about what happened to that world and your comrades after you disappeared? Beak Woo Hyan sank into deep thought. From the beginning of the game until after talking to Isaac, I tried searching for the names of my comrades, but there were no results at all. Could it be that they don't exist in this game? A series of memories about his comrades flashed through Beak Woo Hyan's head, and he wondered. But Lee Yujin, Kim Hana, and Kim Cheol are all present in the game. Suddenly, the flow of thought was broken by Hana's call. Junior. She called out to remind him. All the victims are safely out, we should head out too. He replied, yes. Beak Woo Hyan remained deep in thought, offering a hypothesis. There must be another cause. I must find out what that reason is. Beak Woo Hyan and Hana led the victims out. She guided everyone. We're almost there, just cross that emergency exit and... Suddenly, Beak Woo Hyan raised his hand to stop them. Wait. His gaze turned cold as he asserted, we're surrounded. Hana was still skeptical and asked, what? Surrounded? What do you mean? Around the warehouse, the air was suddenly covered with murderous intent. The atmosphere became stifling in an instant. Beak Woo Hyan analyzed. There are 4 guys at the front gate, 2 guarding the back door. Perhaps we should find another escape route. Hana also sensed the danger and agreed. You're right. The murderous aura being emitted is truly terrifying. Hana was startled, suspicions in her mind. She thought, but why? I recognize this energy flow. The victims fell into panic once more. They trembled, surrounded. What's going on? Have they returned? Beak Woo Hyan reassured them, don't worry, everyone. The moonlight shone on his face, and he firmly affirmed to everyone, I will lead everyone out safely. Outside, the ambushers waiting suddenly heard movement. Immediately, they gathered toward the exit and signaled to each other. Over there. Hana and Beek Woo Hyun stood in front of the door earlier. She instructed everyone please wait inside for a moment. The victims cooperated and replied, yes. From both sides, the ambushers rushed toward Beek Woo Hyun and Hana. They roared aggressively to scare them off. The space shook violently, and their formation was quickly broken. Hana's hand was still gathering energy as she stepped toward the last three guys. Seeing that the situation wasn't going well, one guy roared with determination, damn it, the situation is bad, take this. Hana reminded them of this move, and they quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. Their bodies suddenly changed noticeably. They expanded, their skin turned purple, and a dense, ominous aura enveloped them. Hana exclaimed, what the hell is this? One guy started to attack, his hand gathering golden energy, roaring as he switched to Plan B. He quickly slammed his hand to the ground. A violent surge of electric energy emitted from his hand, diffusing lightning. A burst of light flared intensely, dust and debris flew everywhere, and in an instant their figures were gone. Beek Woo Hyun covered his face with his hand, asking himself, damn it, where did they disappear to? A piercing scream echoed from behind. Both of them turned their heads in surprise. So they used teleportation to get inside and control the victims. Help me, they ordered. Don't move. If you know what's good for you and behave obediently. Before he could finish, he was kicked away by Beek Woo Hyun. Hana also quickly counterattacked and neutralized one guy. She thought, I've seen how they coordinate energy and team up before. It's very familiar. It's definitely this group. Suddenly, the remaining guy angrily waved his hand, gathering energy and shouting in anger, damn it, at this point, I'll take all of you down with me. The victims, huddled in a corner, pleaded weakly, help me. His attack was suddenly blocked by a certain power. Beek Woo Hyun, eyes bloodshot, had lunged to shield the victims. The guy was shocked and gasped, what? The man in the vest and glasses rushed over with a surge of power in his hand. You bastards. One punch was thrown straight at Beek Woo Hyun, but he skillfully dodged downwards and lunged to hit the guy in the face, causing him to cry out in pain. Then he immediately raised his leg and kicked the guy far away. His body slammed hard into the wall. At the same time, Hana was blocking a surprise attack on the other side. Just one block made the enemy halt. Streams of energy appeared in her arms, circling around, with the thought, there's an opening. Her consecutive punches hit the enemy in a flash, making the viewers exclaim, it's so intense, Hana is the best. After that, Hana's elbow struck the head of the enemy, causing him to cry out in pain. Her foot was raised high, preparing to kick down with a surge of power circling around. You traitors, you scum. Naeun, sitting on the other side, seemed a bit startled. Don't tell me everyone thinks this is going in the direction we're thinking, Choi Hyung-cheol added. And so Kim Hana has taken down the last one and secured victory, but they called them traitors. Hana masked her face and spoke, Junior, are you okay? Beek Woo Hyun stood up, lifted his face mask, and looked behind. Are you okay? The blonde guy sitting there trembled and replied, I'm okay. But you? He looked down and answered, I'm perfectly fine. Hana stood with her hands on her waist in front of everyone. It's truly over, everyone, just relax. The others were still a bit frightened. Thank you. Beek Woo Hyun stood by and whispered, Senior, what do they mean by calling them traitors? She shook her head and looked straight ahead. These people are agents of the Otherworld Management Bureau. Look at the purple-faced guy we just took down over there and look at them. They're starting to turn into invaders. They look exactly like the hounds that attacked you earlier. Junior, she looked down. The drug they just drank is TL-01, right? The one the hounds used when they ambushed you. His face bowed slightly as he answered, exactly. Hana closed her eyes and raised her hand to adjust her hat, sighing. I can't believe there are this many spies mixed in the Bureau. Now we'll have to investigate every single agent. For now, I'll call a transport vehicle for the victims. Beek Woo Hyun replied, understood. Naeun in the commentary room seemed doubtful. Chloe Martinez, sitting in the round chair next to her, reached out. But with Young Kai-hun, I felt this way too. These spies act a bit too recklessly. My hypothesis is that this might be the consequence of Mr. Chio pushing the plot too hard. Choi Hyung-cheol held the tablet and turned to look. Consequence. Her eyes brightened as she pointed to the sky. Because he exerted too much pressure while in the persona of a high-level agent. The spies are becoming desperate, and that desperation makes them act recklessly. Naeun stared at her, eyes wide. That sounds plausible. Suddenly, Naeun was startled as she looked at the tablet. In any case, another mission was completed today. A donation notification popped up on the screen. Anonymous viewer 62 donated. Good job on this mission. I'm sending you a gift as a reward. Look for it in the land where the sun never shines. On the other side, a system message appeared before Beek Woo Hyun. Beek Woo Hyun, we just received a donation message from anonymous viewer 62. I'll send it to you right now. He saw it and only thought, a donation message. Probably because of Deus's surveillance, it's hard for him to contact me directly like last time. And if he says, the land where the sun never shines. Hana turned to look at him. Junior, the transport vehicle is almost here. I'll head back to the bureau to report this. What about you, Junior? He turned to ask. I have some business to attend to. Can I go on my own? Hana replied gently. Sure, I'll contact you later. A moment later, Beek Woo Hyun was walking through a dark, cluttered alley. Then he stopped in front of a door, thinking, the land where the sun never shines. That's otherworld slang for a grocery store, a force operating in the shadows. He looked at it from the security camera in front of the door. Open up. A voice inside called out, so the customer has arrived, the customer known as the Avenger. The customer known as the Avenger. Last time you accepted 2 requests from me. How is everything going? Did you discover anything interesting? He seemed surprised and continued, especially about the laboratory and the inverted world. What on earth are they doing in there? Beek Woo Hyun reached out his hand and replied, before that, tell me exactly what I'll get if I hand over this information. Sitting inside and watching the screen, the man said, I've prepared 2 billion won in cash and some power-enhancing equipment as a reward for you. His voice didn't stop there. Not satisfied? Beek Woo Hyun looked down, thinking that definitely can't be the gift he mentioned. He spoke up, is that all? On the other side, that voice resonated again. I'm not sure if this counts as a reward, but the man in the shape of a stuffed bear sitting on the table said, there are some people who want to meet you. Beek Woo Hyun was taken aback. People who want to meet me? Who are they? The next words made his eyes widen. They are an organization comprised of former test subjects who are fighting against the corporate alliance. He then stumbled over his words. What? The shopkeeper continued. I will tell you the rest after hearing the story from our guest, the Avenger. Naeun on the other side was caught by surprise. The shopkeeper is really trying to win this psychological battle. Meanwhile, Choi Hyung-cheol seemed amused. The old shopkeeper isn't just an ordinary guy either. Then the man asked, so will you tell me, what did you see in the laboratory in the inverted world? Beek Woo Hyun seemed honest. When I first stepped in, all the researchers were already dead. It looked like they had been wiped out by the very monster they created. The man looked a bit puzzled. A monster. Recalling the moment during the battle, he recounted. It was a space-invading creature with a human shape, and it had a face exactly like mine. The man sat there a bit speechless. You destroyed it, right? He answered, I couldn't. An otherworld lord had appeared in the middle of the match and torn the entire inverted world apart. The shopkeeper spoke up, looking surprised. An otherworld lord? So the research they were conducting there was? Beek Woo Hyun stood there and replied, exactly. They were using the power of the otherworld to conduct research on transforming the test subjects. His next words left him a bit silent. Did you happen to keep anything that could serve as evidence? Even just something small. In his hand, he held a vial of potion with images of monsters going berserk erupting from it. As he thought to himself, now that I know about the first floor, the Bureau will definitely need this. But with a bunch of traitors appearing, the Bureau itself isn't entirely safe. If that was the case, he shook the vial back and forth and said, they call this a Tempestel sample. I'll hand it over if you want. However, don't try any shady tricks. If you abuse this, I will judge you just like those in the laboratory and wipe every last one of you out. This left the shopkeeper a bit stunned. Stop it. I take my honor as a pledge. I can feel the pressure. Everything is gradually coming together now. In the heavy atmosphere, a voice emerged. Beek Woo Hyun placed the vial in front of the stuffed bear. What is the reason that organization wants to meet me? He quickly replied, I believe you will understand when you meet them. Their goal is likely very similar to yours, so will you meet them? He stood there looking down. Fine. He replied, understood. I will pass the message along. This is the reward I promised, along with a smartphone for communication. They will likely send the meeting coordinates to it soon. He picked up the phone to examine it and thought, could this be the gift Isaac mentioned? He then said, all right, I'll wait. Naeun on the other side turned around in surprise. A group of former test subjects coming to find Beek Woo Hyun. This is another development you won't see in any other player's storyline, right? Chloe Martinez turned to look with a gentle expression. That's right, this is a completely original storyline. I'm so excited to see which characters will appear. The images of him standing and checking his phone were still in their sights, and Choi Hyung-cheol joined in. Let's wait and see. It looks like a message just arrived. A text message with information from an unknown number made Beek Woo Hyun think. I don't know who they are, but it's best to just go there first. Under the full moon, as he stepped into the abandoned factory area. He walked into the factory thinking, this is the place. There was someone inside. He felt a breath from the right. He could feel the direction of the projectile flying toward him. But he thought, though the attack was actually coming from the left, the knife that was meant to attack him now fell straight to the ground. Throwing a knife the moment someone arrives, is this how you welcome guests? Sorry, ambushing others is just a habit of mine. A man from a distance walked toward him with a knife in his hand. Besides, you're more than capable of handling it, aren't you? He smiled, making him think, wait. Beek Woo Hyan's eyes widened as he thought, this voice. He remembered the moments they shared, from the fun times to the heated arguments he had with young June. The brother who went through life and death with him, the one who had crossed the gates of death with him countless times in that world, the teammate who was by my side until the very last moment I returned. Now young June was standing right in front of him, smiling. Beek Woo Hyan stepped back in surprise. You, how are you? But he just pointed at himself and asked, you know me. Remembering when he was standing on the road and young June approached him. Your fighting skills aren't half bad. Join our organization. Only we truly understand each other's pain, right? He had trained and drilled him so many times. Exactly. Remember to use that knife just like I taught you. Instead, let me teach you how to take a hit. But then Beek Woo Hyan spoke up. No, I'm sure I recognized the wrong person. Anyway, I heard everyone is looking for you. Young June stepped forward and answered. Yeah. Based on your tracks, it seems we're in the same boat, only we truly understand each other's pain, right? His eyes narrowed, full of calculation. It really is young June. Just how deep is the connection between this world and that world? Before I checked, there was no one named young June on the inverted planet. I wondered what made him so special to the Bureau's agents like Kim Cheol. Is he part of a hidden plot line? What on earth was the world I experienced? Right now, the phantom of himself continued to haunt Beek Woo Hyan. Why are you thinking so much? You abandoned us and ran away alone anyway. You coward, you bastard. Countless phantoms haunted him, complaining one after another. Traitor, why did you abandon us? Don't run away alone. You can't leave us. At that moment, Beek Woo Hyan could only tremble and curl up in a corner. His eyes widened in fear, and he spoke in a trembling voice. I'm sorry. His entire body shivered violently. I was the only one who escaped. Young June leaned forward, resting his hand on his chin, looking at his face with confusion. What on earth are you talking about? Chloe Martinez, sitting there, also realized it. Mr. Choi, his condition has been a bit strange for a while now. Suddenly, his hand slammed heavily onto his shoulder. Hey, he frowned, snap out of it. It's okay, I'm here, he thought while trembling and stuttering. Is it okay? The protagonist wondered, where on earth is this? Suddenly, Beek Woo Hyan was startled and realized. That's right, this is young June. Young June stood with his hands on his hips, watching him stare blankly. Definitely an old test subject. The boss is going to be sad again. He was still hopping for someone normal this time. The sentence startled him, boss. Young June looked up with a cheerful expression. What, curious? Join us, and sooner or later you'll meet him. In Beek Woo Hyan's head, a thought already formed. If the boss is the person I think it is it that bastard, that pathetic traitor? Countless teammates of mine had died because of him. If this world follows the same path as that world, the tragedy will repeat itself again. At this moment, Beek Woo Hyan spoke up. Your boss, how can I meet him? Young June replied. Taking you to see him isn't difficult. Young June's eyes looked quite sharp. What's wrong? You planning on doing something? His eyes didn't look any less intense. Do you think I can outsmart someone like him? The phone in his back pocket vibrated, making young June reach back to grab it. No, definitely not. But sorry, wait a second. Young June then put it to his ear, turning his face away to listen. What's wrong? Young June answered, yeah. Young June looked down with fear and panic, shouting into the phone, what? That kid went alone. Young June looked away, feeling frustrated. Damn it. All right, I'm coming right now. Yeah. Young June looked up at him and said, sorry, I have to go. Let's talk about meeting the boss later. Beek Woo Hyan responded coldly, no. His eyes looked up. Sounds like you're in trouble, huh? Then let me help you. A system notification popped up. Rescue mission initiated. At a place with a sign outside saying Blue Note. His voice sounded from outside. Found it. The kid is in the basement of this building. It looks like a place for data collection through experiments. I heard they're even targeting drunkards on the street. Beek Woo Hyan followed behind, standing on the roof of the opposite building. Is this just a cover? The man beside him spoke. More or less, those guys are really like stubborn lice. Anyway, one of our members went in alone to clear this place and got stuck. Temporarily, they seem to be hiding okay, but if it drags on, it won't be good at all. His voice echoed again. I'll create a diversion from the front, you handle the back. He looked over and answered, understood. Deep inside, he thought, it's been a long time since I fought alongside young June. After that, Beak Woo Hyun used his power to fly into the sky in the opposite direction, while young June put on his mask and jumped down. All right, let's go. A hand covered in purple power shouted, clean those guys up. Beak Woo Hyun stood at the front door using his power to annihilate them, while young June rushed in with his knife to wipe them out. On the other side, just as he rushed in, a man in a long white coat waved his hand from the office. Damn it, retreat. At this moment, the man realized that his knife was already right up against him. Young June held his knife high and plunged it straight into his neck ruthlessly. At that moment, purple energy seemed to be clinging to and pulling him from behind, and immediately, he performed a spell that sent them flying and crashing straight into the wall ahead. Nayin in the commentary room widened her eyes in surprise. That coordination is amazing. It's like they've been teammates for years. Choi Hyung-cheol looked up, also somewhat surprised. The roles are extremely clear. When Beak Woo Hyun clears the path, the person in the front wipes out the enemies, and young June handles those trying to ambush from behind. After swiftly resolving them, Beak Woo Hyun stepped in front of young June in surprise. Not bad. I knew you were pretty good, but I didn't expect you to be this capable. He turned his head to the left when he heard a sound, then spoke up. Looks like they aren't here, let's keep moving. On the other side, within a row of lockers, the purple-haired boy sat shivering with fear, thinking, what on earth is happening? The boy peeked through the small cracks, looking outside. The boy gritted his teeth, hurriedly using his hand to form a magic circle while thinking, damn it, if that's the case, I'll strike first. NG letter 1EF1TUY letter 1EBFN line control. Immediately afterward, the boy pushed it out of the locker in front of a surprised Beak Woo Hyun. Young June walked over and delivered a punch to the boy's head, shouting, you kid, Jang Yunsu, I already told you that your level isn't enough to go alone. The boy endured the pain and answered, I'm sorry. He pinched young June's cheek until he was in pain. You almost died. You idiot. The protagonist, standing nearby, also had a thought. This kid, I remember now. We haven't fought together, but the kid was introduced as a member. He always called that person uncle and followed him everywhere. And this kid, in the future, he will be killed by that very person. On the other side, young June spared Yunsu and picked up his phone. Looks like the boss is coming. The boy, with a bump on his head, turned to ask, then I'll go first. If I meet him now, I'll definitely get a huge scolding. Then the boy turned to look at him. Ah, and thank you for saving me today. No matter who he was, he just answered, yeah. But his thoughts didn't stop there. This time I'm certain. I won't let the kid die. Young June gestured for him to follow. You said you wanted to meet the boss, right? Do you want to meet him now? He nodded, sure. As the night turned dark with a bright moon, a voice rang out. So you're here. A man was walking toward them. It's a pleasure to meet you. Young June stood there and called out, boss. The man, holding a cigar in his hand, introduced himself. I am Bayam Woo, the leader of this organization. He stood in front of Beak Woo Hyun. Thank you for saving our member today. I don't know how to thank you enough. He told himself in his head, calm down. I don't have a reason to kill him yet. Then he spoke, I am Lee Jun. Nayin on the other side was surprised. He's using a fake name. Choi Hyung-cheol predicted, probably needs to hide his identity. The two of them turned to look at young June, who was happily pointing at himself. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Kim Young June, nice to meet you. Bayam Woo slapped his face in frustration. Don't tell me you took people on a mission without introducing them to each other. He put his hand on his head, smiling bitterly as he replied. Well, it was an urgent matter, and formalities aren't that important. Anyway, he and I are already brothers who have gone through life and death together. He stood in front, looking a bit helpless. Looks like you're a good guy, too. Beak Woo Hyun remained silent as he spoke. Besides, he gives me a very familiar feeling, and we coordinate well together. He stood in front of him and continued. Lee Jun, I don't know what you had to endure in those laboratories. They must have done terrible things to you, right? Everyone in this organization is like that. Yunsu, whom you just saved, Young June. Bayam Woo placed his hand on his chest. And me too. One person cannot break the alliance between the corporations and the laboratories. Their scale is too massive. Therefore, join us. If we unite, we can defeat them. Nayin on the other side was overjoyed. The invitation has appeared. What will Beak Woo Hyun choose? Beak Woo Hyun's hand was close to reaching out to take his hand, but his mind was still a jumbled mess. All right, I'll join the organization and learn from the inside. And before Bayam Woo betrays me, I won't show any mercy. But why would Bayam Woo betray the organization? Maybe he didn't set up this group with bad intentions from the start. If he had, He wouldn't have risked his life for his members so many times. Everything only started to become strange about a year after I joined. Compared to now, that's still in the far future. If I can find out why he betrayed us and stop it, I can change the future of this world. Maybe this is truly the gift Isaac mentioned. He finally spoke up. All right, I'm in. Bayam Wu laughed in joy. Welcome to the Avengers squad. Nayin with surprise. So Beek Wu Haiyan will have two identities. Beek Wu Haiyan, the Bureau's agent, and Li Jun, the Avengers squad member. Choi Hyung Chial happily raised his hand. Just thinking about Beek Wu Haiyan operating on both sides is exciting. She, sitting next to him, smiled brightly. I have a feeling many unpredictable things are about to happen. But it's late, we have to stop here for today. See you all in the next stream. A few days later at a cafe, a mention of a collaboration invitation appeared. Nayin sat across with an iced coffee. The SSR Cup event is about to start. Before the main cup round, there will be a teammate auction. Beek Wu Haiyan, wearing a hat, sat across, auction. Then she continued. I'm planning to do a co-viewing session for the auction, so I wanted to ask if you'd like to collaborate. Remembering Kang Soil raising her hand shyly. Can you join the stream with me often? Nayin immediately reminded him of that. Soil also suggested watching it together. Mr. Choi Hyung Chial can't participate because he's the official commentator for Scoop, so I think having Soil will be fine. What do you think? But he was still a bit hesitant. I still don't like interacting with the viewers that much. According to my research, the number of people needed for this raid is 8, with no auxiliary help. Including the twins, we still need 5 more. Raid on the Otherworld Lord will be extremely difficult, so I need to find 5 people who truly have the ability. Maybe among the participants of the cup event, there will be someone suitable. He held the coffee cup and looked. Fine, then I'll join. Nayin was full of joy, her heart shining. Really? Don't go back on your word. Great, now I don't have to worry about the views anymore. I was worried the views would drop if it wasn't Hack Tour content. She jumped up in joy. All right, I'll treat you to a delicious dinner tonight. But he just looked up calmly. Now, it's not even 4 o'clock yet. But she urged him, let's go quickly. How about the pork belly restaurant from last time? At this same moment, a familiar figure also walked into the cafe. The lights dimmed and Sua's voice called out, Beek Wu Haiyan. She sat huddled in a corner, covered in wounds, her body shaking as she cried out, Beek Wu Haiyan, it hurts so much, I beg you. Wipe them all out, take revenge for me. Don't let everything end like this. Beek Wu Haiyan showed clear fear but couldn't resist. No, it turned out it was just a dream. He was startled awake, tears streaming down his face pale, gasping for breath. Beek Wu Haiyan. Then he sat up abruptly, holding his head, trying to stay calm and asking himself, was it a dream? After meeting Young Jun a few days ago, I keep dreaming about that world. When I was sent to that world, she was the first person to approach me. She smiled and asked Beek Wu Haiyan, are you okay? But Beek Wu Haiyan pushed her hand away and shouted in anger, don't touch me, making Sua scream in pain. She fell to the floor. He saw that and hesitated, his face full of guilt. Beek Wu Haiyan trembled in fear and whispered, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Afterward, Beek Wu Haiyan held out his trembling hand toward her. Sua also reached out her hand toward him and replied gently, it's okay. She smiled, holding his hand tenderly, asserting that everything would be all right. Don't worry. This made Beek Wu Haiyan widen his eyes, unexpectedly thinking to himself, she is the only girl I loved in that world. He remembered that after that meeting, the two became closer and closer. Many times he was severely injured, only able to lie in one place. Sua also came to him, trembling with fear that he would die. Beek Wu Haiyan, don't die. Beek Wu Haiyan smiled and touched Sua's head. I told you I'm okay. And I promised that because of her, I would take the 2 of us out of there. Another day, when the 2 were sitting together by the wall, Sua asked, Beek Wu Haiyan, can we truly leave this place one day? He looked at Sua, smiling as he replied, of course, I'll take care of everything and we can leave this place. But only the following day, Sua was seated in the torture chair and electrocuted from head to toe. She bowed her head, blood streaming from her mouth, muttering, Beek Wu Haiyan, I can't hold on anymore. Waiting for Sua to look up and struggle to force a smile, he whispered, I'm sorry. That image still haunts Beek Wu Haiyan to this day. He buried his face in his hands, blaming himself. In the end, I couldn't even protect the person I loved. That promise was. Suddenly, he recalled the image of Young Jun and wondered, no, wait. If Young Jun appeared in that game, is there any possibility that Sua and the others also appear? But in that other world, the others died before I could escape from that place. Beek Wu Haiyan's hand tightened around the bedsheets as he affirmed, no, it's too early to tell. I need to verify it for myself. Just as he was calculating, a text message arrived on his phone. Did you know there's a team auction stream today? Hurry up and get ready so you arrive on time. Beak Woo Hyun's eyes now clearly revealed a look of determination as he declared, I'll do everything I can and bring back what I want, bit by bit. Switching scenes to the livestream office, Naeun smiled and greeted. Hello, everyone, Naeun happily announced. Just as promised, today we're having the SSR Cup team auction, so let's welcome our two special guests for today. Beak Woo Hyun sat on the chair alongside Kang Soil and bowed to greet them. Hello, I'm Beak Woo Hyun. Annyeong, I'm Kang Soil. Suddenly, a viewer donated an enormous amount. Penguin Soy Sauce donated 1,001. Looks like you're stuck between an ex and a new lover. Just kidding. Naeun warned furiously. What are you all saying? If anyone else talks nonsense, they'll be banned immediately, got it. Getting back to the main point, she gestured toward the two and introduced. Anyway, for this cup competition, Beak Woo Hyun will be our coach, and Ms. Kang Soil here will be participating as a player. Keep watching until the end to see what our final team lineup will look like. Sungchul, a presenter, suddenly appeared. Good day, everyone, and thank you for waiting. I'm the host for today's team auction deathmatch, Sungchul. For this auction, 4 masters will serve as team captains, and each will use 1,000 points to secure 4 members for their team. Each rank only allows a fixed number of selections, and you must calculate where to spend your points reasonably. So before we start, is there anyone you're keeping an eye on today? All 4 participants answered in unison, yes. Naturally, for me, it's Ms. Kang Soil. After hearing the answer, the presenter displayed her image on the big screen. Responding to this excitement, we will begin the auction with Ms. Kang Soil. Naeun smiled and announced, We're starting right now, I'm so excited. Now get ready. Soil furrowed her brows, clasped her hands, and prayed, Don't bet everything on me like that. If you do, I'll end up making us lose. Only a few minutes in, the presenter had to shout in surprise, Look at that. The people who went all in, the house that went all in, is Soil. Naeun, quite surprised, spoke unconsciously. Everyone went all in. So how are things going to play out now? The presenter looked at his iPad and smiled while speaking. Because everyone went all in, the winner of the auction will be whoever hits the button first. And the result is, the notification sound dropped. Congratulations to Team Redox for winning the auction. Redox immediately jumped up with his long tongue sticking out like a madman. Suddenly, the presenter reversed course. However, since Mr. Redox used up all his points, he can only take the members who weren't auctioned. Do you think that's okay? Smoke puffed from his nose as he replied happily, It's fine, I've already got top-tier picks. The presenter glanced to his left and spoke. Then now, we'll move on to the next auction round for the next member. The auction lasted for another hour. The screen now showed the full lineup of members for each team, and the 4 teams were set. Switching to a few days later, someone's voice rang out. Mr. Woo Hyun. She bounced as she ran after him, saying, Captain Redox wants to discuss a meeting and a training session right away. Did you get the invite? Beak Woo Hyun turned back, surprised, and replied, Yes. He recalled his expression and thought to himself, feeling his face change. The team leader, he's quite peculiar. He looked at her with a straight face and urged, Then let's go. Soil replied happily, Okay. As soon as the two teleported in, they saw the whole team doing handstands, which caught her off guard. His voice rang out, Welcome to the all-in team. Beak Woo Hyun watched from afar, worried. Is everyone okay? But inside, he was also incredulous. I can't believe he can hold that balance without a second of hesitation. He knows how to use his body, doesn't he? He'll definitely contribute a lot if he joins the Conquest team. He hesitated to speak. Hey, hello. Just as he finished, the entire Redox group changed positions and smiled to greet Beak Woo Hyun. It's a pleasure to meet you. Now, allow me to introduce the group members. Everyone stepped closer to him and her. He pointed to himself and the group members to introduce them. I'm Team Leader Redox. My main build is Fire Magic, and next to me is Lee Sihu, who uses Kim Hana's Wind God build. In summary, it's like this. Redox the Fire Mage, Yuzayuzu the Dark Mage, Kang Soil the Golden Lightning, Dudu the Iron Man, and Lee Sihu the Wind God. He looked at them and pondered. 2 bronze ranks. Even though rank in monster maps isn't a major issue, we'll have to train those 2 as much as possible. Beak Woo Hyun asked curiously, Do you think we can start training right away? He laughed with satisfaction and replied, Sure. He turned his head and replied, Good, then let's begin. Redox shouted, Let's do it. Everyone in the team was extremely enthusiastic, each clearly showing the element they used. Let's go. But at that moment, they didn't know the grueling days ahead would make them wish that going to hell would be more comfortable. Switching scenes to Battler, he was controlling his mouse. Battler was focused on watching a video on YouTube when a peculiar comment appeared below. Otherworld Lord, The battle between Beak Wu Haiyan and the Otherworld Lord. Suddenly he furrowed his brows, remembering his friend's words. Brother, Beak Wu Haiyan is looking for participants to conquer the Otherworld Lord. Do you want to join? At that time, Battler had replied, I don't like fighting monsters. Now he slapped his own face. Even though I said that, thinking about it now, it seems like it might be fun. Suddenly, Battler broke into an extremely dangerous smile and whispered, This is it. He typed continuously on his keyboard, confirming to himself, I only need to do this. Suddenly, a message appeared. Message sent to Battler, Haxical, do you want to make a bet with me? If I lose, I'll join your conquest team. Even the cup competition had arrived. Xiang Qiao announced unexpectedly, Team All-In is launching an intense assault on the enemy team from the very moment the match began. Neiyin, sitting on the outside, sounded puzzled. Kang Soil wore a stern face, putting all her strength into attacking her opponent. Player Kang Soil is unleashing a supersonic kick. Redox wasn't to be outdone, taking down his opponent in a single blow. And player Doc is unleashing a fiery rage punch. He announced happily, Team All-In is overwhelming their opponents with their extreme speed. Neiyin smiled, pointing at the screen, saying they were amazing. Beak Wu Haiyan watched them with no expression. Suddenly, the screen showed Li Sihu and Du Du. They had made incredible progress during the training process. They unleashed many extremely powerful skills at the opponents' weaknesses. They were fighting back against gold-ranked opponents on their own. Xiang Qiao announced in a loud voice, Team All-In has won and wiped out their opponents. The screen then displayed a notification board congratulating the whole team. Everyone burst into laughter with joy. Seeing this, she couldn't stop being moved. They won, they really did it. Suddenly, Neiyin remembered the difficult time the whole team had while being trained by Beak Wu Haiyan. Although, they trained so brutally that it would be strange if they didn't win, and they didn't even have protective gear. Suddenly, Beak Wu Haiyan sat bolt upright. The match is over, so I'm going to move to the match lounge. It's almost time. Neiyin answered, startled. Okay, I'll keep streaming. She affirmed, let's see, I just need to adjust the camera a little bit like this. And okay, 3, 2, 1. Now Neiyin had a bright smile and waved. Hello, everyone. Were you all surprised by this unannounced live stream? Neiyin explained. We decided to open the stream because we have a plan for a special match interview today. Mr. Xiang Qiao has to prepare for the next match of the SSR Cup. So unfortunately, I'm interviewing alone today. Suddenly, a viewer who donated an enormous amount questioned. Potato Chip Constellation donated 30,000 won. Who is in the lineup for this special match? Neiyin held her iPad in her hand and smiled mischievously. Don't be too surprised. The opponent for today's special match is... At this moment, the scene switched to Beak Wu Haiyan. He was waiting for his opponent, and finally he arrived. So, you've come. Battler smiled and waved, introducing himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm a member of the DH Empire, a top-tier Korean player in the professional arena of this Ray, PL. Neiyin recalled his message from earlier and explained. A few days ago, player Battler proposed a bet with the condition of participating in the Otherworld Lord conquest. That's why we arranged a special match according to player Battler's schedule. Battler looked at Beak Wu Haiyan and asked, Recently, Hiko broke my winning streak record, didn't they? Actually, I was aiming for him back then too, but we weren't matched together. I've always carried that shame in my heart, and I don't know if you remember, but this is also me. Battler smiled triumphantly, affirming, Just one single match, nothing more, nothing less. Coach, it's just me and you. Wu Haiyan heard this and asked again for certainty. If I win, will you join the Otherworld Lord raid with us? Battler heard this and confirmed immediately. Of course. I've already resolved it with the company representative. There was no longer anything to hesitate about. The main character accepted the agreement and requested to begin. Immediately after, the two of them were teleported to the Salt Lake Area 15. Neiyin's commentary voice also rang out. We've started. The legendary match of the century that will be written into the PvP history of Reverse Planet is about to begin. Battler has brought his divine harming skill set, a famous playstyle that he loves using when playing outside of tournaments. After equipping, Battler also said, Finally, I get to have a proper fight. Then let's begin. As soon as it started, Battler deployed his water palm. Immediately, a water column shot straight toward the protagonist, but he tilted his body to the side to dodge it. Wu Haiyan's gaze remained calm, as if there was nothing worth worrying about. However, seizing that opportunity, Battler circled behind Wu Haiyan. A water column shot from his palm, but Wu Haiyan arched his body to dodge again. The protagonist even used the opportunity to swing his sword to counterattack. It's just a pity it didn't hit. Battler used the water's thrust to perform a mid-air rotation, then kicked hard downward, forcing Wu Haiyan to jump backward to dodge the attack. He quickly regained his stance to keep himself from sliding any further. Neiyan's voice rang out again. What level is this match? This is truly a high-level duel. They are exchanging extremely accurate blows. Look at Battler. He doesn't look inferior to Haxicle's movements at all. Fighting until now, Battler didn't hold back his praise. You're the real deal. Then let's continue. Finishing his sentence, he threw out countless water orbs. However, Wu Haiyan also jumped up into the air early to dodge. Neiyan excitedly said, Battler is putting pressure on Haxicle with high concentration and destructive force. Even Wu Haiyan himself was a bit surprised. The combat buff adjustment level he was using was less than 10%. The effectiveness was almost negligible. Yet he was showing this level of power and control. I didn't know it was possible to create such a massive amount of power in this world. Battler summoned a dragon on his 2 hands and affirmed, Now let's end this. Battler shouted, Advance, causing the dragon to fly straight toward him. Neiyan's voice rang out. Player Battler summoned a water dragon. This is the peak of the water god build. The density and size are truly terrifying. Wu Haiyan used his sword to block it and protect himself from the sharp fangs of the skill. Seeing this, she spoke, expressing clear surprise. Haxicle didn't let us down. He doesn't get hit easily like that. He blocked it. He saw that and felt confused, thinking to himself, what, why? Wu Haiyan flew high into the sky, continuing to observe the water flow. Suddenly, the water receded. Below, the corners of Battler's mouth suddenly curled into a smile. Battler clapped his hands hard. Suddenly, a dragon even larger than the previous one appeared and lunged at him in the sky. Neiyan's voice rang out. Was that last blow just a decoy? Player Battler has summoned a giant water dragon. The pupils in Wu Haiyan's eyes brightened as he thought. I thought of this, but observing his power stats carefully, I realized what he used just now wasn't real technique but an illusion like that. After all, when the combat coefficient is lower, using skills is easier. I didn't think he'd take advantage of that to launch a decoy attack like this. He spoke unconsciously. What a lunatic. Suddenly his sword was covered in purple flames, his gaze icy as he declared, I have to respond. Then Wu Haiyan dived down like an arrow, slashing across the water dragon in the amazement of Battler. He vomited blood, his eyes wide in disbelief. What? Her voice sounded the notification. But Haxicle pierced the water dragon and landed a blow on his opponent. Wu Haiyan stared at him. Suddenly Battler's voice rang out, I lost, my pride is crushed too, but what can you do? I will join the Otherworld Lord Conquest team. Wu Haiyan shook his hand, clearly showing mutual cooperation. Neiyan declared, and that officially marks the participation of player Battler in the Otherworld Lord Conquest team, and the special match has ended. The Hack Tour series is heating up now. What will we witness next time? So everyone, please look forward to it. I'll see you all in the next stream. Switching scenes to an office working at night, a notification suddenly popped up. Planet US main branch in the US. Sophia's office. Sophia looked at the computer screen and held her head tiredly, sighing continuously. She recalled that scene from that day and thought to herself, after that day, our entire development team thoroughly checked the data, but didn't find anything at all. Furthermore, Agasat and the Otherworld Lords suddenly appeared just like that. Suddenly, a series of data appeared on the computer, confusing her. It turned out to be Isaac, smiling and waving. Hello, Sophia, how are you? She shouted frantically, Isaac, where are you? What's with that appearance? What world did you go to? Isaac spoke to reassure her. Calm down. I know you have many questions, but I don't have much time. But I'll still say this. I'm in a very far place. I can only reveal that much. Don't ask anything else. She was confused. Why are you? Sophia sighed and thought to herself, without added pressure, it's impossible to get more information out of him. That's just who he is. She leaned back, complaining tiredly. In any case, I can't contact you. Why did you suddenly appear? He said. One thing I want you to know is that the complete other world will be open. Sophia asked unexpectedly, complete other world? Isaac replied, yes. He thought of a new Earth and affirmed, you know that. The current ray, PL, is only half the world. The other world only exists as a foundational element of the story. She looked at him and shouted, that means wait, you. Isaac smiled and replied, that's right. Before long, countless lords will descend upon this ray, PL, and the other world will open. Wu Haiyan's face was solemn, his cold eyes muttering to himself. Wu Haiyan declared, I'm ready. Time passed quickly. In the days following the Hack Tour livestream, at this moment Wu Haiyan received a message from Kim Hana, Junior, we have a new mission. Put on your agent uniform and come to the parking spot. Neiyan became curious. A mission right before starting? I wonder what's going to happen this time. Chloe Martinez also began discussing excitedly. Thinking about him having to change into an agent makes me certain another wonderful mission is about to begin. Choi Hyung-cheol led with an enthusiastic voice. I hope there will be a top-tier close match like the one with Battler. Baek Woo-hyun looked at the message and thought to himself, I need time to reshape the way I act in my revenge plan. This is actually quite timely. He spoke coldly. Then let's start. A moment later, he walked out and saw Hana waiting at the car in a mysterious black outfit. Junior, over here. She turned to Baek Woo-hyun and asked, Did you rest well? He answered, Very well, what about you? Hana also laughed formally, same here. Baek Woo-hyun didn't stall and went straight to the main point. Seeing what the new mission was, her expression became gloomy. So, based on the information Hana gathered, you still remember that traitor group at the trafficking workshop, right? After sending people to investigate them, we discovered that there are many more traitors than we thought. After secretly hunting and interrogating them, we discovered that the facility might be trying to hide the inverted otherworld. He looked confused and tilted his head, asking, Inverted otherworld? Hana replied, Yes, and there are even rumors about invaders from the otherworld who can take human form. I don't think they know much because they seem clueless too. But that facility, the inverted otherworld, and the otherworld invaders in human form. Naeun was excited, just like that time. This is definitely a sign of the start of the otherworld Lord conquest, right? Chloe Martinez said happily, I think so too. Elsewhere, he remembered the person who had an appearance identical to his. Him? Good, I have a few questions I need him to answer. Hana prepared to depart. Anyway, we need to see what they are planning. Today we will confirm that at the location they mentioned. Baek Woo-hyun replied, Understood. The scene switched to a new location, a redevelopment residential area. The two hid on the roof and observed a residential complex where people were standing and gathering to guard. It's very likely that's the place of concealment and also leads to the inverted otherworld. There are 3 otherworld hounds standing there guarding. There must be something there. Hana demanded he be prepared for everything. It seems there are otherworld hounds inside too. We need to enter quietly. Baek Woo-hyun also started getting ready for the battle. Understood. Both of them jumped into the air as nimbly as shadows. All right, let's go. A massive, burly brute with a steel chin heard the movement. He reacted with vigilance, unleashing a skill. Who's there? He saw only a cat and was surprised, but he had no idea that the real horror was right behind his back. Nothing. He immediately lunged forward to cover the man's mouth and take him down. The 2 remaining guards, sensing something strange, turned around to ask, What is this? What's going on? Before they could react, they were dealt a painful blow to the back of their heads by Hana. She waved her hand to signal Baek Woo-hyun. Let's move. The 2 of them continued to push deeper into the enemy's den, with him knocking out opponents with uppercuts to the chin. Things were just as intense on her side, as Hana landed knee strikes that sent the enemies collapsing one by one. Baek Woo-hyun kicked the door open and rushed inside, only to see a massive, dark passage ahead, making him realize that they were truly hiding the portal to this inverted otherworld. Even Hana looked on with a sense of awe. That's pretty huge. She hesitated in the face of the dangerous traps. We don't know what's behind that gate. Are you okay with this? He answered, It's fine. Hana had no reason to delay any further and smirked. Good, then let's go. Both of them stepped inside the portal together. The scene before them left both of them baffled as they saw a pile of bodies lying in pools of blood. What on earth is happening here? A researcher lying among them groaned. Seeing that, Hana shouted, Hey, there's someone still alive. She grabbed the man by the collar and threatened him. Tell me what you guys are doing here. The man, though gasping his last breath, remained tight-lipped. I can't say. Hana immediately used force, stabbing him in the stomach. Tell me the truth right now. The man, overcome by the pain, finally spilled everything. We wanted to collect more energy from the otherworld and created a rift. She was shocked to hear that. What? Creating a rift? On the other side, the commentators were equally stunned. No way. That means they've created a hole in the spatial wall separating the otherworld and Earth. Simply put, they've created a path. On this side, upon hearing that, Hana grew angry and grabbed the man, intending to squeeze out more information. Have you lost your minds? Where is that rift? The man took his final breath, leaving her no choice but to curse in frustration. Damn it. Hana turned to look at Baek Woo-hyun helplessly. Junior, we should start searching this area to find it. Seeing him remain silent as he had been for a while, she turned to ask him, but suddenly caught sight of a giant monster standing above. Hana saw him dash away quickly and only had time to gasp. Junior. Baek Woo-hyun ran close to the monster with horns like a buffalo. On its stomach, there was also a hole acting like a passage. On this side, Naeun and she nervously watched the hole. Oh my God. Seeing the massive hole on the monster's chest, left everyone in a state of confusion and terror. Hana saw this scene and hesitated slightly. "We have to stop it," someone uttered syllable by syllable. "You're too late." A doppelganger identical to Beek Woo Hyun appeared in front of them. "We have completed the link to the other world." He stared calmly at his doppelganger. "I wonder if I destroy that thing and close the rift, everything will end, right?" The other guy just laughed calmly. "Even if you destroy the Disaster Lord, that connection cannot be ended. Opening the gate to the other world is the very purpose of the Creator. I'm simply accelerating the process." Beek Woo Hyun was skeptical inside. "Does Isaac want this?" As if remembering something. "Wait, now that I think about it, he did say something similar last time. Does he want this to happen, even knowing what will occur if the other world opens? Is all of this to create a world exactly like that one? He's truly a lunatic." Hana didn't say much more and took a combat stance, whether he was the creator or the otherworld invader looking just like him. "I have a lot of questions, but at least I know this." She leaped onto that thing. Her power erupted with a moment of hesitation as she attacked the enemy. That thing is our enemy. But before she knew it, the doppelganger was already atop the hole on the monster's chest. The doppelganger Beek Woo Hyun looked on coldly, apostle of the creator. "If you want to talk more, come to the complete new world." She was surprised. "The complete new world?" he yelled, asking the other guy, "Wait." Watching that guy slowly enter the hole, Beek Woo Hyun could only shout, "Stop right there." But at this moment, the buffalo-headed monster wouldn't just stand by either. It let out a roar that blew the two of them away. Both of them were thrown into a tree, potentially suffering internal injuries. The commentator also grew anxious. "Things are getting dangerous." Hana sensed that the situation smelled of unease. "Junior, we need to retreat." He had no choice but to comply, understood, even though the two had run far away. The roar of the buffalo-headed monster was still so terrifying that they had to cover their ears. It used its massive strength to attack them, but they managed to dodge in time. She asked him while dizzy, "Junior, are you okay?" He also answered while gasping for air, "Yeah, I'm fine." But everything had been destroyed. Even Hana couldn't believe it. What just? Seeing an enemy soldier lying still, no longer intact, made her assess. It seems like that was the roar of the Otherworld Lord. "Things are getting worse. Let me report this to the leader." Very quickly, Leader Kim Cheol and Lee Yujin arrived at the scene. Kim Cheol felt the situation was extremely urgent and proposed a plan. "We will gather the strongest forces, break through the defensive line, and then annihilate the Disaster Lord." The system screen began to flash, signaling a heated battle. "Disaster Lord raid initiated. Server maintenance notification. The server will undergo maintenance in the next 5 minutes for an update. Please move to a safe area and log out." On this side, although the commentators were a bit worried, they still showed excitement. "Finally, the new raid has begun. Anonymous Viewer 62 just donated 1 million won. That is also when the real game begins." The scene switched to a cafe with the sound of conversation. "This is insane." Suah sat down at the table and asked her friend, "What are you watching?" She answered, "Hack Tour." She held up her phone. "This channel has been hot lately. Have you ever heard of Beek Woo Hyun?" Suah stared intently at the screen and muttered, "Beek Woo Hyun." Suah looked curiously at the blonde girl and shook her head slightly. "Never heard of him." The blonde girl sighed in boredom. "You never watch live streams or anything else anyway." Suah focused on the phone screen and offered a compliment, "But he looks quite handsome." The blonde girl immediately jumped in enthusiastically, "Right, and he's great at gaming too." She suddenly remembered something, so she changed the subject. "Now that you mention it, you said you used to play Ray, PL, right?" Being asked that, Suah hesitated to answer. "Just the first few parts, but honestly, it didn't really suit me. Actually, I fell asleep while creating my character and ended up having a terrible nightmare. Although I don't remember what the dream was like, I haven't played it since." The blonde girl listened and lowered her voice to comfort her. "That's a shame. Want to play with me? Whenever you start playing again, remember to invite me." Suah immediately laughed, "Sure." Then she quietly watched the blonde girl get immersed in the live stream and muttered to herself, full of skepticism, "But why do I feel like I've met this Beek Woo Hyun before?" Somewhere else, Naeun's mischievous voice clearly rang out. "Hack Tour, good morning everyone. Finally, the day of the Disaster Lord raid is right before our eyes." Chloe Martinez also shouted with excitement. "So exciting!" Choi Hyung Cheol, sitting next to her, couldn't hide his thrill as he shouted, "Today will go down in the history of this Ray, PL." On the screen, viewers' comments were constantly popping up. Naeun looked at those comments and laughed happily. "Looks like there are more people watching today than usual." Then she signaled with her hand and introduced loudly, "Beek Woo Hyun isn't just the first person to discover this raid." Chloe Martinez immediately understood and coordinated smoothly. but he's also the first person to challenge it. That is why viewers from all over the world have gathered to follow this unprecedented raid. Nayan replied lively, exactly. Let's see if Beek Woo Hyan clears the map on his first try. Now, let's all follow along together. As soon as the commentator's intro ended, the scene quickly shifted to the ruined neighborhood with the spatial portal being heavily guarded. After the inverted Otherworld portal reappeared in a nearby residential area, the Otherworld Management Bureau gathered forces to move in, but they failed when they were blocked by a mysterious barrier. In reality, Deus had set a condition allowing only 8 players without auxiliary support to enter. But the NPCs were still completely unaware and continued to search for the solution. After the flashback ended, Beek Woo Hyan sighed to himself. Anyway, he looked hesitantly at the new teammates who were constantly talking. Is this okay? Isaac's strange warning suddenly rang out in his mind. Beek Woo Hyan, you need to clear this battle in one go without dying a single time. If you fail, who knows what will happen? Beek Woo Hyan frowned slightly and reminded himself. He said that right before the raid. He quietly observed the members. A few members barely managed to build their builds without support. Moreover, I still haven't reached my level limit. In that world, my power used to be on a completely different level. Compared to that time, I'm still far too weak. At that moment, a deep, raspy voice broke his train of thought. Haxical, don't worry too much. We've all been trained thoroughly up to this point. A while later, Redox stood proudly in front of everyone and spoke clearly. Now that Beek Woo Hyan has let me lead the raid, I'll explain our strategy. When approaching the Otherworld Lord's castle, this will be our basic formation. After entering the boss's territory, we will confirm the total scope and step-by-step infiltrate inside. First, we will focus on defense rather than attack, while simultaneously analyzing its special mechanics and action patterns. Additionally, it's highly likely that this battle will be extremely exhausting. So remember to eat and use the restroom before stepping into battle. At that moment, Redox Unun nodded and praised. Quite practical, huh? Aum immediately continued, indeed, that's important. Meanwhile, Soil exclaimed in surprise. He really emphasizes that. Redox, taking advantage of the heated atmosphere, assigned them their first task. 4 of you, go raise your monster-killing level as high as possible before joining the raid. The 4 of them immediately answered in unison. Leave it to us. Meanwhile, Beek Woo Hyan stood to the side, watching them fight, and sighed in relief. That's right. Everyone has worked really hard for this day. He glanced at Redox and Battler, and his heart immediately felt a few parts lighter. Moreover, I have my right-hand man and left-hand man right here. We will complete the mission, no matter the cost. He led the team out of the hiding spot and shouted clearly, "Let's go." Just as the spatial portal appeared before their eyes, a vigilant shout rang out in their ears. Who are you? Stop right there. The system window suddenly appeared. Disaster Lord Raid. Do you want to start the Disaster Lord Raid? Recommended number of participants, 8. Beek Woo Hyan didn't say 2 words, but directly reached out his hand and pressed yes. Rain immediately poured down while the system displayed a new notification. Disaster Fortress. You have participated in the Disaster Lord Raid. Time remaining, 90 minutes. Redox looked up at the sky and gasped in surprise. It's already pouring rain. As soon as the entire team stepped through the spatial portal, he yelled a warning to the members. Everyone, be careful. Choi Hyung-cheol quickly commented, it looks like they've stepped into the inverted Otherworld, the fortress of the Disaster Lord. A moment later, Beek Woo Hyan pointed his sword at the castle in the distance and said coldly, over there. Battler looked in the direction he pointed and exclaimed in awe, further than I thought. Beek Woo Hyan carefully observed the castle and nodded, giving instructions. First, we'll charge straight there as fast as we can. Redox answered decisively right after, understood. As everyone rushed through the heavy rain, the ground beneath their feet suddenly developed spreading cracks. The ground suddenly exploded, and a giant centipede leaped from below to attack them. Beek Woo Hyan disregarded the danger and immediately lunged forward to engage in battle. He launched himself into the air and swung his sword, slicing the giant centipede into countless fragments. His urging voice clearly echoed in the dark space. Don't stop, keep running. On the way to the castle, Redox swung his fiery fist, knocking down a giant bee. Immediately afterward, it was Battler's turn to use his ultimate magic to push back the dark monsters. On the other side of the screen, Nayin couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Monsters are everywhere. Choi Hyung-cheol didn't take his eyes off the match and just nodded. Yeah, and the storm seems to be getting stronger. Under the heavy rain, the team continued to discuss while running. Damn, Sihu tried his best to keep up with everyone while thinking to himself. It's just a game, why is it so realistic? Is it because there's no auxiliary help, It feels like I'm about to go crazy. And this rain, it feels so real that it almost hurts when it touches my skin. Is this what it's like without auxiliary help? It's too realistic. At the same time, Soil raised her hand to shield the rain and felt anxious inside. This isn't good, we don't know when or where the monsters will appear. And because of the rain, I can barely open my eyes. Suddenly, Redox panicked and yelled, Soil, Soil, beside you. Not far away, a giant chimpanzee was charging madly toward them. Just as it got close, Beak Wu Haiyan appeared in time and powerfully swung his sword, slicing its head off. The monster's giant head fell to the ground, emitting a strange blue light. Immediately after, a few mysterious potions appeared, to the surprise of Da Redox Anun. This is. The attribute system board immediately popped up. See area potion. After use, all vision obstructing effects will be removed for a certain period. Fog, rainstorms, darkness. He picked up the potion and shouted with excitement, "This helps to see better." The other members then asked skeptically, "What?" Sihu immediately lunged forward, snatched the potion from Da Redox Anun's hand, and trembled as he spoke. "Let me drink first." He was momentarily stunned and then answered gently, "Fine, go ahead." Aum smiled bitterly and then called out to the other members, "We should drink it too, everyone." After drinking the mysterious potion, Battler narrowed his eyes to look at the rain ahead and cheered excitedly, "I feel better now." Dudu also nodded repeatedly, "Better." Beak Wu Haiyan looked up at the castle not far away and then urged everyone in a deep voice, "We're almost there." He gave a rallying cry to the members, "Keep going." Not long after, they cheered with joy as they set foot in the castle. "We've arrived." Under the flashing light of lightning, the castle of the Otherworld Lord loomed before the group. Redox asked skeptically, "We have to enter from the front." Right at that moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently. In the blink of an eye, a giant magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Nayin immediately commented loudly, "What's that?" A suspicious circle suddenly appeared on the ground. A giant foot suddenly descended from above. Redox looked up and shouted in terror, "Above your heads, dodge." The next second, the giant landed heavily on the ground, making the entire area shake violently. The Space Lord loomed directly before them, and the entire space immediately plunged into extreme tension. Redox's voice clearly rang out in the torrential rain. "Everyone, stay calm. We need to focus on defense, first to understand its attack pattern." At that moment, the spatial rift in the center of the Otherworld Lord's chest suddenly erupted with terrifying power. Beak Wu Haiyan was momentarily stunned and whispered to himself, "Wait." He whispered in amazement when he saw a few blurry shadows inside the hole. Sihu finally couldn't stand the pressure anymore, and as he ran away, he screamed in a panic, "I'm done." Soil saw that and called out to him, "Sihu, if you break the formation now." The Dark Lord roared in anger, and a series of beasts immediately pounced to attack. The monster bared its sharp teeth and chased Sihu madly. The very next second, he fell before Beak Wu Haiyan's stunned eyes. He was momentarily dazed, witnessing the horrific scene. The cold notification of the system rang out. Character Lee Sihu has died. As soon as the notification sounded, everyone in the group immediately became bewildered. "Mr. Sihu, what is happening? What should we do now?" Just then, a violent punch tore through the air toward it, making the monster turn its head in a hurry. Redox landed the killing blow, knocking the monster's head off before it could react, and roared in anger, "Everyone, calm down. We have to take these guys out first." The whole team immediately answered in unison, "Understood." Meanwhile, Beak Wu Haiyan stood from afar, blankly watching them fight. The enemy's taunts suddenly echoed in his ears like demonic whispers haunting his mind. "See, another one has lost his life. Are you intending to be the only one to survive this time?" Suddenly a shriek rang out, bringing Beak Wu Haiyan back to reality. "Haxical." Choi Hyung Chial reported when he saw a giant mantis swinging its claws toward him. "Haxical, be careful." At that moment, Ariam appeared and swung her sword at the monster's right flank. Dawoon immediately followed and landed a lethal kick on the other flank. After the monster was defeated, he looked at Ariam and teased, "Hey, I'm fighting, don't steal the kill like that." She laughed and retorted, "Huh, wasn't it you who got here first?" When the twins' giggles rang out, Beak Wu Haiyan regained his fighting spirit. "Right, I need to focus. This is our only chance." A long while later, the wolf-headed monster gradually gained the upper hand and launched an attack, throwing Ariam backward. She frowned, looking at her arm that was scratched red after the collision with the monster, and whispered, "We can't finish it. We can't continue wasting stamina in this kind of war of attrition." At that moment, Yuzayuzu appeared and unleashed her dark magic strike to finish off the monster. She turned around and asked gently, "Are you okay?" Ariam nodded and replied happily, "Okay, thanks." Elsewhere, Battler glared at the monsters swarming out from the space rift and let out a cold snort. "There are too many." He decisively unleashed an attack that froze them all. Water prison. Just then, Soil appeared and delivered the finishing blow to the frozen monsters. Golden light flash. Chloe Martinez let out a gasp of surprise. This kind of teamwork is pretty interesting, isn't it? Nayan followed up immediately. Now they've handled all the monsters pouring out of that hole. At the same time, Redox clenched his fists and shouted instructions to the others in the team. We've figured out one of its mechanics. Let's go all out with our attacks before the next move comes. They replied immediately. Understood. Right after that, the twins quickly rallied and launched a joint attack on the Space Lord from all sides. Fireball flowing shadow extreme magic attack. Beak Wu Haiyan alone remained silent, watching their backs from afar. He recalled the past. If I remember the time spent fighting the otherworld lords on the other side. Then Beak Wu Haiyan said in a deep, raspy voice to give an order. Its body must definitely have a weak point somewhere. We'll look for it while attacking at close range. The next second, all three soared into the air. They gripped their swords tight and lunged straight toward the Space Lord, carrying a sharp, murderous intent. Successive sword strikes rained down like a fierce storm, leaving it absolutely no chance to counter. Beak Wu Haiyan landed gently, but couldn't help but feel suspicious in his heart. Effective? No, how could it be this easy? Or is it different from that place because this is just a game? At that very moment, the Space Lord's pupils suddenly flashed with a cold light. A furious roar echoed throughout the space. You lowly insects. At the same time, Redox shouted a warning. It's the next mechanic. Frontline, retreat quickly. The three who were fighting at close range immediately backed off according to instructions, but voiced their frustration. We didn't even get a chance to look closely at it from up close. Right then, the Space Lord exploded with a terrifying surge of power and roared. I will wipe you all out. Up front, Redox ran from the whirlwind while shouting. Survival first, everyone pay attention and dodge the move. Ariam panicked and screamed. It's coming this way. Dawoon beside her also frowned and complained. The ground is so slippery because of the rain. At the same time, Nayan spoke up worried. Our players. She turned to look at Choi Hyung Chial and commented in a lowered voice. They seem to be panicking because of that whirlwind, but usually in a situation like this, how would people formulate a strategy? He furrowed his brows and replied, most mechanics fall into one of three types. Choi Hyung Chial professionally explained each situation that might occur. First, the type that disappears after a certain amount of time. Second, the type that must be attacked to be destroyed. And third, the type that requires attacking the boss to destroy it. Battler was running when he suddenly turned around. We can't just keep running like this. Let's try something. As he said that, he threw a water orb toward the two giant whirlwinds, but his attack caused no obstruction at all. Everyone run, we aren't destroying its path. It even upgrades its elements and doesn't take damage anymore. Hearing that, Redox said irritably, damn it, do we really have to attack the boss? Just as he finished speaking, he noticed two fire whirlwinds heading straight for him. While fleeing, a thought suddenly popped into his head. Is it reacting to attacks? Then Redox loudly relayed the tactic to the members. It seems the whirlwind is reacting to attacks. We will draw the boss's aggro. The frontline should take that opportunity to attack. The twins replied immediately. Understood. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the two quickly followed Beak Wu Haiyan, wielding their swords to engage the Space Lord head-on. It kept roaring crazily. I will crush you all. Immediately after, the Space Lord raised its giant fist high. It smashed aggressively into the ground. A terrifying shockwave exploded, and it directly sent all three frontline members flying. Then the Space Lord hurriedly reached out, attempting to grab Beak Wu Haiyan, who was in midair. He tilted his body to dodge the incoming hand, and took the opportunity to slide along its giant arm. Beak Wu Haiyan gathered his strength and tightened his grip on the sword. As soon as he slid to the Space Lord's shoulder, he immediately swung his sword for a slash. Nayan cheered excitedly. That hit landed beautifully. Before the chatter died down, Beak Wu Haiyan stomped hard on the Space Lord's shoulder and launched himself into the air once more. Facing his relentless attacks, it found absolutely no opportunity to counterattack. Dawoon seized the opportunity to rush forward. Our master is truly amazing, huh? Ariam followed closely behind and added, we can't fall behind either. Immediately after, the twins launched their most powerful attacks toward the Space Lord. Meanwhile, the whirlwind that was pursuing them suddenly grew visibly weaker. She was shocked to witness it gradually dissolving into the air. Yuzayuzu whispered timidly, the whirlwind has disappeared. Redox on the other side also shouted excitedly, same here. In the commentary room, Nayan let out a sigh of relief. It seems in the end, they still needed to deal damage to the boss. Chloe Martinez nodded repeatedly and continued. Thanks to the accurate judgment, they saved quite a bit of time. Choi Hyung-cheol also laughed happily and shouted, "There's still 50 minutes left, so just carefully chip away at the boss's health." In the other world, Dawoon looked at the scene before him and cheered excitedly. "Did we do it?" Right then, the Space Lord gritted its teeth and growled. The chains wrapped around its body creaked and then snapped. Seeing it slowly stand up, someone shouted in panic, "Everyone be careful, we can't predict what it will do next." The Space Lord spoke in a voice so cold it sent shivers down their spines. "It seems I've underestimated you." It twisted its neck, the sound of joints popping constantly. Then sharp claws slowly grew out from the Space Lord's hands. After a roar like thunder, a pair of wings appeared on its back. Chloe Martinez commented excitedly, "It seems the Disaster Lord is showing us its true form." Right then, Battler sensed something ominous and shouted a warning. "Something is coming, everyone be vigilant." The Space Lord just gave a slight flap of its wings, creating a gale strong enough to blow the group away. Beak Woo Hyun quickly planted his sword into the ground and held onto it to resist the terrifying wind. Then it unexpectedly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. He immediately looked up at the Space Lord and gathered his strength to shout. Above the sky, waves of intense lightning are surrounding it. Right after, a giant barrier appeared and sealed off the group's retreat. The Space Lord laughed with satisfaction. "Time to end this." Redox shouted in shock, "Everyone run." Dawoon and Ariam heard this and turned to run. But the ground, slippery from the rain, caused her to lose her balance and collapse. Ariam saw this and called out in panic, "Young Ariam." At the same time, the Space Lord roared coldly and vanished. Dawoon immediately lunged straight toward Ariam. He quickly pushed her away and took all the lightning bolts that had just struck down. Ariam looked at the scene in horror and let out a cry. The violent explosion caused everyone to turn their heads to look. She defied danger and lunged toward Dawoon, then screamed in despair. Ariam trembled as she called out to him, "You idiot, what are you?" But Dawoon just smiled faintly and whispered back before disappearing from the other world, "I just thought you could help Master more than I could. Please finish this conquest." Immediately after, the system notification appeared. Character Young Dawoon is dead. When the number of players in the team decreases to a certain level, a penalty will be activated, reducing the time limit by 5 minutes. Subsequent losses will continue to be deducted. Beak Woo Hyun looked at the notification board, his heart sinking. What? The system displayed the latest information. Time remaining, 41 minutes 3 seconds. Nayin saw this and said uncomfortably, "Player Young Dawoon is dead, and there's a time limit. The situation is not looking good at all." Choi Hyung-cheol clenched his hands into fists. The remaining members must work together. Yuzaozu was extremely worried. "What do we do? 40 minutes. Redox couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, I didn't expect a time penalty." Meanwhile, the Space Lord roared angrily, "You lowly creatures, the only thing waiting for you is destruction." He witnessed this scene and was stunned. "That bastard." Redox hurriedly used a martial technique. "Let's just try to see if our attack can reach it." Everyone followed and answered, "Understood." He didn't dare delay and unleashed a firestorm. Yuzu also joined forces to cast black arrows, while Soil unleashed a flash attack. Very quickly, they discovered a difficult problem. "Damn it, that distance." Yuzu assessed the current situation. "We have to find a way to pull that thing down." She saw Battler walk over and say, "Not yet." Then he channeled his energy to launch a very dangerous attack upon, which surprised Hyung-cheol. Player Battler finally summoned the Water Dragon ultimate skill. The Space Lord was still very confident. 3 attacks like this are useless. It immediately swung its fist and shattered his skill. But Battler didn't let things go easily like that, which left Nayin quite overwhelmed. "I've never seen this skill before." Choi Hyung-cheol, beside her, shouted in shock, "I thought it would vanish, but the Water Dragon is changing its form and continuing to rush in to attack." Beak Woo Hyun was stunned to witness this scene. That is, he hadn't finished speaking before Battler cut him off. "After that day, I wasn't just sitting around." At the same time, the system displayed the boss's info, which had dropped below 70%. The Space Lord, provoked, gritted its teeth and growled, truly arrogant. "I will repay this debt to you first." At the same time, the system reminded, "Battler has been designated as the attack target." Battler couldn't believe it and gasped, "Attack target." A second later, he shouted as an attack descended, "Move away from me." Battler was still struggling to dodge the Space Lord's attack. He didn't expect to be placed in such a dangerous situation. Finally, Battler couldn't dodge the danger and was struck amidst the screams of those around him. Everyone couldn't believe it as they witnessed the scene. "No way, Battler." Beak Woo Hyun quickly realized something unusual. "Wait, the status board hasn't shown the message about his death. He's definitely still somewhere." Meanwhile, the Space Lord was brimming with murderous intent and asked, "Now who's next?" Redox saw this and couldn't help but curse, damn it. After that, he turned back to reassure them. Everyone is fine. The more it's like this, the calmer we must stay. At the same time, the system displayed the latest information. The effect of the coastal potion has ended. A heavy rain poured down to the shock of the viewers. What the hell is going on again? The duration of that item is so short, it's really rubbing salt in the wound. Yuzayuzu spoke up, feeling very uneasy. What do we do? It's raining so hard I can't see clearly. Redox saw this and hurriedly reassured. Everyone just stay calm for now. Then he couldn't help but curse, damn it. Redox immediately directed them. Retreat for now. Everyone dodge. Neiyin witnessed everything and exclaimed, Phase 2 is truly different. Can they pass this stage? Choi Hyung-cheol added. Honestly, this round looks like a struggle. The heavy rain continued without any signs of stopping. He glanced at the wound on his hand and gritted his teeth, cursing. Yuzayuzu was also unable to hold on and collapsed. Ariam stood there breathing heavily, as if about to fall. Soyeol trembled while clutching her wound. Beek Woo-hyun saw the state everyone was in and pondered. If this drags on, we'll lose. There must be some way. Just then the evil space lord asked, Oh, followers of the Creator, is this all you can do? I understand why you failed to protect anyone on that side. He heard it and gasped in shock. What? The Space Lord couldn't help but smile. Now I see that you aren't doing any better on this side. I will finish you right now. Now the Space Lord used its strength to stomp, intending to crush him, but Beek Woo-hyun easily dodged that move. It continued to swing its fist, but he simply avoided it. The Space Lord didn't give up and crazily launched attacks. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of rock and stone was shattered. He quickly stepped on the large falling rocks and lunged toward it. Very quickly, Beek Woo-hyun had gotten very close to the Space Lord. It immediately raised its giant hand to challenge him. That's useless. Then the Space Lord let out a terrifying roar when he slashed it. Beek Woo-hyun attacked it and quickly landed on the ground. Right then, the system updated the info. The Eternal Sword, the Soul Eater, has begun absorbing a large amount of the Space Lord's blood. You have unlocked the fourth effect of the sealed Soul Eater. He was startled to see the text. This is. Meanwhile, the rain still showed no signs of stopping. Battler slowly regained consciousness, confusedly thinking about where he was. He slowly sat up and remembered. Ah, that's right. While I was clearing the dungeon, if I hadn't used that shield then, I would have been crushed. But passing out in the game, something was wrong. This place is nothing like the Ray PL world I know. Battler stood up, looked at his surroundings, and speculated. It seems I was thrown quite far. I hope everyone is safe. No time to waste anymore. I must hurry back and regroup with them. Meanwhile, the battle between the Space Lord and Beek Woo-hyun was still very intense. Having been attacked once, it was furious and roared, I will destroy you. Only then did he glare at it, brimming with murderous intent. Beek Woo-hyun continued to strike, leaving Choi Hyung-cheol stunned. His strike landed perfectly. The system, based on its situation, reported that the boss's health had dropped below 40%. The Eternal Sword, the Soul Eater. The fourth effect. When the user's HP drops, the Soul Eater increases damage. Currently, the Space Lord's face looked very irritated. It roared and vanished. Neiyin saw this and hurriedly reminded him. Haxical, it's dangerous. You must leave that area immediately. A moment later, Beek Woo-hyun stepped onto a cliff, his face looking far off into the distance. Redox said with a hint of fear, Haxical, Yuzayuzu understands. Quickly perform the martial technique. A layer of protection enveloped his body. Right then, Beek Woo-hyun discovered Battler had returned. He couldn't wait and wanted to turn back immediately. Luckily, it was just in time. Sung-cheol burst into tears of pure happiness. At the decisive moment when everyone thought he had perished, Battler suddenly reappeared to rescue Beek Woo-hyun. Neiyin was beyond thrilled, exclaiming, I never doubted him for a second. Chloe Martinez couldn't help but marvel. This is absolutely insane. Beek Woo-hyun turned back instinctively and said, You just saved my life. Battler stood there nonchalantly and replied, It's nothing. Redox witnessed the scene and shouted Battler. At that moment he felt a sense of relief. That means everyone is safe and sound now. The Space Lord, clearly displeased, growled, How stubborn. I will make you all suffer the most tragic death. Battler couldn't help but retort, Damn it, what is that guy planning now? At the same time, the system displayed an alert. The boss is channeling the Wind Eye skill. Beek Woo-hyun was quite surprised as he thought, the Wind Eye skill. Then it began to unleash its martial technique. This is the day of your doom. Afterward, everyone was shocked and cried out, What is appearing out there? It continued to announce, Mission, destroy all pillars within 10 minutes. They were extremely surprised by this information, only 10 minutes. Redox saw this and reminded everyone, For now, we need to quickly destroy those pillars. Soyeol sensed something strange and held them back. Wait a second. She quickly realized the current situation as guards began to appear. This scene left Battler frustrated. Are they coming again? Choi Hyung Chial, observing the events, assessed. The Lord is once again summoning more minions. The situation was that they were surrounded once again. Nayin observed everything and evaluated. These lackeys look like tough customers. She couldn't help but exclaim, can they bypass the guards to destroy the pillars? I bet this is the type of mechanism where if you fail the mission, the whole team gets wiped out immediately. Is that right? She saw him nod softly. Highly likely. That has always been a familiar design in Ray PL boss battles. Choi Hyung Chial started to feel uneasy. But as long as our players maintain this performance then, Redox saw that the situation wasn't looking good, so he turned back and shouted, move out of the way. Just at that moment, Yuzayuzu let out a painful cry, and immediately afterward the system announced, player Yuzayuzu has died. Ariam rushed frantically toward him. Yuzayuzu. Nayin assessed the situation at that moment. Yuzayuzu didn't dodge the attack in time and has sacrificed himself. That meant that immediately after, the system updated the data with a warning. Penalty triggered due to the team member count falling below the minimum, deducting 10 minutes from the time limit. Time remaining, 16 minutes and 2 seconds. Currently, they were facing countless dangers. Ariam thought to herself while defending. They are too aggressive. This level is completely superior to the enemies we've encountered before. Soil sensed the situation was bad, so she immediately ran away amid everyone's discussion. Having to avoid lightning while dodging guards is truly a real pain in the neck. At this moment, Soil realized an issue. Wait, was she just struck by a lightning bolt? Did she die? Then she hurriedly jumped off the ground to avoid danger. Meanwhile, the Space Lord was putting all his effort into attacking Redox, making him irritated. Damn it, he can still counterattack immediately after taking a fire strike. What kind of pillar-like endurance is this? Nayin was feeling uneasy. Not to mention attacking, just holding a solid defense already looks like a struggle. At that moment, Beek Woo Hyun was determined. We are not allowed to waste a single more second. Therefore, he valiantly lunged straight toward the opponent. Beek Woo Hyun mentally calculated. I must activate all my senses to the maximum and focus all my attention on everything I can perceive. His gaze gradually changed. Then my perception will. Immediately afterward, Beek Woo Hyun's perception was fully unleashed. He fought while evaluating. Thanks to utilizing the sensory explosion from extreme focus, every movement around me except for my own seems to slow down. In the blink of an eye, Beek Woo Hyun destroyed many enemies, leaving everyone overwhelmed. Suddenly, he discovered something strange. Beek Woo Hyun thought in extreme surprise. It seems one layer of defense has been destroyed. Could it be that on the opposite side, Redox shouted irritably, damn it, get lost. Finally, he understood the issue. I knew it. Every time an invader is taken down, a protective layer is removed. Meaning, the next second, Beek Woo Hyun just shouted, it seems the defensive layers will automatically disappear when we destroy the invading entities. Team, let's focus all our firepower on an all-out attack. Everyone understood and answered in unison. Understood. In another corner, Battler was frustrated. Damn it, if we keep cleaning up one by one like this, who knows when it will end? He channeled his power while calculating, compressing water pressure to the limit, and Battler immediately directed his teammates. Everyone get down low. The attack took down a series of monsters. They cheered excitedly. All the defensive layers have vanished. A teammate in the distance shouted, while we take care of destroying the pillars, let's focus all our force on the boss. Battler also said to Beek Woo Hyun beside him, this match relies on you. The Space Lord saw him lunging straight toward it and said, a lackey of the Creator. It was currently generating terrifying pressure, just a hopeless resistance. Just as he approached, Battler used water barrier to create a wall of water to block the Lord's attacks, which made it so angry that it gritted its teeth. Taking this opportunity, Woo Hyun also quickly circled around from underneath. But the Lord noticed. It yelled, I won't let you escape. And as it spoke, it kicked toward Woo Hyun. However, Battler wouldn't let it do that. So he used his high-pressure water stream to shoot a water pillar straight at the Lord's leg. Woo Hyun, now jumping high, unleashed a powerful slash technique, causing a massive wound to appear on the Lord's body. This only made more veins bulge on the Lord's face. Without hesitation, it used its legs to jump up into the sky, which made Battler somewhat frustrated. That guy is running away again. Woo Hyun started discussing some plan with Battler, though his voice was drowned out by the torrential rain. Battler heard the plan and was silent for a moment, but then nodded in agreement. All right, let's gamble on it one time and see what happens. Then let's lunge forward. He spoke while unleashing a water dragon straight at the Lord. It remained very confident, mocking, A useless attack attempt. Choi Hyung-cheol was somewhat terrified witnessing this scene. Haxical. He understood the situation. He was standing on the back of the water dragon and launching himself straight at the Lord. He only saw the Space Lord raise its hand, unleashing a technique. Even if your endurance can go far beyond the normal limits of humans, you still have no way to surpass me. Naean observed everything and evaluated. It looks like Haxical was knocked back by the Lord's counterattack. However, Baek Woo Hyun was still safe and sound, unaffected by any major damage. He lunged toward the Space Lord to the surprise of those around him. What's going on? Haxical has lunged through the mist. Turns out, he had jumped off the water dragon's head to launch himself into the air to dodge the strike. The next second, a world-shattering explosion occurred. Redox asked in extreme surprise. He actually pulled it off. Just then, he landed from midair. Baek Woo Hyun's gallant appearance attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, the system announced the boss's health bar had dropped below 10%. Battler was extremely excited to witness this. Looks good. Viewers of the broadcast were also happy. Wonderful, bring it on. Naean jumped up and cheered. We can't confirm it's all over yet, but it seems Baek Woo Hyun has just created another miracle. Choi Hyung-cheol couldn't hide his excitement. The boss's health is below 10%. We are about to touch victory. Baek Woo Hyun was still very serious, whispering to himself. We still have 9 minutes left. If we can finish everything smoothly, then. Suddenly, the Space Lord swung its hand toward him. It quickly clenched its fist to restrain Baek Woo Hyun. Seeing this, everyone immediately shouted, Haxical. Naean was also extremely worried. Haxical is in danger. The Lord has unleashed a last-minute counterattack. Currently, the Space Lord raised its hand to unleash a martial technique. He also hurriedly performed a water wall defense. The next second, Battler was startled as 2 attacks struck. Baek Woo Hyun saw him get knocked back and shouted, Battler. At this moment, the Space Lord stared at Battler and said, I have heard much about you, but I did not expect you to be able to push me to this extent. He still calmly replied, Is that so? I also didn't think you only had this much skill. It was provoked, gritting its teeth. You still have the strength to talk. I acknowledge you. Baek Woo Hyun was squeezed tightly and let out a pained cry. Naean also felt that Baek Woo Hyun was reacting very strangely. Doesn't it look like he is actually feeling pain? Choi Hyung-cheol, standing nearby, denied. No way, they can understand that it's clearly just him acting. Right at this moment, a series of attacks struck the Space Lord. Soil unleashed her martial technique, golden light shining, and Redox also used all his might to launch a fire rocket. Impacted like that, it had to release Baek Woo Hyun to the outrage of the viewers. He lay on the ground, suffering, and thought, No, I can't lose consciousness here. In Baek Woo Hyun's subconscious, a voice echoed, Baek Woo Hyun, Baek Woo Hyun. A voice made him startle awake, Baek Woo Hyun. Baek Woo Hyun hurriedly sat up and gasped, What about the Tempest Lord? Suah heard this and wondered, Tempest Lord? She asked him worriedly, Did you have a nightmare again? Baek Woo Hyun stared blankly at her. Suah took his hand and pulled him along. It's okay, hurry up and get up. Today we have an appointment with Sunok and Young Jun. Come on, get ready. Baek Woo Hyun was confused, thinking, was that a dream? Was all of that just a dream? The more he thought, the stranger it felt. Where did the dream start and where did it end? Did I start streaming? What about the expedition? Don't tell me everything that happened in that world was. Suah was saying tenderly to Baek Woo Hyun, let's get ready. He looked at her smiling and thought, no, that doesn't matter anymore. Then Baek Woo Hyun couldn't help but hug Suah tightly. He whispered to her while trembling, I'm so glad. Suah stood there, soothing Baek Woo Hyun. You must have had a terrible nightmare. Later, when both of them went downstairs, Kim Young-jun waved and called out, Hey, over here. In the restaurant, he laughed and said, And yet, Baek Woo Hyun used to be known as the Destroyer. Baek Woo Hyun replied a bit bashfully. That was when the destruction build was still strong. At that time, the absolute entity hadn't reached the transcendent realm yet. Then he realized, wait, Destroyer and Transcendent are titles I only reached after Suah and Young Jun passed away. Baek Woo Hyun walked down the street, feeling something very strange. Suddenly, someone bumped into him and a voice rang out. A pretty sweet dream, right? Baek Woo Hyun heard this, startled, and hurriedly turned back to look. He began to feel anxious. What is this? This is strange. Was there something just now? Suddenly a voice rang out. Baek Woo Hyun. Baek Woo Hyun, where do you think you're going? Are you trying to abandon us again? Just then Baek Woo Hyun, lying in a deep hole, woke up. Did I lose consciousness? His teammates were still trying their best to unleash their skills. Fire whirlwinds, flashing lights. Baek Woo Hyun sat up and realized the problem. I can't believe I actually lost consciousness. Following that, he pointed to the system's screen. Anyway, thanks to that dream, I remembered one thing. I used to discard it because applying it to a large mass was difficult. But if I change my stat build a bit and focus on psionic power, instead of the absolute entity that hasn't reached the transcendent realm, the destruction build will be much stronger. In the chaotic battlefield, a sound rang out, "Be careful, Ariam." Ariam was struggling, thinking to herself that she had to stand up. Suddenly, something collided with the Space Lord, making Nayan surprised. "What is that?" Something just flew straight into the Lord's back. Who could possibly? Very quickly, she saw that it was Beak Wu Hyan. Nayan extremely excitedly raised her voice. "It's Haxical. Beak Wu Hyan has woken up and returned to the battle." Choi Hyung Chial, sitting next to her, was just as happy. Furthermore, he has even switched to a psionic build. At this moment, the system announced the boss's health had dropped below 5%. Redox immediately seized the opportunity and shouted, "Let's go for it." Around its body, changes began to occur. The Space Lord spoke in surprise. "I did not expect you to be able to push me to this extent. I acknowledge you." It growled with murderous intent. "I will not let any of you leave this place alive." Currently, the Space Lord was radiating terrifying pressure. Nayan was also overwhelmed. "I didn't expect it to have this final resistance mechanism." Choi Hyung Chial helplessly raised his hands to hold his head. "I guess it activates when the boss's health drops below 5%. To deal any effective damage, they must first break that barrier. Moreover, they only have 5 minutes left. I am sure they are all exhausted by now. But please try your best." At this moment, Soil dodged the attack in frustration. "Damn it, these things keep getting in the way." Redux was still trying to launch an attack. Fire rocket. Beak Wu Hyan was always keeping an eye on the time. 4 minutes remaining. If we can't finish this quickly, we're going to run out of time. Therefore, he told Battler behind him, "From now on, I will ignore defense and focus entirely on attacking. I'm leaving the cover to you." He understood, immediately answering, "Understood." Afterward, both of them put all their effort into attacking the Space Lord. They decided to race against time. With 3 minutes remaining, Beak Wu Hyan saw the opportunity was ripe, so he told Battler, "Go for it." He looked from the thick dust and looked to the side. When there were 2 minutes left, then Battler was amazed, Haxical. Then suddenly someone shouted, "Battler, be careful." Battler still stood there in a daze. If he doesn't cover me anymore, then he must be planning something. He was silently wondering to himself that he had to find out what that was before. With 1 minute left, Beak Wu Hyan lunged straight toward the Space Lord, to the surprise of those watching the broadcast. It seemed to also feel something and turned back. Then he saw Beak Wu Hyan throw a massive rock. Finally, everyone understood his intention. Oh. Beak Wu Hyan is raining down a massive shower of debris from the building onto the Lord. The Space Lord screamed in agony, making everyone gasp. "Oh, it shattered. Please, 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 this is too nerve-wracking." An excited voice rang out, "Barrier broken." At this moment, he channeled his power to prepare the strike. "It's over." The monster shouted, "I won't let you get your way." The Space Lord was still resisting fiercely. He was the same, putting his all into the strike. After that, a bloody scene continued to unfold just as time ran out. Battler saw him land and called out, "Beak Wu Hyan." He still asked with concern, "He's dead, right?" Now the system displayed the information. Tempest Lord raid completed. Redox saw this information and was overjoyed. "We did it. We actually did it on our first try." Nayan was also extremely happy. They cleared it. They successfully cleared the raid on their very first attempt worldwide. Chloe Martinez praised, "Truly classic." Choi Hyung Chial was moved to tears. "It is such an honor to witness this historic moment." Then the system updated. Light Chomi Mate donated 100,000 won. Congratulations on the first successful raid clear. Kin the donated 300,000 won. Congratulations on successfully clearing the raid dungeon. Beak Wu Hyan turned to them and said, "You've all worked hard, thank you everyone." Suddenly the Space Lord's body wavered, surprising him and the viewers. "What's happening? Is this an event where failure is mandatory? This is insane, what the hell? If you show a clear notification and then revive the boss, I'm going to come and settle the score with you." Beak Wu Hyan carefully turned back, and it was. Finally, he recognized the doppelganger. He floated in midair and said, "You have conquered the Tempest Lord. However, the Tempest Lord is only the first obstacle. Spatial portals will be opened in countless locations." Beak Wu Hyan couldn't help but ask, "What are you planning to do?" He immediately cut him off. "Let me tell you this as a reward for clearing the raid dungeon." Chloe Martinez suddenly felt something was strange. It seems the doppelganger is saying something, but the audio the viewers are hearing is strange. Why is it all static like that? Oh my God, I thought my headphones were broken. The doppelganger asked, "Did you know that some of your teammates from the other side have also been dragged into the real world?" Beak Wu Hyan couldn't believe it and gasped, What? Beek Woo Hyun couldn't believe his thoughts. Some of my teammates from the other side were dragged here with me. He remembered Suwa once asking, Ray PL, what's that? Then Beek Woo Hyun remembered when he said, all right, I'm heading back to my original world now. His teammate was confused. Original world? What the hell are you talking about? You know perfectly well you've always been here since the beginning, right? Beek Woo Hyun guessed based on those things. However, it seemed none of them knew about Ray, PL, or the real world. He couldn't help but question, who else was dragged here? Tell me. The doppelganger replied calmly, it seems you really haven't heard anything yet, have you? Oh, apostle of the Creator, you are simply being used by him. It is best that you open your eyes soon to see the truth, even if it is just one day sooner. Beek Woo Hyun lost his patience and pushed for an answer. Stop talking nonsense and answer me immediately. Unexpectedly, the doppelganger prepared to vanish. Our conversation ends here for today. I will be waiting for you in a completely new world. He refused to accept reality and shouted, wait. Nayin saw this scene and speculated, it looks like the clone is doing something. A terrifying pressure radiated from the doppelganger's body, making everyone feel like they were about to be blown away. Everyone was stunned. What is this? Finally, she realized they were being forcefully expelled. Very quickly, Beek Woo Hyun's team was transported to another location. They quickly landed safely. Redox saw this scene and was curious. This isn't the place we entered, right? Suddenly, someone shouted, what are you doing there? Soil turned toward the sound. The guards are coming. He turned and guessed. It seems they heard the explosion. Ariam curiously asked, right, Master, what did the clone say just now? I couldn't hear what the two of you were talking about. Beek Woo Hyun turned to explain briefly. He just told us to prepare our minds for the next wave of attacks. Battler guessed based on that. It seems this truly isn't the end yet. Nayin realized the truth and spoke up. Next wave of attacks? I'm a bit worried but also very excited. Chloe Martinez felt the same. Based on what the clone said, it seems like a lot more content is planned ahead. Choi Hyung Cheol clenched his fists in excitement. We will continue to make history. Anyway, today we've followed the first attack in the world along with countless viewers. The next wave of attacks from the pioneer Beek Woo Hyun. Everyone knows they'll be watching it here first, right? Nayin reminded everyone, please don't forget to tune in to the next broadcast. We will post the next broadcast date on Hactor's official social media pages and on the YouTube channel. See you at the next broadcast. Redox on the screen gave a thumbs up. Check out my channel as well. Soil and Ariam said in unison, and our channels too. The guard was a bit flustered. Wait a second, everyone. At this moment, Redox couldn't help but complain. I'm so tired. He started stretching and said, honestly, everyone has worked hard. She also offered praise, well done. He turned toward Battler and Beek Woo Hyun and said, especially you two, you carried the team on your backs. You guys are amazing. You worked hard too. Thank you for taking on the role of raid leader. Soil felt a bit shy. I'm a bit disappointed because I didn't help much. If it weren't for Beek Woo Hyun, I would have been dead long ago. Redox listened and was unsatisfied. What are you saying? I would have died too if it weren't for Beek Woo Hyun. He just kept rambling. We all owe him our lives. If we could set a day to have a meal together, that would be great. Meanwhile, Beek Woo Hyun remained silent as he had been for a while. He seemed to feel the souls crying out, it hurts, don't abandon us. Time went by until 1 week later. Beek Woo Hyun was walking and thinking. A week has passed. It's been a while since I logged into the game without streaming. After that, I tried searching for clues in the real world, but that wasn't easy at all. The search range was hopelessly wide. Moreover, at this moment, he remembered the message sent from Isaac. Well done, I'm sure you have many things to ask me, come and see me soon. Beek Woo Hyun thought about it and felt it was strange. Isaac, you hold all the answers, sent that message, and then disappeared. He felt very curious. Who on earth could that person be? Kim Young-jun saw Beek Woo Hyun walk in and spoke up. Oh, you're here. He couldn't help but exclaim, that's strange, Lee Jun actually took the initiative to call me here, so what's up? He saw Beek Woo Hyun bluntly say, there is something I want to ask you. Then he calculated to himself, because Young-jun also exists in the game, he probably isn't the person who disappeared. Beek Woo Hyun asked Kim Young-jun, among the test subjects, do you know anyone named Shin Soo-ah, Choi Soo-hyuk, or Kim Baeum-jun? He answered frankly, I don't know. Beek Woo Hyun didn't stop there, questioning, what about Do Min Kai, Kang Min-soo, Kang Da-woon, or Lee Da-bin? He quickly gave the answer, never heard of those names before. He began to feel anxious and gasped, really? However, Beek Woo Hyun silently analyzed that his expression didn't look like he was lying. I'll have to try making a request for information at the grocery store. Therefore, he immediately turned away. Thanks for letting me know. I have other things to deal with, so I'll be going first. Kim Young-jun sat there in silence for a moment, then called out, Beek Woo Hyun. Beek Woo Hyun was startled and turned to look. Why does he know that name? Isn't Young Jun just an NPC in this game? He saw him reply calmly. I know you have another identity. I did a little investigating. Oh, it's not that I intend to go against you or anything. Several people on our side have two identities, too. Beek Woo Hyun guessed inside. Did he find out my real name just because he discovered my connection with the Otherworld Management Bureau? While he was busy thinking, Kim Young Jun warned, but don't you dare betray us. If you do that, I won't let you off easy. Beek Woo Hyun immediately brushed his hand aside and affirmed, don't worry, I won't spare any traitors either. Only then did Kim Young Jun breathe a sigh of relief. Good. He suddenly remembered an issue. Right, the captain says there's a big mission coming up. It will be a good opportunity for us to strike back, so look forward to it. Beek Woo Hyun learned that information and said, I will look forward to it. Afterward, Kim Young Jun said his farewell. I believe in this. The scene shifted to another place when the shopkeeper was curious. What are you doing today, Avenger? Beek Woo Hyun stated his purpose. There are a few people I want to look for among the test subjects. He quickly listed the names. Shin Soo-ah, Choi Seo-hyuk, or Kim Bae-jun. After hearing those names, he evaluated. These are all unfamiliar names. I only remember a very small number of test subjects, so. Beek Woo Hyun felt strange. Even the shopkeeper doesn't know. Then I'm back to square one. The shopkeeper felt curious. Are they very important to you? For now, I will try searching. Then he curiously asked, all right. And what about the price? He answered Beek Woo Hyun's question. Instead of paying with money, there is something I want to ask you to do after this. The shopkeeper suggested, tell me about the events that happened in the inverted otherworld. Beek Woo Hyun realized through that, so he really knows about it. Therefore, he answered bluntly, sure. He looked quite satisfied. Very good, I will do everything I can to find the people you mentioned. Besides, I have something I want to ask you, Avenger, so please visit again. He also generously agreed. All right. Beek Woo Hyun finished talking to the shopkeeper and sighed with relief as he went outside. When he saw the information on his phone, he was confused. What is this? The screen displayed the information. Oh, are you logging in? You didn't forget we have an appointment at the cafe at 5:00, did you? I have something important to say, so you'd better not be late. Beek Woo Hyun read the message and calculated. I have to stop here today. The scene shifted to the cafe, where his appointment was taking place. Naeun felt extremely confused. You said you would rest until the next broadcast. Why are you logging into the game? He saw Beek Woo Hyun answer calmly. I'm just checking a few things. She glared at him and questioned. You didn't go ahead and continue the main plot, did you? At this moment, he explained in detail. I finally received a message from the Otherworld Management Bureau, but I logged out immediately after receiving your message. Beek Woo Hyun continued rambling. Maybe I'll be interrogated about the people I brought to the inverted otherworld, but I don't even know what to tell him. She learned that and was satisfied. Well done, we're about to start the hack tour, so from now until then, let's think about it together. He suddenly remembered the main issue. All right, anyway, what is it you wanted to tell me? Only then did Naeun excitedly say, oh right, your duo act with Battler has become an extremely hot topic. And that's probably why we received a collaboration invitation from the Empire. She was recounting. They want to ask your opinion about a chat session between you, Battler, and Nikki Lee Gunwoo. What do you think? Battler helped you a lot this time, so it's good to return the favor, right? Very quickly, Beek Woo Hyun had his answer. All right, I'll participate. Naeun became even more excited. Then I'll report back to them that you agree. She sincerely advised him. Besides, I think for now you should focus on raising your level and rank. It feels like the two of them aren't as famous as you, so we should take this opportunity to break through to the top. Considering your stats, 15 more levels and 1 more rank increase would be perfect. Once you reach the challenger rank, you will have many opportunities to compete with such professional players. Beek Woo Hyun looked at Naeun across from him, pondering. Now that I think about it, Agasat said that my teammates were dragged into the real world, but he never said they were living here. Their death on the other side could also impact this reality. Right, because most of his teammates there had died. If they have also died in this real world, then everything I've been doing up until now has become meaningless. Right at that moment, someone appeared, making him startle. In the blink of an eye, Beek Woo Hyun's face turned pale. Soo-ah walked into the cafe, looking around. He couldn't help but stand up abruptly. Beek Woo Hyun immediately lunged in front of her, calling out, Shin Soo-ah. He asked with a tremor, You are Soo-ah, right? Soo-ah was bewildered to see Beek Woo Hyun ask that. What? It's me, but how do you know my name? Beek Woo Hyun suddenly realized something strange. Wait, she. At this moment, Naeun ran out and grabbed his shoulder. Hey, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? Meanwhile, she stared intensely at Beek Woo Hyun. Suah stood momentarily dazed, saying his name, Beek Woo Hyun.